If many in the human domain had been in Atticus's shoes currently, their composure would shatter. Many would freeze or even make the stupid mistake of trying to think about how this had happened to them. But Atticus' mind was the personification of tranquility and calm. In fact, he had never been calmer. Atticus had found out recently that it was during dangerous situations such as these that he was at his calmest. Atticus didn't overthink. There was no need to. There were only 3 simple facts that played in his mind. Atticus's form twisted, his gaze turning towards the direction of the men. The world slowed down in his eyes as he ramped up his perception to the highest it could reach. The first fact: each one of the lookouts on the tower couldn't see them for a total of 9 seconds. Atticus's form leaned forward, his right leg bending as he crouched down akin to a runner's starting position. The second fact: considering one of them was raising up his weapon, clearly ready to shoot him, and the other clearly about to scream and alert everyone in the camp of the intruder, the first fact became automatically obsolete, with him only truly having at most a second to reach them. Atticus's gaze narrowed dangerously, his right hand gripping one of the sheathed daggers behind him tightly. The third fact: using his passive powers, he couldn't reach and silence them in said second. A translucent red wave suddenly enveloped Atticus's legs, their forms tensing with such force that large bulging veins appeared all over them. His speed exploded, reaching their forms in a flash, 2 heads instantly getting separated from their bodies. Atticus moved fast and wasted not a single second. He grabbed one of the small space storage sacks hanging on his waist, and before the bodies and heads of the men he had just killed touched the floor, he had already transferred them into the space storage. Without missing a beat, Atticus dashed towards his target and immediately took cover. Walking around it while staying out of sight, Atticus made sure to note the door that the earlier 2 had come out of. It was very possible that there were people inside this artillery piece too. As Atticus got to the other side, he finally set sights on his target. Just 2. They must have a reason for not being worried. Atticus' alertness had just been increased another fold as he observed where he suspected Aurora and other students were being held. Considering the numbers and the sheer size of the forest, Atticus was forced to believe that he and Aurora hadn't been the only ones teleported here. And if Aurora, out of all people, had been captured, he could see no possibility of the others escaping this fate. The fact that only 2 people were guarding was suspicious, as though they weren't worried about them escaping. But Atticus wasn't complaining. It made his job easier. They were both wearing their full combat gear with their heads covered, facing in opposite directions, thus backing each other with a round underground prison in between them. The first guard was currently facing slightly away from the artillery Atticus was in. I've recovered my will a little bit, but because I used aerokinesis earlier, I can only engrave 1 grade 1 rune. Let's use it wisely. The second stone that Atticus had picked up earlier suddenly appeared in his right hand. Gripping it at both edges, Atticus focused on the towers and waited. As soon as the exchange in position ended and his 10 seconds began, Atticus threw it, its form spinning in the air, circling around the guard's blind spot before hitting him behind the head with a barely audible clink. The guard turned to look behind him, and instantaneously, Atticus shot forward, his movement swift as he closed the distance quietly. With fast and swift movements, Atticus unsheathed one of the daggers on his back and pierced through the guard's neck. His body immediately slumped, about to fall down on the ground, but Atticus stopped him, holding his body up, spreading his legs to make sure that he stood up straight. Luckily, his firm combat suit made it easier. Without missing a beat, Atticus shot forward, crossing over the underground prison, and repeated the same thing with the other guard. He didn't need to distract him as he was backing him in the first place. Atticus also balanced the second guard and made his body stand, after which he found some kind of bony-looking keys on the second guard. Atticus quickly snatched it and approached the small door, looking like a hatch at the edge of the underground prison. Testing each of the keys at a fast speed, Atticus finally found the correct one and instantly opened the door, jumping inside with some time to spare. Although there were still some seconds left, Atticus wasn't taking any chances. At the end of the day, the guards on the watch towers were living beings, and living beings were erratic by nature. Atticus descended into the underground prison, landing on the ground quietly, one hand placed on his dagger behind him. That was deep. Atticus opening the entrance door had been audible, especially to the inhabitants inside the prison. Atticus gazed around the space, having some trouble seeing clearly. I was right, There are some other students here too. Atticus cleared his head and started searching, calming down when his gaze adjusted to the darkness and he saw the figure he had been searching for, Aurora. Atticus let out a huge sigh of relief as he stood up from his crouched position and approached with rapid pace. She and the rest of the captured students were all chained down, their hands and legs bound by what was basically a gauntlet, joining their hands and legs together. Aurora, too, had been staring intently at the figure that entered, but she couldn't recognize who it was until he came close enough. Aurora's eyes widened, tears welling up in her eyes. It's really Atticus. Atticus smiled and immediately approached, using the keys he had gotten from the guard to unlock her chains. Despite her weakened state, as soon as she was free, Aurora jumped in and hugged Atticus tightly, with a barely audible whisper. I'm glad you're safe. Ever since they separated while defending against the blast, Aurora had been worried sick. It wasn't only Atticus, she had also been looking at and mapping where he would crash with the intention of rushing to him as soon as possible. Unlike Atticus, she hadn't been burned by the fire, and this was all thanks to him, but she had been able to see everything. From how Atticus had protected her and, in turn, how intense the fire that had ravaged his body was when he had been blasted back. It was all because of her. This thought kept playing inside Aurora's head. She had tried countless times, and no matter how many times she tried, her fire bloodline wasn't responding. Not even a spark. And considering the way Atticus had defended against the flames, it was clear the same thing applied to him too. He couldn't use any of his elements. There was only one thing that came to her head as she saw those flames ravaging his body: he was gone. But no matter how long she looked, there was no golden light. That fact had completely sunk her heart, hoping that he hadn't died for real. Despite suffering some injuries from her fall, she had immediately wanted to head towards where she suspected Atticus had fallen, but she unfortunately met those men in purple suits and had ultimately been captured. I'm glad you're okay, Aurora whispered softly, tears welling up in her eyes as she held Atticus tightly, as though she wouldn't see him again if she let him go. Me too, Atticus smiled warmly, patting her head softly for a second before his gaze turned cold once more. We have to leave now. Aurora seemed to notice the urgency in Atticus's tone, and she released him from the hug and immediately tried to stand up but failed miserably as her legs trembled, unable to hold herself up. Atticus grabbed her and supported her before she could fall. Atticus gazed at Aurora, noticing the scorch marks on her body along with dried-up patches of blood. Hell, even her hair was the roughest he had ever seen it before. Taking out a healing and stamina potion, Atticus instantly fed it to Aurora, waiting for a few seconds for it to take effect. Hey, Atticus, right, help us too. Atticus's gaze snapped to the side, focusing on one of the other prisoners who had just spoken. He recognized the youth. He was among the second years, the 10th rank to be precise, as Atticus remembered seeing him at the back of the line. Because of his happy reunion with Aurora, Atticus had almost forgotten there were other students present in prison. Gazing around him, there were about just 12 in number. The others had most likely been transported elsewhere. Lucky bastards. Just as he was about to walk towards the one who had just spoken, another student suddenly spoke up. Why yes. You have to help us. One said. We have to stick together in order to survive. It was as though they had all realized something. Atticus was under no obligation to help them. In fact, it made more sense for him to abandon them. They were all competitors, why would he help them? They realized this fact and they each decided to speak up and plead immediately. But none of them could have ever expected what happened next to happen, as before the others could speak up, the sounds of two brutal thuds suddenly resonated in the space. Each of them turned their gazes to see the heads of the two guys who had just spoken snap to the right, their left cheekbones deforming beneath the weight of a heavy force. Atticus had hit both of them with such force that they had immediately lost consciousness, their forms slumping on the floor. Atticus's cold gaze landed on the forms of the chained-up youths, the intensity in his gaze causing them to involuntarily gulp. Despite the fact that they were all more or less the same level of strength, none of them could ever forget the monster that was Atticus Ravenstein. His actions at the academy were ingrained in their minds. They all shut up, none daring to make any sounds again. Seeing that they had gotten the sentiment, Atticus walked towards them and started freeing them one by one. This had been his plan from the outset. The only reason he knocked out those two was that they were each about to start making noise and in turn attract unwanted attention to them. After freeing them, Atticus brought out a healing potion from the main space storage and shared one between the two he had knocked out. He had no idea if this was real or still a game. He had no intention of having teenage blood on his hands, especially when they hadn't done anything to him. Are you ready? Aurora clenched her hands and turned to face Atticus, responding with a determined nod. Before she could react, Atticus suddenly scooped her up in a princess carry, making Aurora turn flustered. Bear with me until we leave here, the escape has to be fast. Hold on tightly, Atticus advised, placing Aurora on his back. Compared to Atticus, Aurora was more or less petite in stature. Carrying her was effortless. Aurora came out of her flustered state and held Atticus tightly, her expression turning serious. Without uttering a word to the students who were still trying to regain their bearings, Atticus coated his feet with mana and exploded with speed, running towards the wall and scaling it easily. Seeing this, the students all acted fast and started following him, none having any intention of remaining behind. Atticus had gotten into the camp, they were sure he had a way to get out. But Atticus had no intention of waiting for anyone. He had done his best for them already, freeing them. Asking them to follow him would be nothing more than shooting his own foot. With Aurora holding him tightly behind, Atticus reached the hatch of the prison pit, opening it slightly. His gaze landed on the forms of the guards he had killed. They're still standing, good, he thought. After that, he turned and focused on the guards on each of the watchtowers. Luckily, they were currently in the process of switching their positions. More or less 10 seconds to get to the first artillery, and then I'll think of a way to sneak past them and get outside the camp, Atticus strategized. Atticus could hear faint murmurs and curse remarks coming from the students below him. They were each trying to climb the smooth and edgeless walls but were failing miserably. Not everyone had good mana control like Atticus. What was worse, they weren't being even the least bit subtle about it. This was exactly why he had no intention of taking them along. The guards on the watchtower finished their exchange, and Atticus instantly and subtly moved out from the pit, closing the hatch quietly. With lightning speed, he dashed towards the nearest artillery piece, using it as cover and maneuvering towards the other side. Seeing the coast was clear, Atticus moved fast, dashing towards the next artillery, closest to where he had made his entry into the camp. Aurora clung silently to Atticus's back, holding him tightly with her intense gaze also scanning the area. As he got to the first artillery, Atticus suddenly paused, making sure he was completely out of sight from the guards. Then, he looked around carefully, checking for anyone walking around that he should be wary of. Seeing none, Atticus waited for the guards to exchange positions once more so he could observe them and figure out how to escape. Moving around the camp was completely different from stepping out of it. He didn't have the luxury of the usual 10 seconds. This time around, if he was lucky, he would barely get 3 seconds. I'll have to make do, he thought. Just as Atticus started observing the guards, trying to map out their lines of sight, he suddenly felt a strong grip on his shoulder. Atticus instantly knew it was Aurora and he turned, wondering why she called his attention. He saw Aurora looking back at the direction they had come from while gripping him tightly. As he followed her gaze, Atticus' eyes widened. His plan had always been to leave the camp before the students could even climb the pit, so it wasn't surprising that none of the students had reached the top. What made Atticus's heart grip was the fact that one of the guards he had killed and forced to stand was falling down. Even worse, the exchange was currently going on. In half a second, the guard would be spotted. Atticus's mind spun, his perception ramped up into full speed, his thoughts oddly clear. He couldn't reach there in time without being seen, and they would most definitely raise an alarm upon sighting him. Atticus had no idea what would happen, but he was sure escaping would become harder should it happen. At this point, Atticus's plan of leaving the camp silently was becoming impossible. With swift movement, Atticus's hand gravitated towards Zekern's space storage, a piece of blue cloth appearing in his hand in the next instant. He grabbed a stone from the floor, using the cloth to wrap the stone. Atticus bit his index finger, focused on his will and mana, and deftly engraved the word, mine, focusing on his intent, while Aurora observed quietly. This was the first time she would see Atticus engrave. Atticus channeled his mana into the rune, and with a mana-augmented arm, his hand flickered, the rune piercing through the air towards one of the large tents in the middle of the camp. Atticus felt a slight wave of demotivation hit him, but he fought it off. Luckily, it hadn't been too severe. Despite this, Atticus's gaze remained focused on the forest. He only had a slight chance where everyone's focus would be taken. The rune hit the tent, and an explosion instantly ensued, rocking the whole space. From the very beginning, Atticus hadn't been planning a large explosion, it was a grade 1 rune, after all. Regardless, it had been loud, and that was all he wanted. The gaze of all the guards in the watchtowers snapped towards the direction of the tent that was now engulfed in flames. This was exactly what Atticus had been waiting for. Atticus's form exploded as he instantly crossed the distance, scaling over the small wooden fence of the camp. Atticus let all his inhibitions go as he focused even more mana into his legs, his speed doubling. He had restricted his speed before because he wanted to be as silent as possible. But now that he was already out of the camp, Atticus left it all out. Despite the fact that Atticus had wanted to leave without anyone noticing, he had felt a few gazes on him during his run. But Atticus didn't once stop. Now that he was already out of the camp, he just had to keep going. The earth trembled with intensity as Ilya's ginormous form ran out of his tent. Fortunately for him, Atticus's rune had hit the second tent instead of his. Who is responsible for this? His whole body looked slimy and filled with sweat, his already tight clothes sticking to his body even tighter. It was quite obvious that simply running such a short distance had been draining. But despite his huffing and puffing, Ilya maintained his serious gaze as he looked at the burning tent, feeling the remnants of mana in the air. His gaze snapped to the side towards the pit where the students were being held, his eyes narrowed as they landed on the forms of the youth who had just started coming out from the pit and then the guards on the floor. No, it can't be them, the guards are already dead. They had outside help. Ilya's body trembled and jiggled as he moved his gaze around, scanning the area, and it didn't take long before he noticed some of his men on the watchtower looking in a certain direction. His eyes narrowed, following their line of sight, and despite the distance, his gaze landed on the form of Atticus running with Aurora behind him. Ilya's gaze instantly morphed into intense anger as his aura suddenly exploded, showcasing his advanced plus rank. At the next instant, Ilya's entire demeanor suddenly changed. It was as though the character who had been Ilya had been replaced by another person entirely. The earth around Ilya seemed to buckle, snake-like cracks appearing on the ground beneath him. His form seemed to become heavier, his weight suddenly tripling. His voluptuous and soft body, which seemed to jiggle with each movement, suddenly started becoming firmer until it became as firm as rock. A white viscous substance suddenly started emerging from each of the bones jutting out from all his limbs. In the next instance, his whole form was covered from head to toe in bony, sturdy armor, leaving some joints clear for easy movement. Ilya's massive form abruptly bent, the white viscous substance coalescing in front of his held hand and legs. In a second, a massive shield was formed. And then, in the next instant, he moved. It was akin to a seismic tremor, as though a powerful earthquake had struck the whole camp. An intense shockwave spread out from the point of launch, its force sending a wave throughout the campgrounds. The flaming tent was abruptly extinguished, as its form and the nearby tent sent flying away. The whole area trembled as Ilya's massive form rocketed through the camp with speed. Everything was crushed, from the small wooden fence to an unfortunate watchtower that stood in his way. The imposing and sturdy trees of the forest were rammed through as though they were twigs. The forest quaked with intensity as Ilya charged at unreal speed towards Atticus and Aurora. In an instant, a quarter of the distance between them had been crossed. "Hey Atticus!" The panicked voice of Aurora rang out, her eyes wide open as she tried to call Atticus' attention to the approaching monster. But she didn't need to. Before he had even moved, Atticus had already known that he was coming. Immediately Ilya locked eyes with him, he had felt his spine tingle. He knew that this person was strong, not so strong that his past self couldn't take care of, but stronger compared to the current him, even stronger compared to Zekern who he had struggled against. "We can't be caught," Atticus thought, his gaze serious. "He's getting closer." Aurora's warning was followed by a red wave suddenly enveloping Atticus' whole form, his aura shooting up into the skies. "Hold on tighter," Atticus commanded. Aurora instantly listened, tightening her hold on Atticus. Without missing a beat, Atticus's rapidly moving legs on the earth suddenly started moving faster until they became a blur. Atticus's speed exploded in sonic booms as he reached thrice his original speed. Unlike the massive form of Ilya, which kept on crushing everything in its path, Atticus deftly maneuvered through the forest, his form moving so fast that he had basically become a red blur streaking through the trees. Aurora had her hands completely clenched while holding Atticus tightly. She had never felt so useless in her life. Currently, they were running away for their lives, and Atticus was the one carrying her and doing everything. This wasn't notwithstanding the fact that he also came to rescue her. She felt useless without her bloodline. Aurora turned her gaze, trying to take a peek at the monster chasing them, her eyes widening. She had expected to see the monster at the very least a long distance away from them, but he had gotten so close. Just a few meters. Despite this intense increase in speed, Illa only seemed to be getting faster. Atticus didn't need to be told, the heart-clenching vibrations coming from behind to him were all the message he needed. As though the situation wasn't dire enough, a huge wave of demotivation suddenly hit Atticus's mind. Despite the intense terrible feeling, with him having to apply multiple times the effort in every decision or movement, Atticus still kept on going. His form still maintained that red blur streaking through the forest with a massive figure covered with armor made of bones decimating everything in its path behind him. I can't keep going like this, Atticus knew his limits well. In fact, it was a miracle that he was still able to formulate a thought currently. I have to use it, despite how much of a terrible idea this is, Atticus suddenly decided. The translucent red wave surrounding Atticus had already begun to flicker, its form becoming weaker and weaker with each passing second, the amount of demotivation racking his entire being becoming unbearable. Large throbbing veins had already begun appearing all over Atticus' head and neck, their forms so big that it looked as if large worms were crawling through them. If not for the fact that Aurora was currently facing the approaching threat, she would have seen the intense amounts of pain that Atticus was currently withstanding. 10 meters away, Aurora's scream was instantly followed by Atticus suddenly channeling his mana into one of the space storage units on his waist, and from it, Zekern's head and body suddenly appeared in front of him. With swift movements and without compromising his momentum, Atticus kicked both the head and body, making sure to send them as far away as possible in different directions. At this point and with their intense speed, they were already far away from the camp. Only the trio remained in the surrounding area. The emergence of Zekern's corpse didn't go unnoticed. In fact, as soon as his body materialized, Illa had already felt it. His eyes widened in shock through the bony helmet covering his head, his heart beating fast as he recognized his clothing and face. What happened next was completely instinctual. A forest as large as this would definitely have beasts around them. The only reason Atticus hadn't run into any was because they had already cleared their surrounding area when they got to the forest. But they had already passed the cleared area. A fresh corpse if left behind would be devoured instantly. Illa knew deep inside him that even if he captures his killer now, especially when it was well known back at home where the killer had come from, if at the very least he wasn't able to bring back Zekern's body, his death would be brutal. Illa's massive form suddenly veered off course, instantly going after Zekern's body. Noticing this, despite the intense pain, Atticus's speed suddenly exploded once more as he tore through the forest at fast speed. Whoa hhhhhhhhh. The entire Colosseum rumbled, the ground quaking as millions of youths screamed at the top of their lungs. Every single one of their gazes was focused on the largest screen at the top, displaying the form of Atticus carrying Aurora, streaking through a forest. Atticus, Atticus, Atticus. Every chant of his name was followed by a loud and intense stomp on the ground. That's my cousin, Nate screamed at the top of his lungs while waving his hands. The other Ravenstein youths sitting behind him couldn't help but shake their heads while staring at Nate. Wasn't he the same person who had been feeling sad that Atticus had chosen Aurora instead of him? But it wasn't even only Nate who had a change of heart. Hela, too, had been down as she hadn't been the one to join Ember, but after watching all of Atticus's actions since the beginning of the summit, even the usually strict Hela was trying hard to stop herself from joining in on the cheer. It had been blood pumping. Seeing a member of their family do all of these things filled each of them with pride. Ha 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 ha. A loud and undoubtedly annoying laughter resounded across the whole room as Jared laughed at the top of his lungs. None of the instructors even showed any reaction to Jared. At this point, they had all been far too shocked at the unfolding events that trivial things like his volume didn't even seem to matter anymore. Gon, who had been commentating on the unfolding event, gazed at Atticus's screen with a wide grin. The students were all cheering deafeningly while screaming the name, Atticus. From the very beginning, every single one of them had come for a good show, for something entertaining, and it went without saying that despite the fact that only an hour had passed since the beginning of the summit, the number of times the students' hearts had trembled was too high to count. And this was all because of one boy. The chants showed no signs of stopping, the stomping intensifying. The current situation was thoroughly baffling because none of the students watching even knew the rules of the game. They had seen Atticus kill numerous aliens, and yet, no one cared. It wasn't a secret that basically 99% of the students were scared of Atticus and, in turn, didn't like him. But even they had to admit, he was strong. Without a doubt, Jared's laughter was annoying. What made it even worse was the fact that he currently had his mouth filled to the brim with food. But regardless, none of the instructors showed any signs of discomfort. It was as though they couldn't even hear him. There was only one thing going through each one of their minds, even Isabella: how had he survived? Isabella had been ready to fight for the respawning of Atticus immediately when she had seen the massive fireballs appear on screen. That wasn't supposed to happen. Were they rebelling? This had been exactly what popped into her head. Before the war with the Zorvans, in Eldorf, there were a multitude of races. Wars had been fought with lots of races being defeated, some wiped from existence. Of these defeated races were some who had been enslaved. It went without saying that enslaving an entire race was brutality of the highest order, but despite that, the human domain and many others had still done it. This was exactly how the bone race had come to be inside the academy. It was the first time the academy was involving them in the Leaders' Summit and, as per their agreement, they weren't supposed to attack the spawned students until only an agreed time had passed. This had been what Isabella had planned to use to fight for Atticus. This single scene had caused a wave of different expressions amongst the instructors, with the higher years breaking into visible smiles. But it didn't last long because after that, what happened next had shocked every single one of them to the core. It wasn't the fact that he had been able to detect an air current and use it effectively. Nor was it even the fact that he had been able to escape that bombardment. What shocked each one of them was one fact: he engraved a grade 2 rune. Didn't that make him a grade 2 runesmith at 16 years old? Just what was going on? Many felt their head go numb, their hearts trembling. Just what truly was Atticus? After that, they each went through another rollercoaster of emotions as Atticus defeated and killed an advanced rank despite being restricted to the intermediate plus. And this was without his bloodline. His battle sense had been elite. It wasn't just about being powerful. He had been patient, waited for the right time while getting beaten up. And when that time came, there wasn't a shred of hesitation. He had beheaded him. After that, Atticus's subsequent actions of going after Aurora, sneaking into the camp, rescuing Aurora, and escaping only added to the pool of shock. Suddenly, restricting each of their powers to the same level wasn't a good idea anymore. It seemed that despite this, it didn't narrow the overwhelming gap between Atticus and the rest of the students. Many of them even went as far as coming to a realization: if he was this strong and powerful even while being restricted, then he deserved to win. They should try to hinder that, especially when it was a huge win for the human domain. But not all shared this sentiment. Their only way to win is to take advantage of the rules, and also, not all is lost. The third-year Enigmum instructor, who had been the one to suggest restricting their strength, suddenly smiled and spoke up slightly. He killed their prince, they wouldn't let it slide, he said succinctly. Despite the words being short and simple, each of the other higher-year instructors sitting beside him also seemed to come to a realization. He was right. There was no way they would let it slide. They would go after him with more fervor. Isabella had also come to the same realization, but instead of worrying, she decided to simply watch the show. He had surprised them many times already. Meanwhile, Jared's laughter stopped after a few seconds. He suddenly grabbed a massive drumstick from the cart beside him and took a large bite from it, his gaze only focused on one screen, Atticus's. There was most definitely more to come, and he wasn't going to miss it. The booth descended into silence as they each focused on the screen. Inside a pristine white space, a multitude of guards were currently knelt down on one knee while facing the massive form of Ilya, who kept pacing to and fro. The sound of loud chewing filled the space as Ilya chewed on one of his fingers while occasionally staring at the body of Zekern in front of him with a frightened expression. Not only had he allowed Zekern to be killed, but he had lost his killer. After he had veered off course to go after his body, Atticus had eventually been able to escape. The men he brought along with him were far too few to search the whole forest. It would be like finding a single pin in an ocean. He needed to report this back at home. At this point, Zekern's head and body had already been joined together. What should I do? What should I do? Ilya's thoughts were frantic, incredibly so. This current situation wasn't something he had expected to ever happen. I'm screwed, I'm screwed. His voluminous body trembled and jiggled as he paced around. No, Dad will protect me. Yes, he has to. But that woman a shit. Anytime the image of that woman popped up in his head, a shiver would automatically run down Ilya's spine. One could only imagine how frightening she had to be to cause this kind of fear, especially when she wasn't even the Ozark. Shit, she'll definitely want to kill me. Wait a what if I make a warrior's promise to chase the killer? The Ozark and the council members should want to honor it, Ilya pondered hard. Politics had never been his strong suit. In fact, it was his father who had pushed him to try and befriend the third prince, despite his reluctance. This had been exactly why he had approached the prince with this offer, trying to gain his favor. If only he knew that it would end up with the bastard getting killed, he never would have even neared him. They were currently inside a spherical, pristine white flying object, which was cutting through the air at fast speeds. Ilya was heading back home to report everything that had happened, and he was beyond scared. After about 30 minutes, the ship reached the top of a tall hill, and they were instantly met with an intriguing sight just below the hill. The sight was undoubtedly beautiful, but at the same time, it screamed danger. It was a city spanning a very large space, 68 square miles, which was as big as Washington, D.C. back on Earth. And in this large space, everything was white. Everything was made with bones. From the walls that surrounded the city to the tall and numerous buildings of the city. Hell, the streets were paved with smooth bones, adding to the intense whiteness of the city. And all over the streets, individuals more or less bearing the same features as Zekern were bustling about the city. But the reason why many would still call this scene frightening was because of the tall, large, and massive form of a skull, which lay suspended in the middle of the city. It looked ominous, incredibly so. And as Ilya laid his gaze at the massive skull, he couldn't help but gulp. This was the place where his fate would be decided. The ship entered the city unhindered, as the guards saw the insignia on the ship. After a few minutes due to the inability to fly fast inside the city, they eventually reached their destination, landing at the end of a pathway leading up to the open mouth of the massive skull. They immediately descended and were met with a grand sight. An army of soldiers stood, lined up on both sides of the platform, while staring at nothing in particular. Every single one of them was donned in a white yukata and radiated an intense aura of a master rank. Ilya took in a deep breath, calming his nerves, and then after a few seconds, he started walking through the platform while pulling a floating casket with him. Each of his other soldiers remained back at the ship, leaving only him to enter. After a few seconds, he got to the front of a massive double door, taking in multiple deep breaths to calm his breathing heart. His entire body was sweaty, and considering the severity, it was quite obvious that he was extremely nervous. This time, he took a minute before he was able to summon the courage. The door swung open, and he walked into the room, the door closing behind him with a loud bang. As soon as he entered, Ilya could feel the overwhelming and oppressive pressure emanating from the other end of the hall. Unfortunately, now that he had already entered, he didn't have the luxury of taking time to get his shit together, he had to move and pay his respects. He started walking towards the other end of the hall. The hall was incredibly large, and as expected, everything was pristine white. Despite the size, there were exactly only 7 individuals apart from Ilya in the hall. 4 of them were seated on top of an elevated platform, while the other 3 stood below it on the sides. He reached the end where a wide staircase was, leading to the top of the elevated platform, and immediately sank onto one knee. I, Illa Vernumer, greet the great Ozark. His robotic voice resounded across the room as he hit his hand against his chest. There was a palpable silence after that, one that stretched for a few seconds. Illa's heart beat fast during each second. Before he had the chance to ponder, one of the men standing below the platform suddenly spoke up. Explain yourself, child. His voice sounded firm and deep, human-like, but with a weird accent. It was clear that the man who had just spoken hadn't used any translators. The man was tall and slender, about 6 feet 1. He had a bald head and whitish skin, but unlike Zekern, the red patterns on his skin were different. There was not a single bone jutting out from any part of his body, and he appeared human, albeit a weird and weak-looking human. But despite this fact, everyone present in the hall knew differently. This man was the head of one of the 3 main lineages of the bone race, Ezekiel Marrow, with his lineage having the ability to control and manipulate bone density. Illa flinched, subtly turning his gaze to the figure of what many would refer to as the older version of himself. The resemblance was obvious. This man was undoubtedly Illa's father, and for him to be here only goes to show his standing. The man returned his stare and shook his head with a firm, sad expression on his face, causing Illa's heart to clench. Didn't that mean he was all alone? Illa clenched his fist. He knew he had to answer. Prince Zekern approached me and asked me to take him to one of the expected spawn sites for the incoming human youths. Oh, of course, I immediately refused, warning him about the time frame we were supposed to give them before attacking. But at the end of the day, I couldn't refuse a prince. Who killed him? Before Illa could continue his explanation, he was suddenly interrupted by a feminine voice. It was the last person he ever wanted to speak to, the person he feared the most among everyone present, the queen. Her voice sounded clear and very feminine. Anyone who heard it would have no doubts that the one who had just spoken was a female, petite at the same time. And truly, she was. There were exactly 4 seats on top of the elevated platform. 2 were closest to the stairs leading to the platform, while there was one directly behind the 2. Lastly, at a higher elevation than the 3 aforementioned seats, a bigger and more imposing throne stood. Amongst the people sitting down on top of the elevated platform, the queen was seated just behind the 2 seats closest to the stairs. And as she spoke, the hall seemed to fall into a palpable silence, only broken by the sound of drops of sweat hitting the ground and the clattering of teeth. No one amongst the men below the platform turned to look at her, not even a glance, but they all couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There was no helping it, something terrible was coming. The queen, just like her voice, was petite. She couldn't be more than 5 feet 3 inches if she stood up. She was donned in a regal and elegant yellow dress adorned with myriads of decorative and luxurious jewelry. Her skin was pale white, and she had red intricate lines tracing along from her head in a circling motion. Unlike the rest of the individuals Atticus had met, her head wasn't bald. Pure white hair cascaded down her back in gentle waves, its length reaching her waist. Its pristine white color complemented her white pupils, which seemed to look down on everything as though they were completely inconsequential. Her face was the personification of gentleness, but every single person in this room knew better than to believe that facade. She was Viviana Osera, the queen of the bone race. The only 2 individuals who actually dared to look at her were the 2 seated at the front of her. They both bore a striking resemblance to Zekern and just like him, radiated a princely aura. They were the first and second princes of the bone race. The silence lasted for a few seconds, seconds which felt like hell for Illa. The drops of sweat and clattering of teeth were all obviously coming from him. He turned to look at his father once more, but this time around, he didn't even bother to look at him. After a few seconds, a thought suddenly struck him, one that made his heart clench. It had only been exactly 4 seconds, but had he really been keeping her waiting for that long? Illa didn't regain his composure. He was far from that, but he had to speak. Despite the fact that the queen didn't show any visible emotion on her face, he wasn't stupid enough to test her patience. His words came out stuttered. The T3rd P Princess snuck away during the attack, and we didn't hear from him again until one human boy brought him out of a space storage already dead. His words sent different waves of expressions across the hall, but the most prominent was anger. They had killed their prince. Before anyone could say anything about the situation, Illa suddenly hit his hand on his chest and spoke frantically, "I want to make a warrior's promise." "No, Matt. Describe him." But he didn't even get a chance to speak, as the queen suddenly interrupted again, making the hall turn silent once again. Illa gulped audibly. Throughout the scene, he hadn't once faced upwards to look at the queen, his gaze was fixed directly on the ground. He mustered up the courage and spoke, stuttering as he described Atticus's features. Despite his trembling form, he was still very detailed and described the way he looked, down to the last detail. He even went as far as to also describe Aurora, who had also been with Atticus. After a few intense seconds, he finished and then quickly continued his earlier speech. No matter what, I will find. The ground underneath Illa suddenly rumbled, and in the next second, the sound of flesh being pierced resounded across the hall as pointy bone-like spikes suddenly materialized beneath and around Illa, piercing his form from every conceivable angle. An incredible amount of crimson blood splattered around the area. As the blood reached each of the individuals in the hall, a translucent shield of different colors suddenly appeared in front of each of them, stopping it from touching their forms. At the next instance, the sound of a loud explosion suddenly rocked the space. The gazes of everyone in the hall snapped towards the door, their gazes narrowed. They all instantly realized what had happened. The ship Illa had come back with, where all the soldiers that had gone on the mission were, had been destroyed. There was only one person who didn't create a shield, Illa's father. The blood splattered all over his body, his whole form instantly drenched. He was basically the older version of Illa, with his whole body filled with fat. He was none other than the head of one of the main lineages of the bone race, Keys Vernumer, with the members of this lineage having the ability to control and mold bones to any form they wished. Keys stared up at the body of his son absent-mindedly, his heart clenched. Words could not begin to describe how much anger he was feeling. It had been completely his fault. If he hadn't pushed his son, none of this would have happened. Viviana was brutal. This was a fact known by all, but wasn't this too brutal? Keys took in a deep breath, crimson blood dripping from his body. His eyes lit ablaze with fury, his gaze snapping towards the form of the queen. It was late already, undoubtedly. His son was already dead, what else could he do? But despite this, he just wanted to show one act of defiance, to look at the one who killed his son. Viviana hadn't moved a single inch. She didn't even have a single change in expression. It appeared as though she hadn't been the cause of everything that had just happened. She suddenly turned her gaze, her intense white eyes meeting that of Keys, and upon seeing his furious gaze, she smiled. A father should pay for his son's sins, she spoke succinctly. Keys' aura suddenly exploded, his body becoming many times heavier. Instantaneously, a multitude of bone-like spikes suddenly materialized underneath him, and just as their forms were about to pierce him. Enough! A voice suddenly resonated across the hallway, the forms of the bone-like spikes freezing instantly. A single trail of blood fell from the Viviana's nose in response to having her powers blocked suddenly. You will not kill one of my generals because of your incompetent son. It sounded hoarse and resonated with chilling intensity, each word a command as though carved from ice, freezing the hearts of those who heard it. The queen's head snapped back, locking eyes with the man sitting down on the throne. The man was topless and had a slightly bulky physique. Every inch of his body was compact and seemed to brim with power. His head was completely bald, but he had a golden beard, trimmed to perfection. Unlike the others with red lines tracing across their body, he only had red small dots making different parts of his body. He was Mortrex the Indomitable, the Osark of the bone race. Incompetent? Viviana asked coldly, but Mortrex didn't seem bothered by her tone or reaction. Resting his head on one hand, he responded. Every one of the human youths getting sent here had their ranks limited to intermediate plus, this would remain unchanged for at least a few days. And yet, despite this huge handicap, the fool had still lost. Mortrex's gaze turned cold, his words becoming even more icy. I know no better disappointment. The queen stared at Mortrex for a few seconds without saying anything. If looks could kill, there was no doubt that he would already be dead. After a few seconds, she suddenly turned her gaze away and stood up from her seat. Without uttering a word, she started walking away towards the exit. Bones materialized underneath the coffin holding Zekern and dragged it behind her. The forms of the bones that pierced Illa suddenly disappeared, his body falling onto the ground. But before it could fall, Key's aura receded as he hurried forward to catch him. This ungrateful servant is in your debt, great Osark. He got onto one knee, thanking Mortrex, who simply nodded. Then, without uttering another word, he carried his son's body and left the hall. After a few seconds, Ezekiel and the two princes had already left the hall, leaving only two individuals in the hall. What are your orders? Mortrex, whose gaze had gotten sad, turned to see his right hand on one knee. Montrex sighed. This is what we've become, Thaddeus, commodities and live targets used to train the human youths. A prince was killed, and we can't even seek revenge. He suddenly chuckled. Oh, our ancestors would be furious. Mortrex stared at nowhere in particular for a while, the hall descending into silence. Thaddeus hadn't spoken a word, simply maintaining his kneeling posture. Mortrex sighed. She will go after him, make sure she follows the rules to the last detail. We already broke the rules once, they wouldn't allow a second time. As you wish. Thaddeus bowed and immediately left the hall. Atticus's form blazed through the forest at full speed. He still appeared like a blur, deftly moving and evading the trees and other obstacles in the forest. If one wanted the absolute truth, Atticus had absolutely no idea where he was going, nor did Aurora, who was behind him. He only knew one thing, and this was exactly the same thing that kept playing in his head, constantly and constantly. He had to keep running. The veins on Atticus's head throbbed with such force it seemed as though they would burst out at any second. Atticus kept repeating those words, his clenched hands dripping with crimson blood as he tried his very best to stay lucid. Aurora's gaze was fixated behind them, oblivious to Atticus's predicament, trying to see if there was anyone following them. Words could not begin to describe how glad she felt when she saw that they had lost their pursuers. But despite that, she still kept her gaze fixated behind. After running for a few truly tortuous moments, Atticus's dizzy gaze caught sight of a cave up ahead. The inside of the cave was pitch dark, with only a few meters into it getting illuminated by the sunlight. Atticus's form sped up as he instantly approached, entering the cave in the next second. He only moved into the cave for a few meters before he abruptly sunk onto both knees, his gaze immediately becoming cloudy and his body unresponsive. Atticus. Atticus felt his body go limp, his form falling face first down on the ground, a trail of drool escaping his mouth. Aurora had already gotten down immediately Atticus had stopped, her expression instantly morphing into a worried look as she rushed towards Atticus. Hey Atticus, what's happening? Aurora asked in a panicked tone, supporting Atticus' head with her lap. This was the first time she would ever come across something like this. Her forte wasn't in rune engraving, and she had no idea about the implications of overusing your will. In essence, she had absolutely no idea what to do. Seeing the throbbing veins around his head and his hand drenched in blood only added to the pool of worry. She couldn't begin to imagine the amount of pain he was going through. Aurora had no idea when tears started streaming out of her eyes. Hey Atticus, please don't leave me. What's going on? How can I fix this? Aurora muttered between sobs while staring at Atticus. At that moment, only one thing came to her head. All this happened because Atticus had come to rescue her. It's all my fault. The tears streaming out of Aurora's eyes only seemed to increase in intensity as she placed her palm on Atticus' cheek. Hey Aurora, KN knock me uot. Atticus's words came out slurred and not understandable, but to Aurora, it was something. She wiped away her tears, bringing her ears closer to Atticus' mouth so she could hear him well. Atticus knew what the problem was exactly, he didn't even have to think to know. He had overused his will, and now he was paying for it. His heart was beating incredibly fast because of the crazy things that kept appearing in his head. What made him the most scared was his inability to stop himself from acting on them. He only needed 1 second to tell Aurora what she should do. The blood streaming out of his hands increased in intensity as Atticus suddenly clenched his hand, the already large throbbing veins on his head growing even bigger. Atticus felt his mouth for a split second, one that he used without hesitation. Knock me out now. Aurora sat up straight, her face showing confusion for a second, wiping off her tears once again. If Atticus asked me to do it, then there has to be a reason. Aurora's trust in Atticus was at its peak. Even if he was currently looking as though he was inches away from life, his words still carried a great amount of significance to her. Aurora swiftly sat Atticus up. She could feel how limp his body was. Wiping out all her remaining tears and mucus that had formed, Aurora raised up Atticus's chin with one hand, positioning it and making sure it was straight. There were multiple ways to knock out a human, and due to intensive training from her childhood, Aurora was already well versed with things like this. With his head straight, Aurora unleashed a hook to the side of Atticus's jaw, the attack landing with great force causing Atticus's head to rotate horizontally. Atticus felt his head go cloudy for a few moments before he fell unconscious. Aurora quickly grabbed Atticus, laying him gently down and resting his head on her lap. Atticus saw visions, each one more scary than the last. They were all scenes of him killing his loved ones and then himself. Where am I? Atticus wondered. He was currently in a dark space and all around him, anywhere he looked he would see different brutal scenes. As soon as he killed himself, the scene would once again change, showing him another scenario. Anytime he killed himself, Atticus could feel a small part of himself disappearing. It was a completely surreal feeling. One that Atticus needed to stop. Am I in my mindscape again? Atticus closed his eyes, tuning out all the screams and shouts sounding all around him, and allowed himself to reach a state of calm. They're not the real me, they are all illusions, and it's all just in my head. Atticus repeated these exact words continuously, tuning out everything else apart from his own voice. He had already determined what was causing him to see the illusions. Each one of the scenes was simply what would happen should he ever completely use up his will. He would lose the will to live, the will to protect his loved ones, the will for revenge. Only one thing would come to his mind. What was the point in everything? It was better to just end it all now. Those were the last things Atticus wanted to happen. In fact, it wasn't even on the list. He didn't want it to ever happen. It must be my body's way of warning me about the consequences of overusing my will, Atticus surmised. He would be a fool not to understand what was happening. And it went without saying that Atticus wanted none of those scenes to happen, not in a million years. Message gotten loud and clear. Atticus focused on calming his state of mind, repeating those words constantly, and after a few moments that seemed like a decade to him, Atticus's real eyes flickered open, his form stirring slightly. His gaze was instantly met with a multitude of stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Where am I? Atticus's body stirred, using his hand as support to sit up straight. Fuck. Atticus placed his palm on the side of his head, his face wincing in pain. The intensity of the pain that just racked his head had been staggering. Atticus could feel an intense headache hammering his head. After taking a moment to get used to the pain, Atticus opened his eyes and turned to look at his surroundings. He could feel that he was currently lying down on something soft. Turning, he saw it was a bundle of different clothes. He turned and saw a pitch-black space behind him and an open space on the other side surrounded by trees. Atticus was still trying to regain his bearings. The headache racking his head seemed to stop every attempt at formulating a thought. A cave. It was as though that realization was what he needed as a flood of memories suddenly streamed into his mind. I see. Atticus raised his palms, seeing as they were already completely healed, leaving no scar. Apart from that, there were no other injuries on him, only the headache racking his head. Atticus rested his back on the wall of the cave, taking in deep breaths, trying to steady his mind. You're awake. His gaze snapped open to see Aurora's excited form approaching him quickly. Atticus's eyes instantly landed on her red, puffy eyes as she neared him. You're finally awake. Just as Aurora was about to rush in and hug Atticus, she abruptly stopped, her cautious and worried gaze scanning Atticus's body. How are you feeling? She asked softly. Atticus smiled warmly before chuckling slightly, an action that made his head pound hard, making him wince. Are you okay? Aurora rushed to his side while gazing at Atticus intently, scrutinizing him and trying to see if there was anything wrong with him. Atticus couldn't help himself. Seeing the hot-blooded Aurora act like this was fun. He chuckled again and suddenly remarked with a smile, "You've always been a crybaby." Hearing Atticus's remark, Aurora's beating heart seemed to calm down a bit as she stared at Atticus with a serious gaze. Atticus stared back, a little confused. Usually, Aurora would have blushed or pretended not to care hearing his remark. He was a little shocked she was looking at him this way. What's wrong? Atticus asked. Aurora stared at him for a few seconds without saying anything and then said, nothing, before suddenly standing up and walking away to the side. You must be hungry, she added. It was then that Atticus noticed that Aurora had been holding a small dead beast, hanging on her back. She walked to the middle where a small campfire made of wood and stone was. Aurora brought out a dagger and started skillfully skinning the beast. I took a survival course and attend during the weekends, feeling Atticus's stare, Aurora explained. Atticus made an, oh, sound before responding. You didn't mention anything. No, I didn't, Aurora replied succinctly, not stopping her actions or even turning to look at him. Atticus stared at her for a few seconds. He didn't have to be a genius to figure out that something was wrong. You know you can tell me anything, right? Say what's on your mind, he encouraged her. Aurora paused, not saying anything for a few seconds, the area descending into silence. Atticus also kept quiet, giving her time to speak. Am I a burden to you? Aurora suddenly asked. Hearing her, Atticus smiled. He finally understood what was happening. No, he reassured her. Aurora raised her head, turning to face Atticus. Then why? Aurora, Atticus suddenly called out her name, interrupting her words. He continued, if I had been the one that was captured, what would you have done? I would have tried my best to rescue you, she instantly replied. Good, Atticus nodded with a smile, that's exactly what family means. We'll always be there for each other during our times of need, so don't feel bad about the fact that I had to rescue you, especially when you would do the same for me. Aurora clenched her fist hard, tears welling up in her eyes as she turned her gaze downwards, muttering softly under her breath. But why are you always the one saving me? It had been a mutter, but Atticus had heard it clearly. Just as he was about to speak, Aurora suddenly wiped away her tears with her sleeves before turning back. Don't mind me, it's probably because I'm hungry, she chuckled slightly, continuing her actions and draining the blood out of the beast. Oh yeah, you should check your artifact. The rules of the summit are explained there. You'll understand everything after that, Aurora added. Atticus, who had still wanted to speak, paused as he heard that. Oh yeah, this was supposed to be a game, he thought. With everything that had happened, Atticus had completely forgotten that they were in a competition. He had killed not just one, but multiple people. No one could say they were a simulation. No simulations could be that real. The blood had been real, the feeling of necks being broken had been real, the feeling of his weapon piercing and slashing flesh had been completely real. It didn't matter if they were another race of people, at the end of the day, they were living beings. Was this truly the leader's summit? If yes, then it was far too brutal. Atticus took in a deep breath, steadying his heart. Then he clicked on his device, and the rules of the summit appeared in front of his face. A very large holographic display suddenly appeared in front of Atticus as he clicked his artifact. Atticus had wanted to check his artifact before, but because he had been in a hurry to rescue Aurora, he hadn't. If he had to be honest, going through his artifact would only take a few seconds at the most but because he hadn't felt like he could find out anything that would help him save Aurora as fast as possible, he hadn't checked. Seeing the holographic display in front of him, Atticus focused his gaze on it. Welcome, students, to the annual Leaders Summit. As you all know, the Leaders Summit is held every year, and during each summit, the rules change. The rules of the 98th Leaders Summit are as follows. Summit theme: Hunter and Hunted. Summit description: you and exactly 59 students have been transported to the domain of the bone race inside the academy. Every single one of your abilities has been blocked, and your ranks restricted to intermediate plus. Every student has been tagged with the title, Fugitive, and will be treated as such by the members of the bone race. You and your subordinates are required to survive and complete the summit objectives. Rules: 1. Summit Shop. Although every single one of your powers has been blocked, congratulations. There is still a way for you to get them back. For every successful hunt and enemy killed, depending on their strength, you will receive summit points. These summit points can be used to purchase anything, including your abilities, from the summit store. There are no limitations. 2. Bone Race. You and 59 other students have trespassed into their territory and will be treated like fugitives. You have all been given exactly 24 hours to settle. After this time, they will hunt you. Note: your live location isn't being broadcasted to them. 3. Hunters. Every leader currently participating in the summit has been tagged with the title, Hunter. As a hunter, you will be given a target among the other students every 24 hours, whose live location will be known to you at all times during this time frame. It is mandatory for you to find and eliminate your target before your designated timeframe ends. Only the live location of your target will be known to you, not their identities. Penalty for failure. Failure to locate and eliminate your target within the time frame will result in you, the hunter, losing the last thing that was purchased from the summit store. If nothing has been purchased yet, you will lose each limb for every failure, starting with your right hand to left, then right leg to left, before finally losing your head and, in turn, your life. Note: only the leaders are hunters, and only they receive targets. The subordinate do not have this tag and in turn cannot see this rule. 4. Hunted. Every leader currently participating in the summit has been tagged with the title, Hunted. Just as you, the hunter, are given a target to eliminate every 24 hours, you will also be given to another student as a target to be eliminated. Thus, your live location will be broadcasted at all times to your hunter. You will not be able to see your hunter's location nor know who she is. You are allowed to use everything in your repertoire to defend and repel your hunter. Penalty for failure: death. Note: only the leader's live position is broadcasted, the subordinates are not. The subordinate do not have this tag and in turn cannot see this rule. Objective and winning conditions. 1. Locate and hunt down all your targets until the end of the summit. 2. Survive and be the last one standing. Note: completing any of these objectives will automatically declare you the winner. Bonus objective optional. 1. Free yourself from the title, fugitive, and let the bone race give up chasing you. 2. Battle the Osark of the bone race and survive for 2 minutes. Reward: a Paragon rank art will be given to you, alongside your other rewards. Note: accomplishing any of these objectives automatically makes you eligible for the reward. Atticus stared at the rules with a deadpan expression for a few seconds without saying anything. Damn, it was such a crazy-ass competition that Atticus wanted nothing more than to smack his artifact into bits. He wanted to meet the one who created these rules badly. Atticus's gaze was fixated on 2 things. The first was the summit store and the fact that he could regain his powers back. It was good news, very good news. Seeing this seemed to slightly alleviate the intense headache he was feeling. It had been truly challenging, and Atticus wouldn't lie, but he had gained a few things from this. It had been the first time he had used cheap tricks during a fight, and now that it had happened, he was certain he wouldn't hesitate to do so again. And the second was none other than the rule about the bone race. 24 hours my ass. They were each supposed to be given 24 hours to settle before getting chased. But they had been attacked seconds after their spawn. Clearly, something was wrong with these rules. There could be no other explanation. I can't trust it completely, Atticus pondered. Something suddenly dawned on Atticus. There was another race inside the academy. It was odd. Atticus had no knowledge about the other races, and the same could be said about the other first-year students. When he had asked the Oracle, he had learned that he would be taught extensively about them during the second and third years. But what he does know was the fact that there was no single member of another race in the human domain, but clearly he had been wrong. To think an entire race was living in the academy. Atticus was fascinated. It was already too late for friendly talks, but he was still curious about the bone race. Atticus came out of his thoughts and decided to check out the summit shop. He really needed his powers back. Summit shop. Locked abilities and weapons. Attack. Defense. Miscellaneous. Atticus gazed at the 3 categories in front of him. First is my stuff, the second attacking weapons, third for defense, and lastly for basic necessities. Without wasting time, Atticus clicked on the first one and was met with all his stuff arranged accordingly. Mana Core. 4000 SP. Note: upon unlocking your Mana Core, you will only gain access to your current restricted rank amount of mana. Bloodline. Fire. 1100 SP. Space. 1100 SP. Earth. 1000 SP. Water. 990 SP. Air. 990 SP. Light. 800 SP. Darkness. 800 SP. Lightning. 790 SP. Ice. 670 SP. Note: any unlocked element's potency would be limited to your current restricted rank. Weapons. Katana. 4000 SP. Exosuit. 5000 SP. Ranks. 3000 summit points to rank up to the next rank with an addition of N2000 plus 3000 for any subsequent rank up. Atticus only needed a second to go through every single rule. Yes, he was still pissed about everything that had happened, but that didn't mean he wanted to lose. Atticus hated losing, plus the fact that he had gone through all of this added to the determination to win this competition. The first thing that caught his attention was his locked mana core. Is this what is stopping me from utilizing my arts? Atticus had constantly tried to use his arts but to no avail. What was so baffling about everything was that his art was activated by him simply controlling his mana in a certain way. And considering the fact that he was still able to augment his body parts and strengthen himself, Atticus had been a little lost as to how this had been achieved. So if I unlock this, I will be able to use my arts. Atticus pondered. What further made him believe his assumption was true was the fact that his art hadn't been included amongst the locked abilities. He had also noticed that the prices of each ability changed depending on how powerful they were, and with how expensive it was, it goes to show its value. Atticus navigated to the other categories too, checking to see if there was anything worthwhile. There were, if he had to be honest, but the things he considered worthwhile were expensive as hell. Other than that, they were mostly filled with cheap weapons like guns and runes. The same was for the defensive category, filled with either extremely expensive useful things or cheap defensive weapons and runes. Atticus navigated out of there and went back to his locked abilities. This was currently the most important thing he needed to focus on. Let's see how many summit points I have. Atticus clicked his artifact a few times and was met with a number that was shocking, to say the least. Summit points. 3000 SP. Atticus was only shocked for a second before calming down instantly. What shocked him was the fact that he had literally just started the competition and yet he already had this many points. But considering everything he had gone through, he felt like it made sense. He did defeat an advanced rank and multiple other enemies. Reaching this conclusion, Atticus released a deep exhale, calming his mind as he pondered, how should I proceed? Since I have about 3000 points, it would make sense for me to unlock my elements, but that would be stupid. The note underneath that category had caught his attention. If he should unlock any element, its potency would be limited by his current restricted rank. There was no doubt about it, it would be incredibly useful, but Atticus didn't place as much importance on it as he placed on unlocking his mana core. To him, it was way more important. In the meantime, Atticus still decided to unlock at least one element. He pondered on it for a few seconds and ultimately decided to choose the one with a lot more versatility. Atticus closed his eyes, a surge of relief washing over him. Raising up his right hand, he suddenly felt his connection to the water element back, a bead of water materializing on top of his palm. Atticus let it swirl around his palm, moving up and down around his body. Atticus could feel that his connection to the water element, along with controlling and manipulating it, wasn't affected. The only thing affected was the amount of water he could control at once because of his limited rank. You unlocked your bloodline. Atticus's eyes opened to see Aurora looking at him curiously. She still looked a bit wary and down, but her curiosity couldn't lie. Not exactly, just the water element. Oh, so your bloodline was split and elements getting priced individually. Atticus nodded. What about you? Just the one, fire element. Priced at 820 SP, Aurora explained. I see. The bead of water came down from his body and floated on his palm, his mind swirling. His own fire element was priced at 1100, but it made sense because his bloodline level was higher than hers. Just as Atticus kept on thinking, a thought suddenly struck him. Without hesitation, he instantly asked frantically, Aurora, how long have I been out? Aurora was startled by Atticus's tone but still answered after a second, it's the morning of the second day, why? Atticus's gaze widened. He couldn't blame Aurora much. According to the rules, the subordinates of the leaders couldn't see rules he had seen, about the hunter and hunted tags. His hunter knew exactly where they were. Atticus's gaze narrowed into pinpricks, his eyes landing on the form of a red dot on Aurora's head. His actions were immediate. The world slowed as the air around him instantly became humid. Tiny drops of water began to form around his form. Atticus manipulated them with finesse, and as swiftly as lightning, they all converged in front of him, forming a wave. All of this happened in the span of 1 second. The sound of a powerful gun being shot was followed by the large wave of water surging forward. It reached Aurora in the next instant, sweeping her away from the trajectory of the attack, the massive bullet hitting the floor with force. Atticus's head suddenly snapped to the side with abruptness, a loud bang resounding in the next second as the wall behind where Atticus's head had been before was hit by an unknown projectile moving at fast speed, sending earth and debris flying in every direction. The layer of water that had protected the side of Atticus's face suddenly fell as he released his hold over it. Atticus's head snapped to the side, his gaze narrowing as he instantly found his target. Without missing a beat, Atticus moved. Aurora, straight ahead to your 10. Atticus's scream was immediately followed by him dashing through the forest in another direction. Aurora had long since gotten a grip on herself. Despite the wave of water enveloping her whole body, there was not a single inch of her that was wet. With one knee and hand on the ground, Aurora's mind spun, her head snapping towards the direction that Atticus had pointed out. Mana coalesced in Aurora's legs, the earth buckling as she shot forward. The long and massive form of a black sniper-like gun trembled as the hands of its wielder shook with intensity. The wielder, a boy with all the features of the Alvarian family member, took his gaze away from the scope, his eyes trembling as his teeth clattered. With his shaky body, he placed his hands on the earpiece on his right ear and spoke frantically. Luther, I fucking told you we should have just ignored the target. We failed and now he fucking found me. The boy spoke while simultaneously jumping down from the tree he had been situated on. Stop whining like a baby. I'm also being chased. I really thought we could get him. Just think about it, he had his powers restricted just like us. An exasperated voice responded from the other end of the call, followed by the bang sounds of gunshots. I'm whining like a baby. I'm whining like a baby. You can only run your mouth because you don't have the fucking white-haired monster chasing you. Ah, I shouldn't have listened to you. I should have just listened to my instincts instead, fuck. He kept on ranting while frantically running through the forest at his fastest speed, his gun fixed tightly at his back. Wait, why am I not hearing the sound of gunfire? Are you running away? Luther suddenly exclaimed. Are you fucking deaf or do you have nothing in your brains? I just literally said the white-haired monster, the same one who defeated the entirety of the second-year top 100 rankers in a second, is coming after me. So shut the fuck up. I should have been the leader instead of you. If I was, I wouldn't have made this idiotic decision. Zack turned his gaze backwards trying to see the distance between him and Atticus and was shocked to see that there was no one behind him. But he wasn't fooled, his steps never once paused as he increased his pace even more, his whole body straining. His heart pounding in his chest like a drum, he continued. Luther, I swear to God if he catches me and gives me a painful death, I will make you pay when we get back to the division. Where are you going? Zack's brain seemed to freeze, his earlier rapidly beating heart coming to an abrupt stop. His mouth was left wide open, his gaze frozen and fixed at his front. Ironically, despite all of this happening simultaneously, his steps never once stopped. He still kept on running at full speed. The words sounded cold, as chilling as ice. Many of the students, especially the ones from the non-leaders section, haven't heard Atticus speak in real life before, only through the recording. Zack had always thought Atticus sounded like the devil, but he had been thoroughly wrong. He didn't sound like the devil would sound persuasive, trying to convince and lure you into doing something terrible. But hearing him in reality now, Zack realized, he sounded like a reaper. Every single word sounded as though he was asking, nay, demanding for his life. Zack didn't want to turn backwards, but he knew he had to, though the thought of seeing the piercing blue eyes of Atticus was frightening, to say the least. Fortunately for him, he didn't have to. Before he could formulate his next move, a kick hit the left side of his face. Zack barely had the time to register the break in his left cheekbone, the crack that followed in his teeth, and the way the left side of his face deformed beneath the weight of the strike before his figure shot sideways, breaking through the sturdy trees in brutal thuds. But his torment wasn't over. A large body of water suddenly enveloped Zack's figure, which had been stopped by a large tree. Its edges were so smooth and firm it was clear that nothing was getting in and out of it easily. Parts of the water started turning crimson as the blood streaming out of Zack's mouth mixed in with the water. He opened his gaze shakily to see Atticus standing directly in front of him, staring at him with an icy gaze. I swear I'll get you for this, Luther. Zack's gaze became teary as he thought. That was the only thing he had time to think about before he used up the air he had left, both his arms gravitating to his neck as he started drowning. Atticus watched this scene play out with a cold gaze without uttering a word. This is the perfect time to confirm if the artifact will still protect us from death. Atticus had witnessed the Academy's cruelty multiple times already. They were literally using another race of people as live targets to train their youths. It was cruelty of the highest order. Atticus wouldn't be too surprised if they treated this completely as reality. He had to check to make sure. Moments passed and Zack had stopped struggling, his whole body having turned completely limp as he floated in the bubble of water, looking lifeless. His artifact suddenly lit up in a golden glow, enveloping Zack's form, and then he disappeared from the ball of water. Looks like we're still safe. Reaching this conclusion, Atticus quickly found and picked up the gun Zack had used to attack him and then turned and started heading back towards where he had sent Aurora. Atticus dashed through the forest at fast speed. When he and Aurora had gotten attacked, he had decided to leave the second person he spotted to her. Firstly, because he trusted her fighting abilities completely. He had sparred with Aurora a lot of times, and although she lost each one for obvious reasons, Atticus was certain about her battle capabilities. And secondly, because he couldn't go after two people at once. He wasn't too worried about the outcome of the battle, especially when she had mentioned that she took survival classes at the academy. And sure enough, Atticus saw a golden light illuminate the forest a few meters ahead of him. His figure sped up, reaching a small clearing. His gaze landed on Aurora standing in front of a small crater. "Did he give you any trouble?" Atticus asked as he reached Aurora's side. "No, he was pretty weak without his gun. As soon as I got close enough it was over." Aurora shook her head, turning to look at Atticus with a smile. "Stop showing off," Atticus teased with a small smile. A red flush ran from Aurora's neck, her face instantly turning crimson in embarrassment. Who's showing off? I was just stating the fact. PFTTT. Atticus broke into a fit of laughter, his mirth resounding across the forest. But he soon had to stop as he saw Aurora unsheathing a dagger from her back while looking at him murderously. Atticus awkwardly cleared his throat. "Let's go eat," he exclaimed before suddenly turning and instantly dashing away towards their cave. Aurora stared at him for a few seconds before shaking her head and following him closely behind. A man stood with both hands clasped behind his back while staring at the figure of a youth who was currently battling with 10 individuals simultaneously. This man had the features of the bone race with whitish skin and a completely bald head. However, just like the queen, Viviana Ocera, there was not a single bone jutting out of his body. The red marks tracing along his skin followed the same pattern as that of Viviana, and he had an aged white beard on his chin. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 2, the man radiated a sage-like aura reminiscent of an elderly sage. His gaze was fixated directly upon the ongoing battle. The youth, along with each of the 10 individuals he was currently battling with, exuded an aura of an expert rank. And yet, despite the fact that he was fighting them all at once, he seemed to be winning. He also shared the same features as the queen, Viviana, and was fighting the 10 expert rank individuals with an expressionless look on his face. Unlike his opponents, who were only either manipulating bones to form scythes and attack or increasing the density of bones in their bodies for a heavier or faster attack, the youth simply stood with both hands in his pockets. Just as any attack was about to hit him, a bone-like shield would suddenly materialize effortlessly, blocking the attacks, followed by a blunt bone materializing from below and hitting the attackers with brutal force. Despite the intensity of the battle, the youth didn't appear to have moved an inch from his position. A communication artifact inside the man observing the bottle's pocket suddenly vibrated, and he instantly reached for it. Seeing the name of the person calling, he couldn't help but let out a small sigh. He walked back a little bit and picked up the call, the artifact floating in front of him, and instantaneously the holographic image of what was undoubtedly the queen, Viviana, appeared in front of his face. "To what do I owe the pleasure, my queen?" the man offered a sarcastic bow. Viviana's face appeared impassive, not uttering a word for a few seconds before replying succinctly. "You know why I'm calling, father." A chuckle seemed to escape the man's mouth as he heard Viviana's words. "Oh, now I'm your father. Only when you need help, right? Father. Do not call me that again." The man's voice suddenly turned icy, interrupting Viviana's words. Maintaining his icy tone, he continued, "The only reason I gave you the position of family head and plotted for you to marry into the royal family was so that you could raise our family status back to its former glory. But despite decades having passed, you've done nothing. And you dare call me father." Many would have at the very least gone through a change of expression after hearing all this, especially from a man they call father, but Viviana's gaze remained expressionless and completely impassive. There was not a single change of expression on her face. Seeing as he didn't get a single reaction from her, the man closed his eyes, letting out a small sigh before muttering, "Of course, what did I expect? Are you going to help?" Viviana's neutral voice sounded at the next instant. Staring at her for a few seconds, he shook his head before responding, a small smile appearing on his lips. Of course I will. My grandson was murdered after all. Good. His emblem wasn't with him when they brought his body back. You'll receive an item that enables you to track it soon. In the meantime, this is his face. The communication artifact suddenly sounded before displaying a perfect image of Atticus, down to the last detail. With how advanced the technology of the world was, plus the perfect description Illa had given, achieving this much wasn't hard. The man stared at Atticus's image for a few seconds, and just as he was about to comment, a click sound sounded, followed by Viviana's image suddenly disappearing. The man gazed at the empty space where her image had been for a few seconds without saying anything. Then he shook his head, muttering under his breath, "Was it my seed that resulted in this? I truly doubt it." The man retrieved his communication artifact and gave the youth who had been fighting a stare. Immediately the youth met the man's stare. The air around him seemed to change as a staggering amount of large bones with blunt points suddenly materialized in the air all around him. In an abrupt motion, they each shot at supersonic speeds towards the forms of the men, catching each of them off guard and hitting each with brutal intensity. In an instant and with just one move, 10 expert rank individuals had been neutralized. With both of his hands fixed inside his pockets, the youth calmly approached the man standing a few meters from him. The figures of all the men he had been facing seconds ago were all writhing on the floor, multiple parts of their bodies swollen. Many of them couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, a single word passing through their heads: monster. There was no doubting it. If he had wanted to kill them, they would be dead. The youth ignored each one of them, not even sparing them a glance, and reached the man after a few seconds. "You look pissed, father. Who were you talking to?" The expressionless face of the youth crumbled, a smile appearing on his face as he inquired, noticing the man's angry aura. "No one you should worry about." The man's tone was dismissive. "How do you feel?" The youth's smile widened. "Sounds like you were talking to my lovely sister," he remarked in a sarcastic tone. Seeing the man's impassive stare, the youth released a chuckle before deciding to respond. "I feel okay. I've completely consolidated my power in the expert rank." Hearing this, a smile appeared on the man's face. "Walk with me." He suddenly turned and started walking towards the exit of the room. "What's wrong with him?" The youth showed a slightly puzzled expression before following soundlessly behind him. His father was acting weird today. The room they were currently in was incredibly large, and so were all the places pristine white. There were currently multiple equipments situated on different areas around the room. Although it wasn't as advanced, it was obvious that this was a training room. The door parted open as both the man and the youth approached, the duo walking out of the training room and into a hall. Every part of the building seemed to be made of bones, the walls and the ground smooth. "Spinius," the man suddenly called out. Hearing his name, the youth, Spinius, furrowed his eyebrows, turning to look at his father once again. He truly was acting weird. "Yes, father," he responded. "How old would you be this year?" the man asked. Spinius simply shook his head slightly. He was already tired of reacting to every weird thing his father did. He responded, 16. The smile on the man's face widened. "A 16-year-old expert rank, huh," he muttered under his breath, stroking his long beard as he kept on walking through the hallway. Before Spinius could ask what he had muttered, the man suddenly asked another confusing question. "Tell me, Spinius, when did I start training you?" "Immediately after my osiomancy. Unlike with the human race, where when a child reaches the appropriate age of 7, he or she would be locked up inside a room with high mana density and keep on doing this until he or she awakens their mana core, for the bone race, it was a different process to awaken. When the youths of the bone race reach the appropriate age, they each get locked inside a chamber located deep inside the Osark Palace. Said room was adorned with intricate bone carvings and symbols. In the middle of this room was a single skull whose aura, despite obviously being unalive, radiated an intense aura. That skull was the skull of the first ever Osark of the first generation bone race. Since his death, they had been using his skull to awaken the next generation youth. The ceremony was simple. Enter the room and place one hand on the skull, the rest was automatic. The purpose of this ceremony was to awaken the latent bone-related abilities. For the bone race, mana and their bone-like abilities were intrinsically linked. Awakening their bone-related abilities would awaken their marrow well located just beside their hearts, which was basically the mana core for the bone race. Of course, each one of them could awaken naturally when they reached the appropriate age, but this was done to fast-track everything, just like the human awakening ceremony. Do you know why I did that? The man inquired once again. Because of my talent. It was pretty obvious, Phineas responded to his question in a matter-of-fact tone. Yes, but why did I do that? Why did I decide to go out of my way to train you personally? His words seemed to make Phineas enter a deep thought. Why did he do that? He used to think it was because he saw his talent and was, well, his son, but hearing him now, it was obvious there was another, more personal reason for doing it. Seeing his son's confused expression, the man simply smiled and turned to face his front, reaching the end of the hall after a few seconds. The door parted open as he walked through. Phineas followed directly behind him, and the duo found themselves inside an elevator which carried them upwards. After a few moments, they both stood at the top of a balcony situated on the roof of a tall skyscraper-like building, looking downwards where the city sprawled out. Look at the city, son, tell me what you see. Phineas gazed at the city for a few seconds, his head coming up blank. Bones and people. He responded awkwardly. The man gave his son an intense side-eye that lasted for a few seconds, causing the latter to clear his throat in embarrassment. I should have thought of something better. You're half right. The man turned his gaze away from Phineas, looking back down. He continued, those bones down there are more than just skeletal structures. They are the essence of our people, our heritage, and our future. Each one of the people down there represents a member of the bone race, a legacy of strength and resilience passed down through generations. Long before the war with the humans, our Odyssey family were the sole rulers of the bone race, guiding our people with wisdom. But as the war with the humans came, our lineage was scattered and diminished. This allowed that accused lineage to take the power that was rightfully ours. But that doesn't mean our story ends here. No, far from it. It means that we have a duty, a responsibility, to rise once again to our former glory. To reclaim our rightful place as leaders of the bone race. The weight in the man's voice was palpable. Phineas couldn't help but stare at his father for a few seconds without saying anything. This was the first time he was seeing him this serious. But then, after a few seconds, his words seemed to register in his head. Their family had been the rulers of the bone race in the past. We were the rulers. Wait, doesn't that make me a prince? How come I'm just hearing of this now? Phineas asked with a baffled expression. Because you were not ready. And now I am. Spino's confusion just kept on increasing as his father spoke. What was different between now and then? He just couldn't understand this man today. The man turned, faced Phineas, and spoke, now, you have to be. Turning his gaze back to his front, he continued, your sister was the most talented youth to ever appear in her generation. I was absolutely elated when I found out about this, immediately putting her under intensive training. Do you know why? Seeing Phineas shaking his head, he continued, because I had seen a road, a path to realize our long-lost dream of regaining our power. A path to put our family back to its rightful place. And just for a fail-safe, I had her marry into the royal family. The man clenched his hand, his voice turning cold, but I would have never imagined your sister would be the biggest mistake I had ever made. Decades spent in the palace as the queen, and yet she has done nothing despite my persistent requests. Phineas could feel the anger coming out from his father's words, the pain. So I'm the replacement? The man broke into a small smile, in essence, yes. A small breeze blew through the area, making their clothes flutter. He continued, words could not begin to describe how happy I felt when I found out about your talent. I found the path that I had lost sight of, the path to put our family in its rightful place. The reason I went through all this trouble to train you is because of this. The man turned and locked his intense gaze with his son's. To make sure a repeat of what happened with that mistake doesn't occur again, I shall ask you directly. Are you willing? Hearing the man's question, Phineas entered a deep state of contemplation. Am I willing? If he had to be honest, he hadn't thought about what he wanted to do. He had started intensive training since his childhood due to his father's instructions, and that had basically become his life. He had never really thought about doing anything else. Phineas suddenly smiled, meeting his father's gaze. Although I've never mentioned it, and even if it was for your personal agenda, I'm thankful for everything you've done for me. The man had been strict when training him, but never once had he treated him badly or forced him to do anything. Even though he wanted to use him to achieve a goal, he still acted like a father. A frown appeared on the man's expression. Those words were the same thing one would say when they were about to give a rejection. Seeing the frown, Spinius chuckled. Calm down, father. Your heart is barely managing one disappointment, I doubt you can take another. Rubbing his hands together, he continued, I'm in. Where do we start? Ha ha ha, my boy, now, this is my seed. He placed his palm on Spinus' bald head, patting it a few times. Good, the man said before reaching for his communication artifact, clicking it a few times. Spinius suddenly felt something vibrate in his pocket. Upon grabbing and clicking it, an image of Atticus displayed in front of him. The man spoke before he could even ask. Who he is doesn't matter. What matters is the fact that he would be what we'll use to kickstart our journey. Spinius Ocera, a 16-year-old, defeated the same human who defeated Prince Zekern. This would be the highlight. Spinius stared at the image of Atticus intently for a few seconds before he spoke, so you simply want me to fight and win? Yes, I want you to win effortlessly, and this must be done in public, where our people will be watching. You will battle with him one-on-one. I see. A human, huh? Spinius muttered under his breath. This was the first time he was seeing a human. Seeing as Spinius focused on Atticus's image, the man continued. He was amongst the human youths sent here for some kind of training. His powers are currently being restricted to the intermediate plus rank, but that might have changed when you meet him. Seeing Spinus' somewhat shocked expression, the man nodded in approval. Yes, he defeated Zekern while still being in the intermediate plus rank. His father's confirmation made Spinius raise an eyebrow in shock. Jumping sublevels was completely different from jumping ranks. Each rank increase brings about a qualitative change to the composition of said individual. But not only had this human done this, he had jumped a rank in one sub-level. I only mentioned this so you'll be careful. But regardless, you'll most definitely be fine. Your talent and fighting prowess are nearing those of the apexes of the other races. Apex, Spinius muttered under his breath. His father had already told him about the title Apex, the greatest geniuses of each race. Spinius clenched his fist, raising it up. I want that title. He had never really thought about his future, but if there was one thing he knew, the word Apex kept resonating within him, making his heart tremble. He wanted that title. The man smiled seeing his son's determined expression. After a few seconds of talking and after informing Spinius about receiving the tracking device later on, Spinius retreated back inside the building, leaving the man standing on the roof. The man turned his gaze towards the large skull in the center of the city, his gaze turning icy as he spoke. I shall reclaim what is rightfully ours and raise the family back to its original position. I, Vertebria Ocera, swear on my name. The man, Vertebria, hit his fist on his chest, the sound of hardness meeting hardness resounding across the area. After easily eliminating the Alvarian duo, Atticus and Aurora made their way back to their cave. They both moved at fast speed, deftly navigating the forest and reaching the cave after a few seconds. They hadn't chased the guys too far into the forest, enabling them to get back early. A sigh escaped Aurora's lips as she saw the destroyed campfire that she had painstakingly built. You couldn't have been more careful. She shot Atticus an intense stare. I should have been more careful and allowed your brains get blown to bits. HMPH. I was going to dodge that shot, Aurora claimed, approaching the destroyed campfire. Sure, Aurora, sure. Whatever makes you sleep at night. You don't believe. Aurora turned and gave Atticus another intense look, causing him to raise his hand in acknowledgement and walk over to the wall he had been laying on before, taking his seat and resting his back against the wall. Do you even know how to cook? Atticus asked as he closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. The intense headache he had woken up with was still racking his head, and he planned on taking a very good rest to make sure he recovered fully. More than you can ever achieve in your life. Atticus chuckled slightly at Aurora's spiteful answer and didn't say anything again, taking in deep breaths and calming his mind. He could feel his will was still incredibly low, and he needed time to recover it. A thought suddenly passed through his head, and he clicked on his artifact to confirm. Summit points. 2,510 summit points. So I received 500 points from killing my hunter, would I receive the same for targets? Hey, how many points did you get from killing that dude? Aurora clicked her tongue irritably, dropping the body of the beast. She clicked on her artifact and responded. 500. Now leave me alone to cook. Atticus ignored her rude response, his mind swirling. So, 500 points for each kill. I'll need 3 more to get enough for what I want. Considering Aurora, that's 3 more hunts, Atticus planned. We've taken care of our hunters, so we should be free for the next 24 hours. After eating and recovering my strength, we'll start hunting. Atticus clicked on his artifact a few more times, a holographic image of a map getting displayed in front of him. A few miles west, that should take us less than 30 minutes to reach. Coming to this conclusion, Atticus navigated to the miscellaneous section of the summit store in search of something, and after a few seconds, he found what he was looking for. Will Renewer Potion 700 summit points. I actually expected it to be more expensive. Atticus could still remembered how much he had bought the Will Renewal Potion back at the Raven Camp and even the Academy. Since I don't have my full power, it'll come in very useful, but I'll prioritize unlocking my mana core first, later. Atticus closed his artifact and decided to get his much-needed rest. He still decided to occasionally check the location of his target in case they were moving, ensuring they didn't stray too far from his current location. Atticus had no idea about their identities, nor their gender, nor did he care in the first place. Despite taking care of his hunters for the day, he remained alert, paying close attention to his surroundings. Anything could happen at any time. Only the sound of Aurora moving around and sizzling the meat, along with the crackling of fire, filled the cave. After a while, Atticus's gaze suddenly snapped open, one eyebrow raised as he looked at the steamy stick meat in front of him. Take it before I shove it down your throat. Atticus didn't need to be told twice, he swiftly grabbed the bottom of the stick, giving it a good stare. It looked just like stick meat from Earth. Aurora had diced the meat, adding some veggies along with spices that Atticus could only wonder where she had gotten them from. But in all seriousness, it looked and smelled delicious. Atticus turned his gaze towards Aurora, who was staring at him without saying anything, seemingly waiting for him to take a bite. Is it poison-free? Atticus asked, immediately clearing his throat as he saw her eyes narrowing. Bringing it close, Atticus took a bite. An explosion of taste rocked the insides of his mouth, his eyes widening as he instantly took another bite and then another until he finished the whole thing. Atticus turned his gaze upwards and saw the slightly worried expression on Aurora's face. How was it? She inquired. Atticus was baffled by her reaction. Are you pretending or what? This is one of the best things I've had in a long while. I want more. Spotting more pieces arranged by the fire, Atticus stood up and instantly went after them. Aurora's worried expression broke into a radiant smile hearing Atticus' compliment. She quickly cleared her throat and regained her composure. HMPH, at least you have good taste. Yeah, Atticus ignored her and started wolfing down the remainder of the meat. Aurora glanced at Atticus by the fire and saw him eating all the meat, her eyes widened. Hey, I've not eaten yet. She instantly rushed over before Atticus could finish everything. After eating their fill, Aurora packed some of the stick meat and kept it inside one of the space storage compartments for next time, much to Atticus' dissatisfaction. If he could have his way, he would have eaten everything right there and then. After getting enough rest, they both set off, leaving the cave and running at fast speed through the forest while following the map leading them towards their hunts for the day. Atticus noted that his targets had moved further from their earlier positions, but it was still a manageable distance. 7 miles northwest. That should take less than 30 minutes running at a moderate pace. Strictly following the map, after more or less 23 minutes, they both crossed the distance. Atticus raised his right arm to stop their advance when he saw that they were only a small distance away from their targets. During the journey, they had encountered beasts along the way, but they had both completely ignored them. Aside from beasts, they hadn't encountered any humans or members of the bone race. The latter was completely to Atticus' satisfaction. Gesturing towards a nearby tree, Aurora nodded in understanding, and both their figures shot forward, climbing and reaching the top of the tall tree in a few seconds. As silent as panthers, they both jumped from tree branch to tree branch towards their intended destination. Atticus couldn't help but subtly steal glances at Aurora, who had been keeping up with him. She's been training this hard, huh? He couldn't help but offer praise to her. It was one thing to feel her improved aura, and it was another to actually see her improvements in action. The youth she had easily taken care of had been a third year. Although the Alvrians were not a warrior family, it was still a big achievement considering the fact that they both had their bloodline locked. Aurora's movements were swift and without hesitation, effortless and fast. He couldn't help but see glimpses of the past where she had been revered as a genius at the Raven camp. While he wasn't running at full speed, it was still a significant speed. A small smile appeared on Atticus' face. I should spend more time with her. Making sure she didn't catch him, Atticus focused his gaze back on his front, increasing his pace a little bit. Aurora, of course, kept up with him easily, and after a few moments, they both abruptly stopped on top of a branch. Aurora, who had stopped because of Atticus, turned her gaze to see him looking in a particular direction. Following his gaze, Aurora was met with what she would like to believe was their target. Two Nebulon family second-year youths were currently engaged in a heated argument. I think we should still go after them. We don't have a choice anyway. The one who had just spoken was dressed in a simple purple robe. He had his hand crossed while resting on a tree. Didn't you see who our target was? The second youth exclaimed. Arlo. The first youth replied calmly. Yes, Arlo, our first ranker. Is he that strong though? I mean, his bloodline is restricted, right? What the hell are you talking about? Can I shoot? Aurora whispered silently. Atticus turned and saw that she had already brought out one of the snipers they seized from the Alvarians that attacked them earlier. Atticus had given her two of the space storages he had picked up, along with some weapons in Zekern's space storage just in case. Aurora locked eyes with Atticus while showing her puppy eyes and holding up the gun. Atticus chuckled while shaking his head. He gestured for her to go ahead, enabling Aurora's lips to curl up into a radiant smile. Aurora searched for a slightly lower, flatter, and sturdier branch and jumped on it, lying down and setting up the gun. Seeing Aurora getting ready, Atticus also focused his gaze on the two youths. You can have the one shouting, I'll take the one resting on the tree, Atticus whispered. Aurora nodded, her focus undisturbed as she looked through the scope of the massive sniper-like gun, her gaze fixated on the head of one person. Gazing at his target, Atticus's mind swirled. On his way here, he had been thinking of different ways in which he could utilize the water element effectively, especially now when he was restricted to only using it until further notice. Atticus's water element bloodline gave him control over water in its entirety. On his way here, something had struck Atticus. Water was quite literally everywhere. It was in the human body, in the air, in the earth, grass, leaves, and most importantly, in the trees. He had been too fixated on creating water from just the air and had overlooked everything else. Atticus couldn't control the water of a person remotely, he had tried and had failed miserably. This led his mind to consider multiple reasons why and, in turn, a solution. To control the water inside another living organism, be it humanoid or trees, for now at least, he needed to make contact. Atticus suddenly placed his right hand palm on the tree he was standing on, his body radiating an aura of intense focus. Breathing in and out, Atticus felt the flow of water in the tree. As Atticus reached that conclusion, he made a major discovery that seemed logical upon reflection. The tree he was standing on, and every other tree in the forest, were connected. This simply meant that if he made contact with one tree, he was basically making contact with the other trees. Atticus traced the flow of water, imagining it coursing through the tree's roots and up its sturdy trunk. With each passing second, he followed its path, following its movement across the earth and connecting with other trees in the area. Atticus directed his focus towards the direction of the tree the Nebulon youth was resting on, tracing the flow until he reached the tree. As I keep on saying, we don't have a choice. We have no points, haven't gotten anything from the store yet. If we fail this, we'd lose a limb, the youth resting in the tree said. But the other youth wasn't convinced in the least. He was the leader and thus knew Arlo better than his subordinate. Our best bet would be to wait for our hunters to attack us, but who knows, the leader might be an even bigger coward than Joachim. Before the youth could finish his speech, he suddenly felt water dripping on his head. The loud and intense bang rocked the forest, followed by a radiant golden light that illuminated the area, enveloping the second youth. Before the first youth could formulate his next move, a wave of water suddenly burst out from the tree he was resting on, enveloping the youth's body in an instant. The youth tussled and struggled, trying his best to escape from the water enveloping him, but it was all to no avail. After a few moments, he used up the air he had in his lungs, both his arms on his neck as he started drowning. The youth stared at the location where his companion had been before, only one thought appearing in his head. Lucky bastard. After a few intense moments, a golden light suddenly illuminated the whole area from the ball of water close to the tree, and in the next instance, the figure of the Nebulon youth disappeared from the area. Atticus's gaze flickered open, taking away his palm from the tree. He pondered the feeling he had experienced earlier. As he connected with the flow of water passing through each tree's roots, it was as though his reach kept extending farther. This has huge potential, Atticus noted, envisioning himself being able to control and utilize water from every angle and for large distances. But it still needs work. It takes too long and requires a lot of focus to use. I won't have that luxury in battle, he realized. Atticus's guard had been raised to the maximum as he encountered the bone race. Reading the rules only served to make him even more alert. The fact that the academy specified that we would be treated like fugitives means that there should be some kind of society, an advanced one. He recalled the artillery and other equipment he had seen in their camp. Which means they would have stronger and more organized warriors, probably with better equipment, he deduced. Atticus wanted to be ready for any enemies that would come his way, and to do that, he had to gather points and recover his power as soon as possible. His gaze turned towards the tree whose water he had just used. It already looked dried out, as though its life force was sucked out of it. Pondering for a second, Atticus focused and manipulated the water to merge and enter the tree. Unfortunately, a few seconds passed with no progress or signs of it returning to its original state. Looks like there's no going back once I use the water. I'll have to be careful, he concluded. Releasing his hold on the water, its large size splashed on the earth. He turned his gaze back just in time to see Aurora jumping back on the branch he was standing on. What was that? You controlled the water in the tree. Aurora was thoroughly fascinated. It was the first time she had seen the water element used in such a way. Yeah, Atticus nodded. It's something new that I'm still trying to figure out. Damn, you can use this on any tree and at a distance. That's op as hell, Aurora exclaimed. Atticus chuckled at Aurora's exaggerated reaction. I guess you could say that. It still needs a lot of practice though. Aurora sighed. So I guess you'll be awkwardly touching trees as we move now. Training freak, she teased. Atticus burst into laughter at Aurora's jab. He couldn't count the number of times she had called him a training freak. He calmed down after a few seconds and suddenly recalled something. You should have enough points to unlock your bloodline now, right? Oh right, yes. Aurora raised her artifact, clicking it a few times, then closed her eyes. Raising up her palm, a ball of fire suddenly materialized on top of it. Aurora opened her eyes immediately, pointing her palm forward. The small flicker of fire suddenly raged, an intense amount of fire bursting out of her palm. Yes, we know you can control fire, Atticus rolled his eyes. Aurora's body flinched as she heard Atticus's comment, but in the next second, she shook her head, deciding to completely ignore him. Although its potency and strength had been reduced to the intermediate plus rank, she was happy her bloodline was finally back. Going on more than 24 hours without her bloodline was hell. Seeing Aurora's happy mood, Atticus smiled. What a heartfelt reunion. We might not have any targets today, but we can't stand in the open like this. Also, stop lighting fire around. Are you trying to attract the whole world? Hearing Atticus, the raging fire abruptly stopped, the sound of an audibly awkward clearing of throat sounding. She had been too happy about her powers that she briefly forgot where they were. Giving her a wry smile, they both turned and started heading back to their cave. They had to wait until tomorrow before they received new targets. Deep inside the forest, a battle was unfolding. A boy with undoubtedly all the characteristics of the Enigmom family members was currently engaged in an intense battle with 8 different individuals. Each of these individuals was donned in a sleek purple suit, but unlike those Atticus had fought, these men had no helmets on, their bald white heads on full display, and were equipped with traditional bladed weapons instead of guns. They each radiated an aura of advanced rank. The Enigmom youth, who was undoubtedly Zezizius Enigmom, was covered in a gray translucent glow as he moved through their ranks with speed and swiftness that most definitely surpassed that of an intermediate plus rank. His movements were swift, and his every attack was precise and well thought out. It seemed as though he knew exactly where each of the assailants would be before they had even moved. Wielding a pair of chakrams on both his arms, he effortlessly cut down each of the assailants, their necks getting sliced, a fountain of blood drenching the earth. After a few moments, the figures of all the assailants hit the earth with brutal thuds, the area descending into silence. Zezizius gazed at their figures on the floor with a cold look. The bone race, huh? The sound of a branch getting snapped brought him out of his thoughts as the gray translucent glow covering his body receded, returning his figure back to normal. Turning his gaze towards where the sound had come from, he was met with the wary and demotivated look of a youth approaching him. The second youth was undoubtedly also an enigmom and bowed slightly upon reaching Zezizius. How was it, young master? The youth asked in a tired and demoralizing tone. Zezizius turned his gaze towards the dead assailants on the floor before responding. The restriction affected aerokinesis somewhat, its power was lowered. At the very least, multiple advance rank shouldn't pose a problem. The second youth raised his head from his bow, but according to your assessments, more would be needed. Yes, in order to be fully prepared for all possible scenarios, Zezizius couldn't help but replay the devastating scene of Atticus defeating the 100 rankers of the second year in an instant. He had planned a more easier and straightforward way of showing him his place, but after witnessing that scene, his plans changed completely. What about the alliance, young master? The youth asked. We need to regain our strength before we start meeting up. The only reason they listened to my request was because we had a common enemy and I was able to convince them that we would need each other. Any slight show of weakness in an alliance as fickle as this would be foolish. Seeing the youth nod, he continued. Any sign of our hunters? Zezizius asked. No, young master, nothing yet. They might have chosen not to come after us when they saw who we were. Perhaps. Regardless, I need enough points to fully unlock my bloodline. Let's shift our strategy and go after the bone race warriors. Despite the fact that Zezizius had all his bloodline abilities restricted, an enigmom was still an enigmom. Their intelligence was deeply rooted into their beings. Just like Atticus, Zezizius was also able to utilize aerokinesis. Seeing the youth nod, Zezizius clicked on his artifact and navigated to his locked bloodline section, his eyes looking through each of his bloodline abilities, divided and given individual prices. With swift movements, he chose the ability, Enhanced Intelligence, and instantly paid for it. Zezizius's gaze seemed to take on a low glow as he felt his mind working at a fast speed incomparable to seconds before. Should do for now, Zezizius muttered under his breath. After which he gestured to the bodies of the assailants he had just killed. After rummaging through their bodies, they both shot into the forest to begin their hunt. At another location, miles away from where Zezizius had just left, the sun was unusually bright and incredibly hot, its scorching rays shining down on one area. It was so hot and scorching that the trees and leaves showed signs of wilting as though they were seconds away from catching fire. This whole scene was visible. The sun shining down on that area was so incredibly bright that it was basically impossible to miss even for miles away. Considering the fact that the ongoing competition was about hunting, this was a foolish move, but this individual didn't seem to care. In the middle of this scene, resting his back on a tree, his arms folded, and his eyes closed was the figure of Gerald Stellaris, Seraphin's elder brother. His body was emitting a low glow as he attracted the sun rays towards him on the ground. Just a few meters away from him was a girl who also had all the features of the Stellaris family. It was as though Gerald was trying to call out to someone as the current scene was akin to a beacon. And truly, this was his exact reason. Miles away from this position, two figures with vibrant orange hair blazed through the forest at fast speed. The both of the youths had all the characteristics of the Stellaris family with a radiant gem embedded in both their foreheads. At the forefront of the duo was the figure of Seraphin, who currently had a huge grin on his face as he stared at the sun shining like a beacon far away from him as though he was anticipating something. Just running behind him was another first-year student from the Stellaris family. Unlike Seraphin, this youth was burly and had a large physique. As they both laid eyes on the beacon, with an abrupt motion, their figures blazed faster, leaving orange afterimages in their wake. At another location inside the forest, the gazes of two youths narrowed as they saw the bright beacon far away from their positions. The both of them had large ears with intricate markings on top of them, along with a large headset covering their ears. A touch of greenish hair adorned their heads. With a small smile on his face, one of the youths, who was undoubtedly the figure of Sonorous Resonera, the Resonera third year who had been with Gerald when the latter had fought Atticus because of Seraphine, turned his gaze upwards and faced the direction of the beacon. Is that what you were waiting for, young master? The second Resonera youth suddenly inquired from behind, causing Sonris's smile to widen. This should be fun. Without offering a single response, Sonris muttered under his breath before his artifact lit up in a low glow, his figure shooting forward toward the beacon. The second youth let out a small sigh before also following behind him. All around the forest, a multitude of students saw the beacon from a far distance away. There were three prominent reactions. Some knew exactly what it was and had been expecting it, immediately setting out towards the beacon. Some had no idea what it was but made the stupid mistake of deciding to check out what it was. While the majority of youths completely steered clear of the area. They were smart enough to figure out that something was going on in that area and had no intention of getting caught up in it. Amongst these reactions, Atticus and Aurora were amongst the latter. While he was confident of taking care of the students, Atticus was still intensely wary of the bone race. It could be a trap, and he had no intention of walking into it because of confidence. And just like that, the day passed. At this point in time, the whole forest was filled with warriors of the bone race roaming about the forest. The day that the academy had given to them that had been specified in the rules had long since passed, and they had actively started hunting the students. At first, Atticus wanted to completely avoid any kind of altercation with them. He had undoubtedly killed an important figure, and considering the fact that he had used said person's body to escape, they knew exactly who killed him. Atticus wouldn't be surprised if they were actively searching for him. He had been avoiding any contact with them because he felt it was too much of a risk. But now, it was getting increasingly harder every day, and it reached a point where he couldn't avoid them anymore. After days of trying his very best to completely avoid confrontations with them, Atticus reached a point where it didn't seem possible anymore. The bone race warriors had basically swarmed the forest. Every now and then, it was very common to see a group of individuals in purple futuristic suits, heavily armed and on the lookout for any of the students. Atticus and Aurora would find some kind of hiding space immediately after sighting any group, and after observing each group when they met, Atticus had discovered something odd. Every single one of the warriors was in the advanced rank. There was not even a single one that was lower or higher amongst them. This led Atticus to make some assumptions about the situation. Considering the fact that the academy restricted the bone race from attacking us for one day, it should be fair to assume that there are other restrictions too. Atticus's mind swirled as he and Aurora jumped silently from one tree branch to another. They had adopted this method of movement because of the large number of patrolling bone race warriors on the ground. It was easier for them to avoid them this way. I wouldn't be too surprised if the academy had placed some restrictions on them that enable them to only send a particular rank of people after us for a time period. Atticus thought this was a reasonable assumption. If the whole society of the bone race was here, then they were sure to have at the very least a grandmaster rank individual. If they were to send such a person after them, there was no argument, they were each thoroughly screwed. Every single one of them. Atticus suddenly stopped and raised his right arm upwards, his fist clenched, causing Aurora, who had been following him, to also stop. Atticus turned to look at Aurora, placing a finger on his mouth, and used his head to gesture downward where a group of individuals donned in purple suits were roaming about. Aurora nodded her head, her gaze serious and filled with determination. Before they had both set out to hunt the bone race warriors, Atticus and Aurora had had a little talk. Back in the caves, a few moments ago. Aurora, have you killed before? Seeing the serious expression on Atticus's face, Aurora, who had wanted to give a witty response, froze. She knew he was being serious. Aurora silently shook her head as she instinctively started playing with her fingers. Atticus maintained his serious expression, ignoring her obvious nervousness and continued, "What's your view on killing?" I don't know." Atticus maintained his stare on Aurora, not saying anything for a few seconds. "That won't do, Aurora. You have to firm your mind from now so it won't be a problem later. The bone race are currently treating us as fugitives and I'm sure you already know, but they don't have any protection against death. When they die for real. You can make excuses, say that they are a different race of people, but at the end of the day, they are still living beings, people. People with cultures, with aspirations, with families." Atticus fixed his gaze on Aurora, who had turned to face downwards, unable to meet his gaze. It was very obvious she was uncomfortable with the topic. But he couldn't blame her, she was still a child. The other tiered families made sure to train their heirs to be accustomed to killing, but Aurora had been different. She had only trained and had never taken a life. Hesitation during battlefield was deadly, and Atticus didn't want someone he cared about to make that kind of stupid mistake. Atticus closed the distance and suddenly held her hand, causing her to look up and meet his gaze. Atticus flashed a small smile. When you kill, you're ending the life of someone with all of these things. You shouldn't make any excuses, it's pathetic. What you should do is accept it. Accept that you did this and also accept the consequences for doing it. I'm not going to force you to kill. It's entirely up to you. But unfortunately, the world we live in is cruel. In order to survive, you're going to have to do it sooner than later. Atticus felt Aurora's hand clench around his before she closed her eyes and took in a deep breath as though stealing her mind. She knew well enough that this day would come, the day she would have to kill for real. No protection measure would activate, nothing. Thinking about the implications and how devastated she felt when her father died, it was truly nerve-wracking. But it's necessary. Aurora steeled her mind, turning her gaze upwards, she gave Atticus a determined nod. Seeing Aurora was ready, Atticus turned his gaze back towards the group of men. There were 8 in number, all advanced rank. Atticus pointed to one of the men before pointing to Aurora, mouthing, he's all yours. Aurora fixed her serious gaze on the person Atticus had just pointed to, her figure in a crouched position. And as Atticus gave the signal, a burst of fire erupted from her feet, her body shooting forward and reaching the body of the man Atticus had just pointed to. Aurora's movement hadn't been subtle, not even close. As soon as the blast resounded, each of the men shot their gazes towards the direction it came from, but it was too late. Aurora unleashed a punch, her fist coated in a raging storm of scorching fire as it blazed through the air, appearing inches away from her target's face. The man only had time for both his arms to shoot up and form a cross before the punch landed with explosive force. The man felt his arms buckle against the overwhelming force of the punch due to his abrupt block. The force of the punch shot his arms backwards and hit his head, sending him flying away into the distance. Aurora instantly followed up. The fire beneath her feet exploded, her figure closing the distance once more. Aurora's legs swirled in the air, leaving a trail of scorching fire in her wake. Her right leg, enveloped in blistering fire, appeared in front of the man's face. The man's expression was the personification of shock. To think this petite girl could pack so much punch. But regardless, at the end of the day, he was an advanced rank individual. His armor suddenly lit up in a low glow, a translucent purple shield forming on his right hand. He ignored the numbness in his arms, his right arm shooting sideways towards the trajectory of the kick. But he would have never expected what happened next to happen. The flames enveloping Aurora's legs suddenly raged, their forms erupting like a fiery storm that threatened to envelop the whole of the man's body. The man's eyes widened, the glow on his armor increasing in intensity as a shield suddenly appeared in his second arm. Both shields suddenly morphed together in front of him, shielding his face from the fire. The fire enveloped his whole body, an incredibly amount of heat racking him. After a few seconds, the fire cleared, a bit of smoke covering the scene and obscuring his view. Intending on retaliating, the man's shield suddenly separated. It was just a tiny gap, a very small gap, but that had been exactly what Aurora had been after. A blazing dagger shot through the gap between the shields, its form piercing and lodging itself into the man's exposed throat. The man's gaze widened in absolute shock. A fountain of blood erupted from the man's mouth, his hands moving toward the blade, instinctively trying to stop the blood streaming out of his wounded neck. His legs shook, both of them buckling, unable to support his weight any longer. He fell on his knees, his eyes fixed directly on the inflictor of his pain. His mouth moved as though he was trying to say something, but only unintelligible sounds came out. Aurora's figure stood directly in front of the man, her blazing red eyes flickering as she fixed her gaze on the man dying in front of her. Both her hands were clenched, one gripping a dagger tightly. Although the battle had been short, Aurora's body was drenched with sweat. Her heart was beating fast, her body subtly trembling. Aurora's breathing was ragged as she breathed in and out as though she had just run a marathon. She met the man's gaze, seeing the tear that fell from the side of his eye. Aurora clenched her dagger tightly, raising it up. Her hand trembled with intensity as she inched closer and closer to the man. Atticus is right, it's necessary, Aurora steeled her mindset as she stopped shaking. With an abrupt motion, the dagger moved, the bald head of the man falling on the earth. Blood erupted from his neck, drenching Aurora's body. Aurora stood there for a few seconds, taking in deep breaths and trying to get herself together. After which she turned her gaze backwards, suddenly meeting Atticus's gaze. Spirals of water whipped around his figure, the earth around him drenched with crimson blood. Every single one of the remaining 7 members lay around him, their bodies cut up into pieces and lifeless. And yet, despite this brutal scene, there was not a single drop of blood on Atticus. They both maintained their stare at each other, neither uttering a single word nor moving. After a few seconds, Atticus finally moved. With a small sigh, he approached Aurora and enveloped her body with water, cleaning away the blood that had spilled on her. Throughout the process, Atticus didn't say a single word. After thoroughly cleaning her up, Atticus then spoke up. "We need to move." Aurora nodded gently in response, not saying a word. Atticus chose one of their storage spaces and placed each of the warriors' bodies inside after taking what they needed from them. After which, Atticus cleaned up the whole scene with his water element. Seeing that the area was all cleaned up, they both left the scene, with Atticus intending to look for another target. The whole Colosseum cheered loudly as they witnessed the battles happening on the screens. Despite more than 2 days having passed for Atticus and the other students, that wasn't the case for the students and academy staff watching the unfolding battle. In fact, in real time, it hadn't even been up to 3 hours yet. The academy had gone through a lot of efforts to ensure the academy grounds as a whole were under their complete control. The entirety of the academy was laced and filled with runes. For this competition, the academy had altered the time of the summit location, making time move faster there than in the outside world. In fact, the screens they were each watching weren't live, the AI would automatically filter any scene that wasn't important, displaying only fighting scenes or anything it deemed important to show. The students had just watched Atticus and Aurora easily take care of the advanced rank warriors and were cheering loudly. At this point in time, many battles were happening simultaneously, unlike the first time where Atticus had been the only one battling. Many were focused on the first years who had displayed very impressive feats along with some other powerful second and third years. On one screen was Gerald with Seraphin along with many others who were currently discussing. On another screen was the figure of Kale's massive form effortlessly breaking through the ranks of the Bone Race warriors, decimating everything in his path. On another screen was the perfect form of Zoe who had a purple translucent giant form of a dragon's head suspended behind her back, spewing out raging purple flames and turning her enemies to cinders. On another screen was the perfectly synchronized forms of Ember and Orion, the former with a spear and the latter with 2 pairs of sabers, moving deftly through their ranks and effortlessly cutting down the Bone Race warriors. However, despite all of this, most still kept a close eye on Atticus' screen, hoping and already anticipating the battle that is to come. They didn't have to be a genius to figure out why Gerald and the rest of the other students were meeting up. The booth with all the instructors maintained its quietness with only the sound of Jared's annoyingly loud chewing echoing across the room. Isabella's gaze was fixed on Atticus' screen, a small smile playing on her lips as she watched both Atticus and Aurora deftly navigate through the forest, defeating the warriors of the Bone Race easily. Upon seeing the direction Atticus was heading, the smile on her face was instantly replaced with a frown. "So it's about time, huh? It's about to get harder. Good luck." Atticus and Aurora moved deftly and swiftly from branch to branch. Despite more than 10 minutes having passed since they had fought and killed the Bone Race warriors, neither of them had uttered a single word to each other, an unusual silence enveloping the scene. Aurora's expression appeared impassive, as though she was normal, but her gaze couldn't lie. Her eyes were unfocused, as if she was completely lost in thought. Atticus, of course, noticed all these things, but he still decided not to say anything. Aurora had killed someone, and considering the current situation of the planet, she would do it again. I can't be there every time to hold her hand, she has to get through this by herself, he thought. It was the best situation to train her. Better here than in the battlefield when her life would be at stake. Atticus clicked on his device, a holographic image of a map appearing in front of him. He glanced at the map without slowing his steps. The target's pretty far, Atticus noted as he looked at the map leading them towards their next target. Atticus navigated out of the map section and checked his points. Summit points. 3,860 SP. Just a little more, he thought. Atticus was very close to having enough summit points to unlock his mana core, which was priced at 4,000 SP. Today was the 4th day since the summit began, and Atticus had hunted a total of 3 teams and, considering Aurora was with him, 3 people. He had also noted that killing the Bone Race warriors only gave him about 50 summit points, which was incredibly low considering the risk. They want us to be more focused on hunting each other, he concluded. Atticus had wanted to continue his hunt on the Bone Race warriors, but he had noticed from the map that their next hunt target had abruptly started moving at fast speed towards a certain direction. He had immediately decided to follow. Atticus had many assumptions about what had happened, and he hoped to the heavens that he was wrong, but that wasn't his priority now. His priority was getting to his target and killing him, her as fast as possible. He had no intention of losing any of his abilities as a penalty. They both moved fast and quietly, and after a few long moments of silence, Atticus abruptly stopped on one tree branch, his gaze scanning the area. A bubble of water had immediately enveloped Aurora as he stopped. Atticus had considered the fact that she was too unfocused and wouldn't be able to stop in time and as quietly. And as it turned out, it had been the right choice. Scanning the area, Atticus couldn't help but frown. The number of Bone Race warriors patrolling had tripled, and with his keen perception, Atticus could sight the forms of what was undoubtedly watchtowers far ahead. Now each of the warriors was mixed between warriors holding guns with helmets and ones with traditional weapons without helmets. I really hope I'm wrong, Atticus thought worriedly. Atticus turned back and fixed his gaze on Aurora inside the bubble of water. He gave her an intense stare. Aurora, who saw it, shook her head slightly, her gaze becoming focused. She knew that look. Atticus didn't have to say anything. Seeing that he had gotten Aurora's attention, Atticus brought her close to him and released her from the bubble of water, gesturing to the area around them. As she saw the number of patrolling warriors, Aurora became even more serious, taking in a deep exhale to bring herself together. Now wasn't the time to brood. Atticus moved his hand akin to sign language, mouthing, "Follow my every move," causing Aurora to nod in response. Atticus checked his map again to make sure, then turned his gaze back towards the direction of their target. They were currently at the foot of a hill, and according to the map, they had to climb and get to the top, through a swarm of patrolling troops. Atticus took in a deep breath, his mind spinning. There were simply too many eyes in the area. If it had only been him, it would have been hard, but he wouldn't have been so worried. But he wasn't the only one. Atticus pointed his hand downwards, the air around it becoming humid until a stream of water formed. He made sure it was very close to the tree they were on and slowly sent it downwards towards the earth. Reaching the earth, Atticus manipulated it and gathered as much earth as possible inside the water, dyeing the water brown. After a few seconds, and seeing that it was more or less the same color as the brown trees, Atticus controlled the water back up. Atticus bent and told Aurora to get on his back, giving her another intense stare to silence her inevitable complaints. As she got on, Atticus immediately enveloped both himself and Aurora in the brownish water. It wasn't perfect, but it acted somewhat like camouflage. Silent as a phantom, Atticus's figure, covered in water, streamed from one branch to another. His perception was operating at full throttle, his senses completely focused on each of the patrollers, making sure to avoid their eyes. This makeshift camouflage had simply been an additional security measure, just in case his senses failed to detect any one of the warriors. After a few moments of careful and calculated maneuvering, Atticus finally reached about 100 meters from the watchtowers. There were 3 in number, positioned on the right, middle, and left side at the top of the hill. Reaching here, Atticus became even more careful and alert. The watchtowers were different from the one he had seen earlier at their makeshift camp. They were completely white, and with one look, Atticus could tell that they were made with smooth bones. They weren't open at the top like the last one, and Atticus couldn't see what was inside. But he instinctively knew that they were advanced, just like the one they had brought back at their division camp. I should change tactics just in case, he thought. He had no idea about their scope and preferred to be more careful. Inside the bubble of water, Atticus channeled his mana and brought out 2 sets of purple armor that he had taken from the first Bone Race soldiers he had killed. Dropping Aurora, Atticus gave her a set. She nodded and instantly wore it. After a few moments, the duo was fully clad in sleek purple suits. They were both fully donned in the purple suits along with their helmets. Atticus also brought out 2 guns and gave them to her. Seeing how small Aurora was in the suit, with it being oversized, Atticus focused on the water element and let it stream inside the suit, buffing it up and making it fuller. In the next second, what was once a 5 feet 4 feet girl turned into 6 feet 1. With the water still enveloping them both, Aurora got on his back once again, and Atticus moved back a few meters, putting enough distance from the towers, and started searching for groups of patrolling soldiers, all wearing full sets of armor. After a few moments, Atticus found the perfect group. They were heading up the hill and were fully donned in armor. All have to be fast, silent, and precise, Atticus thought. He stopped on a tree branch further from them, placing a palm on the tree, entering a state of focus. Aurora came down from his back and became the lookout. There were many other patrols in the area, but what they were about to do should be instant. Her job was to see if anyone was heading towards their direction directly. Since the time he had learned how to use the water in trees and other living things, Atticus had been practicing it constantly. At this point in time, although he wasn't perfect, he was more adept at utilizing it. Following the flow of water from the trees, Atticus mapped the movements of the approaching group. There were exactly 6 in number. He narrowed down the 2 walking behind the group, 2 steps away from each other. Atticus focused on the spots he anticipated the both of them would step on, a spot that was directly under the tree he and Aurora were standing on, and then he waited. After a few moments, they both reached the spot, and as silent as a spring bubbling from the earth, water suddenly gushed out of the 2 spots, enveloping each of the 2 men before they could even let out a sound. A staggering amount of sharp gales instantly whipped about inside the water, slashing the throats and every exposed part of the men, turning the water a slight shade of crimson. Atticus instantly took away his palm from the tree and jumped downwards together with Aurora. Just as they were about to land, they both focused on their space storage, bringing the forms of the water-enveloped soldiers into their space storage. Then, they landed silently at the same exact spot the 2 soldiers had been killed. Everything happened in the span of 1.5 seconds, neither of the patrolling soldiers having noticed or suspected anything. Atticus focused on the water inside Aurora's suit, making sure it was firm and wouldn't hinder her movements, and started walking behind the soldiers as though they had always been a part of them. After moving for a while, Atticus couldn't help but be thankful. Thank goodness they aren't speaking to each other, Atticus thought. He was glad they were too serious about their jobs that they didn't slack off or even joke around with each other as they moved. Just as Atticus had hoped, the soldiers kept on moving until they reached the top of the hill. They reached the top, and Atticus and Aurora's gazes widened as they witnessed the scene down below. It was both beautiful and frightening at the same time. The city of the bone race. Only one word came to Atticus: head, shit. The soldiers didn't stop, and Atticus and Aurora were far too exposed to turn back now. The duo both followed behind them as they started descending down the hill. Atticus had misjudged the width of the hill and the numbers of watchtowers in the area. The whole city was surrounded by tall hills, the city being situated in the middle. And all around the hill were the imposing forms of watchtowers. From their current location, there was a white padded path that led downward, cutting through a forest directly towards the gates of the city. There were several of these paths all around, leading to the city. In no time, they stepped on the path and started descending, heading towards the gate. Atticus, mind spun, his brain going through countless scenarios and trying to find the best course of action. He could feel Aurora turning her gaze towards him but ignored her look for now. I was right, shit. Our target has been captured and taken into their city. It's far too dangerous to enter there as I am now. I need a way to move undetected. I need my mana core. The sound of footsteps resounded as they each walked across the padded ground. Atticus suddenly turned his gaze towards the other members of the team. I need 140 points, they're perfect, he thought. The team had consisted of exactly 6 members, but considering the 2 they had replaced, only 4 remained. Despite the tense situation, Atticus had been watching and scrutinizing the whole team. From his observations, Atticus had tagged the individual at the forefront of the group as the leader of the squad. His aura and the way he carried himself were exactly what one would expect from a proud leader. Atticus wasn't sure about the checks they would undergo or what would be asked of them at the gate. Which meant the leader was a no-go. He fixated his gaze on the other 3 soldiers walking in front of him, his gaze under his helmet turning cold. Removing one hand from his gun and lowering it, Atticus needed to be as precise and fast as possible and didn't want to risk doing it with just his thoughts. His fingers moved subtly. Water suddenly formed beneath him and started streaming down towards the soldiers at the front. Atticus made sure it was spread thinly across the padded ground, appearing as though there was nothing there. It stopped behind each of them, away from their line of sight, and with an abrupt motion, the water shot upwards reaching the necks of each soldier, slicing it up in the next instance. Not a drop of blood was spilled. The 3 forms of the men seemed to stop for half a second, before they started walking forward as though nothing had happened. Atticus kept his complete attention on the water in each of the men's suits, using it to control their movements. As subtly as possible, Atticus tapped on his artifact on his wrist, a holographic display in which only he could see appearing in front of him, and instantaneously, Atticus navigated to his locked abilities and instantly unlocked his mana core. He felt a surge of mana envelop his form, a feeling that was completely fulfilling. But he didn't allow it to affect his movements and kept on walking. And just like that, they reached the massive and imposing gates of the city. The whole Colosseum was utterly silent, every single one of the students focused on Atticus's screen. If one could place a sensitive microphone on their chests, the sound of loud heartbeats would reverberate across the Colosseum. The majority of them didn't like Atticus, but despite this, the tension of the current situation was so staggering that they couldn't help but clench the handles of their seats anxiously. They could each see every single thing happening, with the AI even going as far as to show the control rooms of the watchtowers where the Bone Race warriors were monitoring their movements. They each knew well how much of a close call the whole situation was. From the duo replacing the soldiers in the forest, to killing and using water to control the soldiers' movements as though they were still alive. Everything was done flawlessly and without hesitation. Even the blatant haters couldn't help but root for them and hope they didn't get caught. The situation was so tense that their hearts couldn't help but pound in anxiousness. Any dialogue with the asterisk sign at the beginning and the end indicates that another laughter is being spoken. While each and every one of the students watching gripped the handles of their chairs, their hearts pounding, Atticus and Aurora followed behind the squad silently without uttering a word. Atticus couldn't help but slightly praise Aurora. Throughout the whole process, she hadn't once shaken or even flinched. He was controlling the water in her suit, he would have known the instant she did. Atticus cleared his head of any distracting thoughts and focused on the matter at hand, his gaze landing on the massive and imposing form of the majestic gate of the city as the group walked closer to the city. It's big, Atticus couldn't help but think. It was truly massive. He had seen it from afar, from the top of the hill, but had totally misjudged its height. Now that he was close, it truly was tall. Standing at a height of 18 meters was a smooth, massive, pristine white gate. It wasn't only the gate that was white, even the walls around it were completely white and had the same height as the gates. Atticus couldn't help but notice the lack of soldiers on the wall. It was completely empty and devoid of anyone, which baffled him. It was as though there was no need for men to man the gates. But Atticus didn't need to ponder about this weird situation for long, as just as they reached a few meters away from the gates, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended upon the whole area. The figures of Atticus, Aurora, and each of the men in the group staggered forward. Atticus's hand clenched hard, his teeth gritted as his whole body strained, trying his very best to keep each of the dead soldiers standing. Atticus's mind was always working fast no matter the situation. He had already assessed the situation, and upon reaching a conclusion, his heart had already skipped several beats. The aura that had descended on the area was undoubtedly that of a master rank individual. The speed and rapidness at which Atticus's mind was working was hard to describe with words. Atticus went through several different emotions all at once before deadening everything abruptly. In the next second, the logical side of his mind sprung up, summarizing the whole situation in 3 simple sentences. A master rank individual was present. Said master rank was sure to have awakened her perception. Said master rank would be able to tell that 3 out of the 4 soldiers in front of him weren't breathing and in turn, dead. Atticus's mind had never been clearer, and his knowledge on the subjects relating to the human body had never been more important. Atticus came up with 2 solutions he would need to do simultaneously. He knew well enough that he couldn't sustain both for long, every second would take everything he had. 1 second passed and abruptly, a small compartment jutted out from the top of the wall, its doors sliding open. The imposing figure of a man stepped out of the compartment. He was clad in a white yukata, his figure radiating the intense aura of a master rank. With both arms clasped behind his back, the man gazed down at the group below the wall as though a king gazing down at his subjects. His gaze scanned the group below, scrutinizing them thoroughly. The figure of the captain suddenly stepped forward and bowed, hitting his right arm on his chest and paying his respects. "Hail, esteemed member of the Marauguard." At this point, Atticus's suit was already drenched in his own sweat. His breathing was completely labored, but he tried his very best to keep it in check, lest the master rank find anything strange. And this was because of the mind-boggling things he was currently trying his very best to sustain. There were 3 ways the master rank would be able to discover that the 3 soldiers were dead. First was their heartbeats, second their breathing, and lastly, their body temperatures. Atticus could still ignore the last one since they had each just died seconds ago, but for the first 2, he couldn't ignore. This was exactly where his knowledge of the human bodies came into play. Atticus couldn't help but thank his stars that the bone race had almost the same physiology as humans, with each of their organs having the same functions. Firstly, the heartbeat. Atticus had used this to kill 2 stones. He had water enter the bodies of each dead soldier and directed them to gather around their hearts. Atticus concentrated, manipulating the water to compress and release around the heart, mimicking its natural pumping motion. Atticus maintained this delicate balance of pressure continuously. From his studies, manual compression of the heart can help pump blood temporarily around the body. This wouldn't bring back the dead soldiers, but it would provide temporary circulation of oxygenated blood to vital organs. And that was all Atticus needed. Soon enough, their temperatures began to rise, their hearts beating in a gentle rhythm. Secondly, their breathing. This was by far the hardest one, which had completely strained Atticus. He had manipulated the water molecules within their body's airways and lungs directly to create the illusion of breathing. By orchestrating the movement and pressure of these water molecules, he had mimicked the physical actions involved in breathing, such as chest expansion and contraction, without the need for actual respiratory function. This had effectively created the appearance of each of them breathing. It went without saying that maintaining all of these things all at once while simultaneously controlling their movements was one of the hardest things Atticus had done. His bloodline was directly linked to his stamina, and Atticus's stamina was running out fast. Despite the strain, Atticus knew he had to do the same as the captain. Aurora didn't need to be told, she was smart enough to figure out what to do in this situation. The forms of both of them, along with the 3 dead soldiers, all bowed together, hitting their right hand on their chests just as the captain had done. But Atticus could never have expected what happened next to happen. "Remove your helmets." Atticus couldn't understand their strange language, not even close, but he instinctively knew that what the man on the wall had just said was bad, incredibly bad. And his instinct proved to be true as the captain at the front of the group suddenly stood up straight from the bow and instantly removed his helmet, revealing his completely bald and white head. Then, the man's gaze turned away from the captain and focused on the rest of the group, not uttering a word. His gaze was more than enough. Atticus's mind spun, his heart pounding in his chest. This was a master rank they were dealing with. If he had been at his full power, Atticus wouldn't put this man in his eyes. But he wasn't, and currently an expert rank individual was a big problem, not to mention a master rank. If he was caught, Atticus doubted he could escape, especially when Aurora was with him. Atticus's thoughts raced like a sprinter nearing the finish line, each idea flashing by in a blur as he desperately looked for an escape route out of this situation. His mind felt like a tangled web of threads, each one leading to a dead end or a dangerous outcome. He was grasping at mental straws, hoping to latch onto something, anything, that could save him from the impending disaster. Every second felt like an eternity as he frantically sifted through his memories, searching for a solution. But despite all of this, nothing, absolutely nothing came to mind. They were screwed. Atticus's hand clenched hard, subtly lowering his hand towards his back. He made hand gestures to Aurora, who instantly narrowed her eyes, her expression focused. They were simple gestures that even a toddler would understand. Get ready to run. Atticus manipulated the water in each dead soldier, healing the cuts on their necks. He then controlled them, their hands moving upwards and grabbing their helmets and slowly started pulling upwards. Atticus's plan was as simple as it was idiotic. He was going to create a distraction despite how small it was. All he needed was a slight chance, and he was going to give it his all. The forms of the dead soldiers slowly removed their helmets. Atticus made sure they were still bowed so that the man wouldn't be able to see their eyes. He could control a lot of things in their bodies, but their eyes weren't one of them. They each removed their helmets and placed them by their sides. Then, the man's gaze turned towards the figures of the two who still hadn't removed their helmets, Atticus and Aurora. Atticus placed his arms on his helmet, and Aurora, seeing this, also mimicked his movements. The pace at which they both pulled off their helmets was akin to a snail's pace, utterly slow. The tension of the moment was palpable, and this was even more so back at the Colosseum. At this point in time, every single one of the students' hearts was pounding. Multiple finger indentations had already formed on the handles of their seats. The area where the Ravensteins were seated was utterly silent, each of them already holding hands, praying to only the gods know who. Even the ever-serious Hela wasn't excluded. But out of everyone in the Colosseum, surprisingly, the one who was most anxious was Gon, the host. Gon had already bitten through all of his fingernails, moving on to the skin. Please, no. Please, no, he had placed everything he had on this bet. Gon had simply been that confident considering all of his wins. If Atticus was discovered by this man now, it would be all over. He'd end up broke. Gon could feel the gazes of other operators on him, gazes that were filled with nothing more than mockery. But he completely ignored them and focused on Atticus's screen. Please, a miracle, a miracle. Gon had constantly witnessed Atticus showcase miracles upon miracles constantly. Although the situation was saying otherwise, Gon couldn't help but hope for one. With his eyes closed, he prayed. In the next moment, it was as though something or someone answered Gon's prayer. An explosion, as loud as it was deafening, suddenly resounded, followed by the surprised exclamations of the millions of youths watching the screen. Gon's gaze snapped open, his eyes focusing back on the screen where a new development had come into play. The scene was akin to audiences watching and reacting to a movie at a cinema. Atticus and Aurora's movements stopped simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the figure of the man on top of the wall. The explosion that had just sounded had come from within the city, and the man's gaze had just snapped towards the direction it came from. His gaze narrowed. Without as much as a single glance, the man suddenly entered the compartment he came out from in a hurry, its form going back into the wall. Before any of them could wonder what was going on, a small door suddenly opened up at the bottom of the wall. The captain suddenly turned towards Atticus and the other group members and said something Atticus couldn't understand, but he could feel the urgency in his tone. Without waiting for a response, the captain ran towards the open door and immediately entered. A heavy exhale escaped Atticus's mouth, his form staggering forward one step as he stopped his actions of orchestrating their breathing and their heartbeats. Aurora turned to look at him, her gaze worried. But she didn't move, she knew better than to make that mistake here. Atticus quickly got himself back together and controlled the three bodies, their figures moving towards and entering the small door that had opened up with Atticus and Aurora following behind. As soon as they entered, the door closed behind them. Entering through the door, Atticus and Aurora were met with a pristine white, long hallway-like space. This must be inside the wall, Atticus thought. Their steps didn't pause, and after a few moments of walking, they reached the other end, stepping through the open door. For the second time in a few minutes, Atticus and Aurora's gazes widened once more as their eyes landed upon the city of the bone race. Everything was so white. A loud cheer suddenly rocked the Colosseum as the students shouted at the top of their lungs. At this point in time, many had stood up from their seats, some even taking off their clothes and waving them around as they screamed and cheered. In the Ravenstein section, a large exhale permeated the area as they each released a sigh of relief. This was instantly followed by Nate letting go of the hands he had been holding, jumping upwards, and thundering, "Yes!" The rest of the youths broke into wide smiles. But among all the intense cheers, none cheered as loudly as Gon. The fact that he was holding a speaker close to his mouth didn't help the matter. The speakers were designed to accommodate millions of youths, so their loudness was expected. With how loudly Gon screamed, the millions of youths couldn't help but pause and turn their gazes towards the sky where the sound originated from. Gon, who suddenly realized what he had just done and felt the millions of gazes on him, awkwardly cleared his throat, scratching his head in embarrassment. But he was still thoroughly excited about the unfolding events. He wasn't going to go bankrupt. Seeing as it was just the commentator who had screamed, each of the students turned their gazes away from him and immediately focused on the screen. None of them wanted to miss a single second. Everything was just starting, as Atticus had just entered their city. What was most baffling was the fact that Atticus wasn't the first to enter the city. Every one of the students knew exactly who had caused the explosion, but they each sent a small glance before immediately taking their gazes away, back towards Atticus' screen. Atticus, unaware of the millions of youths in the Colosseum focusing on his every move, took his first step into the city. Atticus hadn't been joking. Everything was truly white, even the floor. There was still some distance from the gate to the city, and the entirety of the floor was white from the gates. It was as though he entered a world of whiteness. At this point, the captain had already moved further ahead from them, running into the city without even turning to look back at the squad. It was obvious that he was in deep urgency. Atticus turned his gaze and met Aurora's at the side, a deep sigh escaping their lips. Since he didn't have to control their heartbeats and breathing again, Atticus had been relieved from a huge strain. He was utterly exhausted, but now was far from the time to rest. They continued moving towards the city ahead, reaching it after a few moments. There were no walls again surrounding the city apart from the main wall they had just passed through. Atticus and Aurora entered the city, greeted by a futuristic skyline dominated by tall, pristine white skyscraper-like buildings of various shapes and sizes. The advanced society was obvious in the sleek design and modern architecture. White hover cars zipped through the air while pedestrians, dressed in a variety of attire, bustled about, their conversations creating a cacophony of clattering sounds in an unfamiliar language. The ground beneath them was padded with the same white material as the path they walked on, adding to the city's pristine whiteness. Amidst the activities going on in the area, overdressed teenagers walked about the streets mixed with individuals dressed in attire reminiscent of business suits, carrying briefcases as they navigated the busy streets. Traffic lights operated efficiently, directing the flow of hover cars with the occasional blare of car horns. This wasn't what I was expecting, Atticus thought to himself. He cleared his thoughts. Now wasn't the time to admire the scene and suddenly turned, starting to walk towards a certain direction. Atticus wrapped up his perception to its highest level, taking note of his surroundings with precision. He made sure he wasn't being followed as he entered a dark alleyway not far from where they had been. It was situated between two tall and large skyscrapers and had a dead end at the other side. Upon reaching the dead end and making sure no one was in the area, Atticus and Aurora both removed their helmets simultaneously, Atticus resting his back against the wall as he breathed heavily. "Are you okay?" Aurora rushed towards him, placing a hand on his shoulder and scrutinizing him thoroughly. She was smart enough to maintain a low voice just in case. Atticus gazed at her and gave her a short nod, focusing on one of the space storage compartments. He brought out and instantly drank a stamina restoration potion, his body receiving instant relief. Atticus and other water elementalists had the cheat ability to restore their fatigue by using the water element, but unfortunately, when it came to healing fatigue caused by bloodline overuse, it was different. A potion was better suited. After releasing rhythmic breaths and regaining his composure, he turned towards the forms of the soldiers who had long since slumped on the floor since he released his water element. Aurora's suit had also returned to its normal size. "What now?" Aurora suddenly asked. Atticus closed his eyes, released a deep exhale, trying to reach a state of calmness. After which Atticus tapped on his artifact, checking the time remaining. "We still have 10 hours to reach our target. We'll catch our breaths here first before we move," he replied. Aurora nodded gently and sat down just beside Atticus, resting her back on the wall. Neither of them said anything for a while, the area descending into utter silence. And then, both their gazes snapped to the entrance of the alleyway where the sounds of clattering had just sounded. Atticus suddenly placed his palm on Aurora's shoulder, stopping her from erupting. He met her gaze and shook his head, placing a finger on his lips. Aurora nodded in understanding and quieted down. Atticus channeled his mana and instantly put the bodies of the dead soldiers inside one of the storage compartments, focusing his gaze on the entrance where two figures had just entered. The sounds of clattering intensified, causing Atticus to prepare himself for any potential attack. In the next instance, Atticus's gaze landed on the figures of two young individuals with all the features of the bone race, engaged in a passionate kiss with each other. Atticus released a small sigh, calming down slightly. He had been so tense that he had overreacted. He turned towards Aurora to see her also calm down. They were both deep inside the alleyway in a place so dark it would be hard to see anything, especially with their purple armor. Seeing that it was not a threat, Atticus focused on getting himself back to full shape, along with Aurora. But regardless, he still kept a close eye on the couple. It turned out to be a false alarm as they left after a few minutes. Feeling himself back to acceptable levels, Atticus stood up from his seated position and took in a large breath, focusing on the state of his body. He had finally unlocked his mana core, and Atticus was absolutely elated. It wasn't to the extent that he would feel should he regain his full strength, but it was something. Atticus suddenly focused on his mana core, creating pipelines inwardly and suddenly releasing 3 bursts simultaneously. He instantly felt a surge of mana enveloping him, intensifying his powers to surprising levels. A feeling that was absolutely thrilling. This had been one of the main reasons he wanted to unlock his core first. It was far too important. If he had been able to use Burst in his fight against Zekern, Atticus wouldn't have defeated him more easily. Using Burst increased his powers, and if he uses it along with Aerokinesis, Atticus doubted if the fat guy that had chased him back then would be able to handle him. Aside from Burst, Atticus was also elated to find out that his arts were back. But amongst them, there was only one Atticus had thoroughly been anticipating, an art that was perfect for this particular situation, his ethereal cloak art. Atticus turned towards Aurora, who was looking at him and waiting for him to speak. There's obviously something going on in the city that would require soldiers to intervene. We have no idea what we'd get entangled in if we move around wearing these suits. We need to take them off and change our appearance. Aurora gazed at Atticus in confusion. There are white people everywhere, how else are we going to move if we don't cover our whole body? Although she said this, she knew Atticus well enough to know he wouldn't suggest something he hadn't thought through. And Atticus didn't disappoint. Clicking on his artifact, he navigated to the miscellaneous section and instantly scanned through the items on the list. After a minute, Atticus found what he was looking for. The first was a communication device, one that would translate the language of the bone race and at the same time enable them to speak said language. Even when they speak in the human language, it'll come out as the bone race language. The second was a suit. It was a very tight latex suit, a suit that would make them look like members of the bone race. There was only one problem: it was pricey as hell. But Atticus didn't let that stop him. He suddenly turned towards Aurora and spoke. Aurora, this would probably make you mad, but it's necessary. We need points to purchase some things from the Summit store, and so I have to go hunting, alone. Just as he expected, a frown appeared on Aurora's face, but before she could speak, Atticus patted her head with a smile. It's just for a little while. I'll be back soon, don't worry. Atticus immediately turned and quickly wore his helmet, making sure he was completely covered. Just in case someone sees through it. And before Aurora could protest, a surge of mana suddenly engulfed Atticus's figure, his body becoming ethereal, and in the next instant, disappearing. Alone in the alleyway, Aurora let out a small sigh, the feeling of uselessness engulfing her. She sat on the floor, resting her back on the wall, and entered deep thought. Atticus had separated from Aurora because of exactly what he had said: he wanted to go hunting. Atticus focused, mana coalescing on both his feet. With his figure completely invisible, Atticus turned towards the skyscraper by the side and shot forward, his form effortlessly and deftly running upwards the building without making even a single sound. Atticus's steps were silent and rapid. After about 2 minutes, Atticus fixed his gaze on the top of the building. He refrained from using his water element because of its visual effects. He needed to be completely invisible. With mana-augmented legs, Atticus's figure shot upwards and landed on the roof of the building. Atticus turned his gaze around, noticing the slight number of people on the roof, his mind swirling. No, it'll be too much. Atticus took away his intense gaze from them. All of them wore suits and had the characteristics of members of the bone race. Although shocked, Atticus could see many of them had come to the roof to take a smoke. They were all clearly working for some big company and were on some kind of break. Atticus was looking for people to hunt and get points, but not even he was brutal enough to kill innocent civilians just like that. Although it was far from justified, Atticus's plan was to target soldiers instead of civilians. At the very least, they were warriors. He had never been a saint. Atticus climbed the highest part of the building, his eyes focused as he scanned the city down below. With a city as pristine white as this, spotting individuals clad in purple suits was as easy as counting 1 to 2. In under a minute, Atticus saw a numerous number of purple suit warriors running towards a certain direction. That's where the explosion occurred. Atticus decided to think about this later. With his gaze fixed on his targets, Atticus jumped. Despite being completely invisible now, Atticus still had mass and in turn, gravity acted on him. But Atticus hadn't even fallen down a few meters before half a foot-sized golden translucent shield, with its glow as low as possible, appeared beneath his right leg. Mana coalesced in Atticus's right leg, using the shield as a foothold, he shot forward in the air, crossing a large distance. Without missing a beat, Atticus repeated his actions, traversing the city quietly and subtly. Atticus repeated his actions, moving through the city quickly and reaching his destination after a few moments. He was careful not to leave the arcane shield on for less than a millisecond, lest anyone notice the golden light. Atticus also remained completely vigilant of his surroundings, making sure to avoid any areas where a strong person might be present. He landed on the roof of a large skyscraper, his gaze focused below him. The location the explosion had come from wasn't far from his current location, just northeast of him. He could see a multitude of guards running past the building he was on and running towards the disturbance. With a cold gaze, Atticus jumped down and started making his way downwards, reaching the ground after a few moments. What Atticus had planned on doing was one of the easiest hunts he had ever gone on before. The soldiers were streaming from every direction, passing alleyways and roadside, trying to quickly reach their destination. Atticus could also see multiple hover cars heading towards the explosion. Clearly, the ones on the ground were simply the ones who didn't have a ride. It just so happened that they were all advanced rank individuals. Perfect for farming. Atticus moved fast and very precisely, targeting soldiers in secluded areas, ambushing and killing them before they could even make a sound. The instant Atticus killed them, he kept their bodies inside one of the spatial storages. This tactic of his worked like a charm. He remained invisible, brutally and unexpectedly killing the soldiers before they could even have time to understand what was going on. Many might call Atticus's actions cruel, and indeed they were, killing a random bunch of soldiers who practically hadn't done anything to him. It was wrong on every level. He had decided to kill those who tried to kill him, and although he didn't know for sure, Atticus had no doubts that should they catch him, they wouldn't hesitate to do so, if they could. He wasn't trying to justify his actions, they were bad and he had already accepted this. But at the very least he was right. After a while of doing this, Atticus clicked on his artifact, checking his current summit points. Summit points. 1,510. He had killed a total of 30 men. Seeing his current summit points, Atticus nodded in satisfaction, it was enough. Atticus chose a dark spot inside an alleyway and released his ethereal cloak art, planning on resting for a few minutes before he moved. After years of practice, he had increased the time he could maintain the ethereal cloak art by staggering levels, but at the end of the day, it wasn't limitless. He still had to regain his balance, especially after using it for a long period. After a few minutes, a mana cloak engulfed Atticus' figure, his body becoming translucent and disappearing in the next second. Mana suddenly coalesced around Atticus's legs, his figure shooting forward and running up the building. After a few moments, Atticus reached the top of the bone-made building, landing on the roof. He was still close to where the explosion had happened, and despite killing so many soldiers, none of the soldiers were even aware and still kept on moving towards the location. Fixing his gaze on it, Atticus could see smoke rising up from one side of a building. It wasn't as tall as the skyscraper he was currently on, but it was still large regardless. The perfect representation would be a 3-story building. Although the distance between them was quite far, Atticus could see the subtle vibrations coming from within the building. There's a fight going on there, he concluded. Reaching this conclusion, Atticus removed his gaze instantly, having no intention of involving himself, especially when he had no idea what was really happening there. I have to be careful where I use this art. Master rank and even expert rank would be able to find me, he thought to himself. Just as Atticus turned and was about to leave, another large explosion suddenly struck the same building he had been looking at. Atticus's gaze snapped back just in time to see a large figure bursting out of the smoke-filled part of the building, followed by 3 unsheathed blades cutting through the air. Just as gravity was about to act on this figure, one of the blades suddenly positioned itself underneath the figure's feet, propelling him towards the direction of the building Atticus was on. Repeating this move a few more times at a fast pace, he landed on the roof of the building, his form not stopping for an instant as he immediately shot forward towards the other side of the building, the blades moving at a fast speed behind him, following him closely. Atticus had been in the middle of the roof, and as the figure had landed, he had immediately moved forward at fast speed. It had been brief, a speed that would have been a blur to many people, but to Atticus, it might as well have been a day. Atticus's lips suddenly curled up into a wide grin as his gaze landed on the massive figure of the boy zooming past him. The boy was bulky in size, his long hair, which had a striking red hue, cascaded down with an almost ethereal grace. He had red tattoos that adorned his body and currently had a huge broadsword on his back. It was none other than Kale. Kale also seemed to feel a familiar presence, his gaze turning to the side and seeing the faint shape of Atticus, who had taken off his helmet. His expression morphed into a bestial grin, but his steps didn't once stop. Time regained its motion, and the figure of Kale was long gone, having jumped down the building. Atticus focused, increasing the potency of his ethereal cloak, his figure becoming completely invisible once again. Simultaneously, the forms of small ships and hover cars zoomed past the top of the skyscraper, each of them heading towards the direction Kale had gone. Atticus wasted no time and instantly kept on moving, jumping down the building, his mind in deep thought. A half-foot-sized golden shield with a low glow materialized underneath Atticus's feet, his figure shooting across the air at fast speed. The first thing Atticus did as he saw the figure, before he even knew who it was, had been to click on his artifact and check if that had been his target. Luckily, he wasn't. What had made Atticus enter a deep thought was the situation he had just witnessed. Kale had been running through the city followed by an army of soldiers who most definitely wanted to catch him. From his aura, he seemed to have entered the advanced rank already, but this wasn't what was baffling him. What had him puzzled was the fact that he hadn't yet been caught. The same assumption Atticus had made earlier suddenly sprung up in his mind once again. The Academy had placed restrictions on the bone race. Either a certain rank or age are allowed to attack us for now. Coming to this conclusion, a heavy weight that had been resting on Atticus's shoulders suddenly got lifted. It was as though all his worries had evaporated. With even more fervor, Atticus increased his pace and started moving towards where he had left Aurora. Within the confines of a moderately sized room, a boy sat down on a desk with his head resting on his arm while reading a book. Just as everything else in the city, the room was pristine white in color. But unlike the other places, this room was filled with different luxurious items that ultimately filled the room with different sets of colors. Among these were the staggering amounts of books that filled the shelves around the room. Aside from that, there was a single king-sized bed at one end of the room along with some furniture. The sound of a page being flicked open suddenly sounded in the quiet room, the boy's attention fixated directly on reading. Just as the boy was about to flip the page once again, his hand abruptly paused as his gaze turned towards the door at the other end of the room. "Come in," he suddenly spoke up. The figure on the other side of the door, who had wanted to knock, suddenly paused for a few seconds before proceeding to do as she was asked. The door creaked open, and the figure of a female entered the room. She was dressed in a tight-fitting white suit that clung onto her like a second skin. She had all the features of the Osera family, appearing like a normal human with white skin and red intricate lines running along her skin in a circular motion. Blonde hair was tied into a ponytail behind her. She was young and couldn't be up to 20. The girl immediately got on one knee as she entered the room, hitting her fist on her chest and paying her respects. "Lord Spinius." The boy, who was undoubtedly Spinius, shook his head slightly before responding. "I've always told you, you never have to go this far, Lucienta." "What is it?" With her form still bowed, Lucienta suddenly stretched out her arm, channeling her mana into her space storage. A flat-looking device akin to a tablet materialized on the top of her palm. "The device you need to locate your target has arrived, my lord," she explained. "Master Vertebria asks that you start the hunt as soon as possible." "I see." Spinius smiled slightly, grabbing the device from her hand and tapping it a few times until a map with the form of one dot was displayed, causing Spinius to raise an eyebrow. "Oh, he's in the city," He turned his gaze towards Lucienta and asked. It would seem so. Spinius touched his chin, pondering something for a few seconds. Lucienta, I have a few questions and I hope you can answer, he suddenly exclaimed. To the best of my abilities, my lord. Why doesn't my sister just go after him directly? Why ask my father? Although Vertebria hadn't said anything, Spinius knew he had been talking with Viviana that day. With how abruptly Vertebria had given him some speech and asked him to go after Atticus, he was sure that it had been her request. That's because of the restrictions the humans placed on us, my lord, she began explaining. For a certain time period, only a certain rank, age group is allowed to attack, with it increasing as the days go by. Age is the most important factor here. Anyone 20 years and younger is allowed to go after them regardless of their rank, and for ranks, regardless of age, currently and for now only an advanced rank can pursue them. Spinius nodded in understanding. She couldn't go after him or send the powerful guards under her, so she decided to use her brother instead, Spinius pondered. She must have known father would want to take advantage of this opportunity, she's killing two birds with one stone. Coming to this conclusion, he smiled slightly, bringing out his artifact from his pocket and displaying Atticus's picture in front of him. Turning to look at the tablet on his arm, he noted Atticus's current location. I better start then. Prepare my car. Yes, my lord, Lucienta nodded her head and instantly left the room. After a few minutes, clad in a full white bodysuit with a hood behind it and an insignia of a skull on its chest, Spinius walked out of the large mansion doors down the grand staircase and towards the forms of two individuals standing in front of an opened car door. The first was undoubtedly Lucienta, and the seconda. Luther, you're also coming along? Spinius asked with a raised eyebrow. The second person, Luther, had a more bulky physique and stood at a height of 6 feet 6 inches. Just like Lucienta and Spinius, he wore a tight-fitting white suit with a cloak at its back. This was the attire for the warriors of the Osera family. Yes, my lord, we were tasked with the honor of assisting you, Luther responded respectfully. Spinius turned his gaze around, seeing the procession of hover cars lined up behind the car with men clad in the same white attire, each one of them bowing and waiting for their next orders. There was one detail he noticed on each one of them, they were all young. Spinius gazed at them for a few seconds and then suddenly turned around and gazed at the Osera family mansion. Spinius stared at the mansion, through a particular window at the top for a few seconds without uttering a word and then with a small smile. Let's go. He turned around and entered the car. The forms of the white hover cars lifted up from the ground, each of their forms simultaneously zooming off into the distance. At the other side of the window Spinius had been staring at earlier, Vertebria stood with both hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the figures of the departing hover cars. As usual, Atticus moved swiftly and efficiently. He had long since gotten used to using his arcane shield as proficiently as a limb. The only thing holding back its level was basically his own rank. The more he advanced, the more powerful it became. Atticus didn't go after any other soldiers anymore, he had enough points and would rather not risk any more than necessary. He wanted to get to his target as soon as possible. Although he had just figured out that master rank members of the bone race couldn't join the fray for now, Atticus had no intention of pushing that notion. For all he knew, it could be temporary. As he didn't have any distractions on the way, he reached the alleyway from which he had separated from Aurora. His gaze landed on the figure of a girl resting her back on the wall with her gaze facing downwards. Atticus took off his helmet and deactivated his ethereal cloak art, allowing Aurora to become aware of his presence. Aurora gazed upwards, immediately standing up as she saw Atticus. Were you able to gather the points? Aurora inquired. Yeah, I was, although subtle, Atticus could see that she was a little down despite her trying to cover it up. But he ignored it. He had a reason for going hunting alone apart from the fact that only he could camouflage himself. Aurora had just killed someone and had obviously been trying to deal with it. Would she be able to stomach him killing soldiers that hadn't even attacked them, just for points? He doubted that heavily. As soon as he responded, Atticus clicked on his artifact, navigating to the store. He instantly bought the items he had planned for earlier, his points becoming close to 0 once again. 6 items appeared in Atticus's palm. They were 3 identical pairs. He first gave 3 items to Aurora before scrutinizing the 3 remaining with him. The first item was thin, transparent, and round. It looked just like a thin sticker, but as Atticus gave it a closer look, he noticed the flickering rune etched on top of it. Just like the description, Atticus placed it on the side of his neck. Its rune lit up slightly and it immediately merged together with Atticus' skin. Atticus cleared his throat and spoke, saying some random words, but he could only hear the sound of clattering. What was even weirder was him being able to understand it. Testing it for a little bit, Atticus moved to the second item. It was also round but bigger and thicker. He took off the purple suit he was wearing, placing the item against his chest just like the instructions. Atticus channeled his mana. It lit up in a white glow, a white latex attire gushing out from it and engulfing Atticus. Atticus manipulated the water element and gazed at his appearance. He appeared just like a member of the bone race with the bald head and whitish skin along with the red markings. The only difference was the absence of bones jutting out of their limbs. But I still have my normal face, he noted. His color might have changed but Atticus still maintained his face. With how advanced the technology was, getting him with facial recognition would be easy. Thinking for a bit, Atticus decided to change his tactics. He picked up the purple suit from the floor and put it on, causing Aurora to look at him, baffled. Feeling her stare, our faces still look the same, it's just an extra precaution. Aurora nodded and also did the same as Atticus. The last item was simply a communication device, one they could use to communicate between themselves. After a few moments, with both of them ready, they left the alleyway. Since they had changed their appearance to look more like the bone race, they would have no problems in taking off their helmets when needed. Exiting the alleyway, Aurora, whose suit was fattened up with water, followed closely behind Atticus as he ran towards a certain direction. The civilians walking by the street instantly cleared the way as soon as they saw the purple suits of the soldiers, no one intending to get in the way. Atticus couldn't help but notice each of the civilians slightly bowing as they passed, with many of them trembling subtly. Is it respect or fear? Atticus pondered on the matter, but he didn't dwell on it and kept moving. There was only one place Atticus suspected his target was being kept, and the map leading him to it only served to confirm his assumption. It was the same place Kale had broken out of. After a few moments, and without any distractions, they both finally reached the building. Looks like Kale did us a great favor. While the area wasn't deserted, the number of soldiers outside wasn't much. And what made the situation better was that because of the large number of guards that had gone after Kale, more soldiers in purple suits were coming to the building to support the few guards that remained. Atticus turned to look at Aurora, and after a few seconds of whispering, they both came out of their hiding spots and started approaching the building. During the few minutes that he had been watching the building, he had observed that any new soldier that arrived had always gone to meet the man standing in front of the entrance with hands crossed on his chest. The man was also clad in a purple suit but wasn't wearing any helmet. Atticus could notice one white strip on his left shoulder, which was the first time he had seen someone with a suit like this. But in the next second, Atticus' perception identified his rank, advanced rank, which was one sub-level higher than the men they had been dealing with. The man turned to face the duo as he saw them approaching, his intense gaze fixating on them. He had this weird look to him, the kind of vibe drill instructors in an army would give. Just as he had seen the others do, Atticus and Aurora both bowed and hit their hands on their chests. The man nodded and instantly instructed without wasting time, "You, go around the back, up the stairs, and help the others close the hole that human made, and you go to the basement and help secure the prisoners." Atticus and Aurora subtly turned, their gazes meeting. The man had just told them to go to separate places, which obviously meant that they were going to be separated. Atticus gave Aurora a subtle nod, who nodded back. They both deepened their bows and stood up simultaneously before moving in separate directions. Atticus went through the door into the building, while Aurora went around the back through another door and upstairs, just as the man had instructed. The door slid to a close as Atticus entered the building. Just like the exterior, he was instantly met with a pristine white room. The room was packed with soldiers clad in purple suits without helmets. There was absolutely nothing inside the room other than an open hole in the middle of the floor, but Atticus could immediately notice the motion sensors around the room. As Atticus entered the room, all eyes turned towards him in scrutiny. They're 24 in number, all advanced rank. 1 second was all he needed to find out everything. Atticus remained unfazed as he started walking towards the hole. As he approached, One of the guards standing in front suddenly walked forward and stood in Atticus's way. I was instructed to help secure the prisoners. Atticus calmly spoke, his voice in clatters. He still felt weird, incredibly weird speaking like this. It was as though he wanted to speak the normal human language, but as his mouth moved, only clattering sounds kept coming out. The man gazed at Atticus for a second, his gaze shifting to the gun in Atticus's hands, an intense frown marring his face. The boneless are just going to get in the way. You should go home and leave the fighting to the real warriors. The man's declaration was followed by him and each of the soldiers in the room hitting their arms on their chests in unison. What the heck is going on? Atticus's expression under his helmet was the personification of confusion. He understood what the man had said but had no idea why. The boneless. This confusion lasted for only a second. As Atticus's thoughts spun and he thought about everything he had seen regarding the bone race until now, a reasonable reason sprung up in his head. Could be a factional war or something. The ones without helmets use weapons and can fight with bones, but the ones with can only use guns, Atticus deduced and concluded. Which means he's probably trying to provoke me since they can force me to leave. Alright then, ignore. And ignore Atticus did. It was the best and most effective way to deal with people like this. Seeing that he wasn't able to get a single reaction from Atticus, the frown on the man's face deepened. With a loud click of his tongue, he stepped out of the way. Boneless bastard. Atticus walked past him, ignoring the rude remark he just made, and made his way downstairs. As Atticus reached the bottom of the stairs, he was met with another small room, packed with more soldiers donned in purple suits. But this time around, each of the soldiers had their helmets on. In the middle of the room was a large bone-made cage filled with chained students, exactly what Atticus had been searching for. I hope you didn't fall for their provocations upstairs. Atticus turned his gaze towards one of the soldiers who had just spoken. He simply shook his head in response, not saying anything. Good. Never fall for it. They're fools who think they're better than everyone just because they were lucky enough to be able to manipulate bones. It's going to get better soon. The man placed his hand on Atticus's shoulder, and although he couldn't see it, Atticus could tell that he was smiling. Thank you for the advice, Atticus simply said, causing the man to nod. We have to look after each other. Just choose a random spot and stand guard. Atticus nodded and turned his gaze towards the prison in the middle of the room. There were exactly 11 students, all chained inside the prison. Atticus could see some familiar faces among the captives. The enigmal youth of the first year, who hadn't been one of the important heirs but had been able to achieve a top 10 ranking. A tier 1 was still a tier 1. The first year Nebulon youth that Atticus had enslaved was also present. Among the second years, unsurprisingly, Del Avarian was present, along with some other second years whose names Atticus didn't care to know. As Atticus approached the cage, the sounds of his footsteps resounded in the room, and the air around him suddenly started becoming humid. A total of 17, the cage was surrounded from all sides by guards, with some standing closer to the wall. Atticus took another step, simultaneously creating pipelines inside his body and instantly unleashing 3 bursts in rapid succession. Every single guard in the room was expecting the sound of his next step, but it never came. Before they could react, the room was filled with the sickening sounds of brutal thuds, each impact accompanied by a spray of blood. The guards on the other side of the cage all shot their gazes towards the direction to witness a brutal scene that would be etched in their minds for life. Every single one of the guards on the other side of the room lay on the ground, their bodies cut up into pieces, a staggering amount of crimson blood pooling around the room. Before any one of them could comprehend the scene, they each felt a surreal disconnect, which was instantly followed by their heads getting separated from their bodies, their forms falling down lifeless. 11 balls of water shot through the air, landing on the faces of the captured students, stopping them from making any sounds. Atticus swept his gaze around the room, noting that all the guards were dead. Then he turned his gaze towards the students who were staring at him in horror. Atticus was currently fully donned in armor with his face covered, but it was very obvious that he wasn't a member of the bone race. Amongst the participants, there was only one family who could use the water element. And amongst them, there was only one student who could be this brutal and strong, Atticus Ravenstein. As Atticus approached the students, each of them instinctively shifted backwards. But amongst them, there was no one who was as frightened as Del. Atticus ignored them and tapped on his artifact. He could see that his target was amongst those present but not who. It doesn't matter, I have no intention of letting anyone go in the first place. It was as though they could each read Atticus's mind. Each of them felt their hearts tremble, their figures subtly shifting backwards. They were all bounded, having been captured before they could even gather enough points to unlock any of their abilities. Many of them had at least one limb missing. Despite the fear, not a single word could be heard. The balls of water had enveloped each of their faces. The only reason they could currently breathe was because Atticus allowed them. Atticus gazed coldly at the students. He was glad there was no one among his allies present. He had made the stupid mistake of letting the student he had found when he rescued Aurora at their camp go. If he had known about the system of points and shop, Atticus would have most definitely not done something so idiotic. Those were free points. They gave points, they were enemies, and he had no intention of letting them go. Atticus didn't say a single word, his next action spoke for him instead. A blanket of water suddenly spread outwards, its form covering the space behind Atticus from the ground up to the ceiling. The air bubbles that kept forming inside the water that engulfed their heads abruptly stopped. Immediately, each of their gazes widened as their bodies started jerking and tossing around. They each instinctively tried to reach for their faces, but the chains that bound their limbs effortlessly stopped them. The struggle continued for a minute, with Atticus controlling the water to actively enter through their nose and mouth. In the next second, a multitude of golden lights lit up in unison, illuminating the area, and the figures of the students abruptly disappeared from the scene. The blanket of water behind Atticus had blocked the light from reaching the room above. The students and instructors alike watching the scene felt their blood boil. Atticus had not only killed 17 guards but had also killed close to a dozen students inside the cage. They all couldn't see his face from under the helmet, but they each could imagine it. They had seen it multiple times before, neutral. Not a single change in expression, and they were absolutely right. Atticus had made his peace with killing, he had stopped trying to justify killing another living being. The hard truth was, no one had the right to take a life, and yet for the world to move, especially in a world like this, people must die. Just as Atticus was about to turn, he suddenly felt a cold shiver run down his back, all the hairs on his body standing straight. Atticus's head abruptly snapped backward, releasing his hold over the blanket of water behind him. Just below the staircase leading to the room were the figures of two individuals. The first thing Atticus noticed was that they were both young, unlike the Bone Race members he had been meeting so far. They were both clad in tight white suits that hugged their bodies like a second skin along with cloaks. They both had all the features of the Bone Race, the Odyssey family in particular, but Atticus didn't know that last part. The figure on the right had a bulky physique and stood with a dignified look on his face. While the second on the left had a more slender body, with blonde hair tied to a ponytail behind her back, she stared at Atticus with a look that not even a blind person could mistake, hatred. A staggering amount of killing intent emanated from her, directed towards Atticus. It was as though she was looking at a long-fated enemy. These two were undoubtedly Luther and Lucienta, two warriors of the Odyssey family who were placed under Spinius Odyssey. She still hates humans. Luther gave Lucienta a subtle glance, releasing an inward sigh. This was the first time Atticus would see patterns like this on their bodies, along with the suit that they both wore. But there was one thing that Atticus was completely focused on: advanced rank. Both of them were in the advanced rank, which was one rank higher than he had been battling. Advanced rank individuals can attack us now. Atticus's thoughts raced. There were far too many inconsistencies about the current situation. Why were they here? Was it because of the captured students? Are they here to secure them? But as though to answer Atticus's question, one of the duo suddenly spoke, an action that shocked Atticus to the core. Are you the human that killed Prince Zekern? Atticus's expression changed. It wasn't because he had found out the real reason they were here, it wasn't because he had no idea how they had located him, it was because of one thing: the boy had spoken in the human language. And he did it so fluently. Atticus had obviously understood them, clearly at that, but he didn't utter a single word. He didn't even attempt to pretend or feign ignorance. After getting over the shock of the boy speaking the human language, Atticus's gaze scrutinized both of them with intensity, assessing the situation. A large tab was on the hand of the blonde girl, and anyone might have been quick to dismiss that as inconsequential, but that would be stupid. For her to hold a tab in this situation meant that she was using it. Except she decided to watch a drama with it, which Atticus believed was unlikely considering the amount of killing intent she was emitting. Only one thought sprung up in Atticus's mind. I'm being tracked. But Hoa, Atticus didn't even need to finish that thought because out of all his current possessions, there were two things that Atticus believed could be tracked. Zekern's space storage or that golden sigil he had found inside the space storage. Atticus was leaning toward the second one, but the duo standing in front of him had no intention of giving him the time to figure it out. Don't even try to feign ignorance, you stink like a human. The one who had just spoken had undoubtedly been Lucienta, and Atticus couldn't help but notice her right hand was clenched hard. Atticus still had his whole body covered up in a suit, along with his face. Apart from that, he was still wearing a latex suit underneath. Anyone would have assumed he was one of the bone race. But for some reason, they knew he was a human. Seeing that Atticus didn't respond once more, Lucienta's expression morphed into anger. You'd be dead already if not for Lord Spinius, she snarled, taking a step forward. But she couldn't go further as Luther suddenly placed his firm hand on her shoulder, stopping her. Lucienta's gaze shot backward to look at Luther, who shook his head with a firm expression. Calm yourself. This is not your stage, Luther advised. Lucienta gritted her teeth, taking in a deep breath. She calmed her raging mind. I'm sorry, she muttered. Luther simply nodded at her, and she had hardly turned her gaze back toward the front before Atticus had already moved. Atticus had hardly ever used the water element to move before, and this was because he more often than not needed to move fast during battle. He would always choose fire for a sudden burst of speed or air for an otherwise relative fast speed. It wasn't until later that he added lightning to the fray. But Atticus had been wrong. He had completely neglected the water element, thinking it was only for seamless movements. It wasn't until his elemental mimicry advanced to the advanced rank and his constitution changed that Atticus became aware of how foolish he had been. The elements were ever changing, there was no single movement that could define them. Fire was unpredictable yet predictable, it could flicker and dance, constantly shifting in shape and intensity. It could also spread out and consume everything in its path like a wave. Air was free yet fierce, it could move and swirl with frightening lightness. It could also swirl and spiral violently, unleashing powerful gusts that whipped debris into the air. Earth was steadfast yet ever-changing, its surface shifted and morphed over time. It could crumble and erode away slowly, like sand slipping through fingers. Or it could shake and tremble with seismic force, as if the very ground beneath one's feet was alive and restless, reshaping the terrain in an instant. And lastly, water. It was fluid and dynamic, embodying both serenity and power. It could flow effortlessly, meandering along its path with graceful ease, shaping the land with its gentle caress. Yet, it could also surge and crash with unstoppable force, like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. And surge Atticus did. Atticus surged forward, leaving a streak of water in his wake. He looked like a tidal wave crashing against the shore, consuming everything in its path. Atticus closed the distance, a water-made sword forming in his hand. With lethal force, he slashed, the water-made sword appearing inches away from Lucienta's neck. Throughout the entire scene, Atticus didn't utter a word. He didn't even try to talk his way out of the situation or reason with them. He would have to be a fool to think there was any way out of this without violence, especially with Lucienta's staggering killing intent. There was no need to say anything. Lucienta only caught sight of the sword appearing in front of her neck from the side of her vision. She couldn't react in time. The firm grip on Lucienta's shoulders suddenly tightened, an overwhelming force pulling her whole body backward. His blade sliced through the air where she had just stood, missing her neck by mere inches. Atticus's next movements were unreal. His movement flowed smoothly, as though the usual momentum that should be present considering the force of the attack didn't exist. His movement changed from the surging waves and flowed like the gentle flow of a stream. The blade, which had initially been moving to the left, suddenly changed directions, cleaving with a downward strike toward Luther's right leg. Luther's gaze widened, his shock palpable. Wasn't this human supposed to be just an intermediate plus rank? Luther's stance shifted, but it was too late. The water-made sword diced a significant part of his right thigh, a spurt of blood gushing out. Luther's expression contorted in pain, but he didn't have time to dwell on it as Atticus's sword found its way to his neck. All of this had happened in the span of 2 seconds, a very short time for many individuals to react in time. But the duo weren't just normal individuals. They were warriors of the Asera family. They'd been trained and groomed from childhood, going through a multitude of deadly training, with many meeting their end. They were both elite of the elite. The number of life and death situations they'd been in was staggering. They weren't ones to lose their composure here. Lucienta quickly regained her footing, her gaze narrowed and instantly landed on Atticus. Without missing a beat, a bone-like spear formed in her hand. She shot forward and closed the distance, sending several piercing strikes all at once. Atticus didn't even turn to look. It was as though the incoming barrage wasn't even directed at him. But if Atticus's prowess had shocked Luther, his next action made Lucienta's heart tremble. Countless golden shields suddenly materialized, each not even half a foot in size. However, this wasn't what shocked Lucienta. What made her heart tremble was the fact that every single one of the paths she had pierced and planned to pierce had a foot-sized shield blocking their path. They were each placed in a position that wasn't too close or far, where each attack wouldn't achieve its full potential. Lucienta was caught far too off guard. She had already unleashed her frenzied attacks already. It was too late to stop. The attacks hit the shield, their form holding for a second before breaking and turning into motes of light. However, the desired result had already been achieved. Lucienta's momentum had been disrupted. It was a slight moment of disruption, less than a second. But to Atticus, it was more than enough. Atticus's figure suddenly spun and dipped, leaving the whitish substance that had formed and covered Luther's neck. The nature of his movement shifted, mimicking the unstoppable force of an incoming wave as he shot toward Lucienta. His hard knee connected with her head with brutal force, the impact reverberating through the air. To Luther, everything he had just witnessed was hard to believe. He had heard that the human they were after had defeated Prince Zekern while he was just at intermediate plus rank. Hearing that, Luther had immediately dismissed it as bullshit, and truly it was. No one in their right mind would believe something like that. He had believed that there was a mistake somewhere, maybe he had some help. That was what he believed. However, his entire belief had just been shattered into countless pieces within the first few seconds of fighting this same human. It was hard to describe exactly what it was. Was he overwhelmingly powerful? Was he incredibly fast? Could he see into the future? Those thoughts kept ringing in Luther's mind. Atticus's movements were swift yet not too swift that they couldn't react to it. However, Luther couldn't help but be baffled by the unfolding events. Just what was this human? A sickening crunch suddenly resounded in the area, followed by Lucienta's figure being sent flying backward, brutally hitting the wall headfirst with a sickening thud. Luther's expression changed. Ignoring the bulging pain in his right leg, a long bone-made sword suddenly formed in his hand, both hands gripping it over his head tightly. Luther's stance shifted, his right leg stomping forward, his stance firming. At dizzying speed, the bone-made sword descended downwards, cleaving the air toward Atticus's figure in the air. After freeing himself from the notion that water only had one movement, it was as if a whole reservoir of knowledge had suddenly opened up. Water could flow like a stream, moving smoothly and continuously, and at the same time, water could also surge forward like a crashing wave. But this was far from being the only thing water could do. The nature of Atticus's movement changed, his body's momentum suddenly shifting in a fluid motion, akin to the rapid change in direction of a swift current. His figure abruptly shifted a few meters to his right, enabling him to evade the cleaving strike with mind-numbing agility. But Luther wasn't done. His eyes were fixated on Atticus's figure in the air as though he had expected him to evade his strike. Luther's gaze suddenly flashed, his aura exploding. Each of the red intricate lines on his skin suddenly lit up with a low glow that illuminated the area. The bone-made sword he was holding suddenly turned to nothingness as both his fists clenched hard. Instantaneously and without uttering a word, a staggering amount of bone-made spikes suddenly materialized in the air around Atticus, whizzing through the air from every conceivable angle toward Atticus. Shit! Luther inwardly exclaimed. He had been too carried away by the moment that he had inadvertently gone too far. Regardless of whether Atticus had gotten one over on them, at the end of the day, he was still an intermediate plus rank, a fact that was still shocking until now. The Asera family had been the rulers of the bone race before the war with the humans. Then, they were able to lead the entirety of the bone race because of their ability, the ability to create bones from nothingness. It might seem like nothing to a lot of people, but to the people of the bone race whose lives revolved around bones, it meant everything. The other lineages could at most manipulate a certain aspect of it, which meant that without bones, they couldn't do anything. Each one of the Osera family members had this ability, some with more intensity than others. What Luther had just used was one of his strongest moves, a move that if it was someone of his rank caught in the same situation Atticus currently was, there would be no escape. Luther could very well see, despite it being unbelievable, that Atticus's movement speed and power were of the intermediate plus rank. He couldn't be mistaken. The only thing on Luther's mind was how he was going to relay the news to Spinius, who was waiting outside the building. Their job was only to check and see if their target was in the building. They weren't even supposed to engage. Luther's thoughts were filled with panic, but he would have never expected what happened next to happen. Water was flexible, it could take and mimic the shape of anything, it could move with massive and elaborate movement, and at the same time move with short bursts of speed. Atticus's mind was clear, his whole being serene. Ever since the battle began, it was as though he was lost in a trance. He wasn't even focused on his two opponents again. He didn't care about the panicked look on Luther's face as the bone spikes neared him, nor would he, if he could see them, care about the millions of students who were on the edge of their seats watching his screen. There was only one thing on his mind: water. Ever since he awakened his bloodline, Atticus had always thought that his ability to control multiple elements was a blessing and filled with all positives. But because his powers had been restrained in this competition, with him having to only use a select few, Atticus was able to form a connection that he wouldn't have formed had he not been restricted. This fact made him realize something: the fact that he had multiple elements right from the start was nothing more than limiting. In just a few days, Atticus had made so much progress in his water element than he had otherwise made in all the years he had it. The elements weren't just a tool for him to manipulate, this was far from the end goal. You not only had to use it, you had to become it. And become it was what Atticus did. Once again, the nature of Atticus's movement suddenly shifted. Akin to trickling water, Atticus moved. He darted and weaved like a trickling stream, his movements quick and unpredictable, slipping through the gaps between the incoming bone spikes. Trickling effortlessly, Atticus evaded the bone spikes from every direction. Without missing a beat, the nature of Atticus's movement shifted once more. Atticus was becoming all too adept at changing the nature of his movements depending on the need. As soon as he evaded the showering bone spikes, once again, Atticus's movement changed. Like a crashing wave, Atticus surged forward, leaving a trail of water in the air. He closed the distance swiftly. Like a surging current, his leg surged upwards, hitting the shocked Luther beneath his chin with swift and brutal force. Hoa! Luther only had time to mutter those words before a blitzing punch followed. Luther felt everything as though it happened in slow motion. From the break in the tall bridge of his nose to the crack that followed in his teeth, to the way his skin deformed beneath the weight of the strike before the force of the punch acted upon him, and his figure shot backward at dizzying speed, hitting the wall beside the staircase. The whole area descended into frightening silence. From the basement where Atticus currently was, to the entirety of the Colosseum where millions of students were watching his screen with rapt attention. The situation was far from over, and it seemed that Atticus was just starting to find this out. Atticus's steps that were initially approaching the figures of Lucienta and Luther, who were struggling to stand up, abruptly stopped, his gaze narrowing. His eyes were currently fixated on one thing: the blinking red light on Lucienta's wrist. Atticus could stand here all day thinking about the function of that light, but considering the situation and everything that he had deduced about it, only one thing came to mind when he saw that light: a call for help. Atticus's thoughts spun, his mind oddly clear. His next actions were swift and without hesitation. He didn't even need to ponder his next course of action, for them to call for help would mean that there was backup, the building was surrounded. He couldn't allow himself to get boxed in. The air around Atticus suddenly became heavy and humid, a swirling tornado of water forming around him, spinning with intense power. Akin to a rising wave, Atticus surged upwards, breaking through the sturdy bone-made ceiling with remarkable force, leaving a cascade of water droplets in his wake. Atticus continued upward, breaking through the ceiling and entering the upper floor of the building, his perception ramped up into full swing. Atticus didn't sweep his gaze around the room to look for who he had come for, Aurora. There was no need to. He was still controlling the water inside her suit and could feel every single movement she had made, even when he had been in the basement. Every single one of the men in the room had their backs turned from the middle of the room, each of them about to run out the door, moving with urgency, having felt the disturbance below. The last thing they were each expecting was the figure of Atticus, covered in a swirling water tornado, bursting through the middle of the room, a wave of water in his wake. His presence didn't even last for 1 second, none even having the time to understand what was going on. As soon as he burst through the room, the figure of one of the supposed soldiers at the back line of the group suddenly shot towards Atticus as though propelled by an invisible force. And then, just as he had come, his momentum continued undisturbed, bursting through the ceiling of the room and out the roof of the building. It was then that Atticus's gaze finally swept the area. The world seemed to slow as Atticus's perception operated at full throttle. 3 things came to Atticus's head at that moment. The first, his assumption had been right. All around the building and in every single direction were the figures of men clad in tight white suits with cloaks. These men were the epitome of elite, their posture erect and demeanor austere, radiating a sense of seriousness and disciplined focus. Their gazes were unwavering, fixed directly on the building Atticus had just burst out of. Suspended in the air and around the building were the forms of a significant number of hover cars, each of them facing the building. And just below, at the front of a small number of them, was the figure of a young boy. He was clad in the same attire as the other men, and one would be quick to dismiss him as insignificant. But such a person would be a fool. And Atticus wasn't a fool. Out of everyone present in the area, only the gaze of the boy was able to react and follow Atticus's movement as he burst out of the building. This small fact brought about the second thought in Atticus's head. The boy had awakened his perception, which means he was at the very least an expert rank. Atticus didn't even care to wonder who the boy was. In fact, not even a second had passed since he had burst out from the building. As soon as Atticus came to that conclusion, the third and last thought came naturally. He had to escape. Just as naturally as the thought flowed, his movements also followed. Atticus's hands moved like lightning, rapidly tapping his artifact and unlocking his currently most powerful element, fire. It was a power that Atticus had been using for years now, it was already a part of him. Atticus didn't feel any surge of power nor did he need time to get used to it. As quickly as it came, Atticus let go of every single one of his thoughts about water, his entire being focusing on one thing, fire. It all happened in an instant. The swirling tornado surrounding both Atticus and Aurora began to bubble, the temperature in the area spiking to staggering levels. The water evaporated with startling speed, a surge of steam suddenly engulfing the whole area. Before any of them could react to their vision getting clouded, a nuclear blast-like explosion suddenly shook the entire area, the ground trembling. A streaking figure suddenly shot out of the steam-engulfed area, moving at breakneck speed towards the gates of the city, leaving a fiery blaze in his wake. Atticus and Aurora streaked through the air, their figures covered in searing flames that seemed to increase in intensity as they moved. They resembled shooting stars streaking through the sky, heading directly towards the city gates. An intense gust of wind suddenly spread out across the area, dispersing the steamy air that had engulfed it. Spinius's intense gaze snapped towards the north, narrowing as it settled on Atticus's retreating figure. His next orders were instant. Do not let him escape. Spinius wasn't loud. In fact, even though Atticus was currently moving towards the city gates about to escape, Spinius's demeanor remained calm. It was as though he didn't care, which was baffling considering the whole reason they were there was because of Atticus. His words were low, but to the warriors of the Osera family gathered in the area, it might as well have been spoken with a loudspeaker. They moved in unison, as though they had practiced this set of movements since birth. The sounds of the hover car doors closing echoed in the next second, followed by the rumbling of the engines. Each hover car whizzed through the air at mind-numbing speed towards the direction Atticus had fled. Spinius took his gaze away from the retreating Atticus, landing it on the building Atticus had burst out of. A few members of the Osera family remained behind with him, standing behind him and awaiting orders. Spinius didn't utter a word, nor did his expression change, but the slight concern on his face was evident. He walked quickly and entered the building, his eyes scanning the destruction caused by Atticus. His hands subtly clenched by his side as he approached the basement, reaching the bottom in just a second. Spinius couldn't help but release a huge and audible sigh of relief as he saw Lucienta and Luther struggling to stand up, with Lucienta still lodged in the wall deep in pain. Spinius let go of his clenched hands and swiftly moved to support them. After a moment, the duo knelt down on the floor with their heads bowed inches away from the ground. I have failed you, Lord Spinius, Lucienta lamented, her voice trembling with shame. She hit her broken head on the floor, painting the ground crimson with her blood. I deserve death for this failure, Lord Spinius, Luther added, repeating the same action and hitting his head on the floor. Words could not begin to describe how ashamed they both felt. Spinius could see this very well, and this fact made his heart ache. Both Lucienta and Luther were directly under his control, his subordinates, but ever since his father Vedabra had started training him during his childhood, they had been inseparable. His training had been brutal, so brutal that Spinius had ended up bloodied more times than he could count. Spinius had been a child, it wasn't something he should have been able to withstand, but he endured. He endured all the brutality, all the torturous training, all the hellish pains that would leave his body battered and broken. Unable to get even a wink of sleep at night, he endured all of this because of one reason: he had comrades. He had comrades who experienced the same things he did, comrades to laugh and make jokes about the brutality that was their training, comrades who made him smile. Right now, those comrades were his subordinates. Sure, it had been their idea to check out the building first, but at the end of the day, he had given the order. He was their leader, they were his responsibility. The entirety of the basement was filled with crimson blood, which meant that a lot of people had died. Their target had committed a massacre. It was this same target who didn't hesitate to cut off a prince's head. Judging from the time Lucienta's call for help had come and Atticus's emergence from the roof of the building, it was clear that the only reason they were both currently alive was because of pure luck. What if Atticus hadn't been smart enough to realize he was surrounded? The human they were chasing was merciless. How had he forgotten this fact? How had he put his subordinates in such a situation? How had he made such a blunder? Spinius's hand clenched hard, blood trickling out from it. His father's words resounded in his head continuously in repeat: a leader bears the weight of responsibility. He was just beginning to realize the weight of those words. Spinius took in a deep breath, his demeanor changing. His once nonchalant aura suddenly vanished, replaced by the aura of a warrior prepared for battle. A staggering amount of killing intent leaked from his form, the hearts of the Osera warriors present in the area trembling. Lucienta and Luther raised their heads, their expressions filled with shock. This was the first time they would see Spinius this angry. Spinius didn't utter a word, he simply gazed down at the injured duo, taking note of each injury on both of them. Then, he suddenly pivoted and started walking towards the stairs. A platform made of bone materialized underneath both Lucienta and Luther, their forms floating up and taking them along with him. Spinius reached outside of the building, entering his hover car, his words ice cold as he spoke succinctly. Reach out and deploy the city shields, deploy the cameras. Take me to him. The heads of the Osera family warriors that stayed behind lowered in unison, each of them getting inside their hover cars. The engines hummed to life, an intense blast that rocked the space resounding in an instant. Multiple hover cars whizzed through the air, heading towards the direction of the blazing comet. Spinius's gaze remained ice cold as he gazed at the screen displayed in front of him, showing Atticus and Aurora streaking figures. Before, he had taken this as simply a battle he should fight and win. But now it was personal. The Osera family might not be the ruling family of the Bone race, but regardless, their influence was far from small. Their numbers might have been whittled down, their influence diminished, but every single member of the Bone race knew better than to mess with them. Their might could not be questioned. Commanding the city guards, especially when they have a good reason for it, was easy as making pie. A message was sent, reaching every single soldier and guard in the city. The same enemy who killed Prince Zekern and many others is attempting to escape. The Osera family is currently in pursuit. Activate the city shields. Those words caused a ripple effect around the entire city. Many raged, many immediately acted. The majority donned their suits, equipped their weapons, and marched out through the streets. The forms of a staggering amount of heavily armed warriors ran through the streets, each of them chasing the blazing figure in the air. A multitude of small portable objects suddenly streamed out of the hover cars that were hot on Atticus's trail, their forms spreading out in every direction. Each of them suddenly lit up in a low glow, and then suddenly, all over the entire city, incredibly large screens started appearing one by one until the whole city was filled with screens. Every single one of the civilians going about their day, some simply strolling, others picking their children from school, many on a date, all immediately stopped whatever they were doing, their gazes focusing on the large screens that had appeared before them. On it was the clear live footage of the streaking form of Atticus along with the multitude of hover cars whizzing through the air at blinding speeds, closing in on Atticus. Simultaneously, the city walls suddenly trembled, each of the gates of the city lighting up in a golden glow that illuminated their surroundings. At the next second, the golden lights shot up into the skies from each point, each of them meeting in the air. A golden shield unfurled, instantaneously encompassing the entirety of the city in a golden dome. Atticus's gaze narrowed, his thoughts spinning. Many individuals would have panicked if they were in this situation, but as Atticus saw the shield, he couldn't help but thank his stars. How could he be this lucky? If this were before, his reaction would have been to blast his way through with his highest power, but apart from the fact that his power was currently being restricted, Atticus had in his repertoire an element that could effortlessly get out of this situation. It was an element he hadn't shown in public before, an element he thought it best to keep hidden. Atticus had no idea what revealing said element in front of millions of students would do, he couldn't. But at this point, he didn't care. What mattered was that he needed to escape, he needed to use it. Atticus. Atticus turned his gaze down as soon as he heard Aurora's soft mutter. She was currently in his arms, clinging to him tightly. Atticus had never been more thankful that Aurora's bloodline element was the fire element. There was currently searing fire surrounding both of them, and although Atticus was able to mitigate the heat, he was unfortunately not adept enough to cancel it completely. If it had been another person, they would have probably started roasting by now. Atticus locked eyes with Aurora, giving her a nod. It seemed like a normal nod, but to Aurora, who saw it, it was everything. Aurora's worried heart seemed to calm down, her gaze turning serious. Atticus would handle it. Atticus took his gaze away from her and rapidly tapped on his artifact, navigating to the appropriate section and swiftly unlocking the element he needed most in this situation, his space element. During the past year, the space element had advanced to level 2. It was quite low compared to his other main elements, but only Atticus knew how powerful it was. Atticus focused on the fire element, their figure exploding forward. He reached such speed that multiple concentric circles started appearing along his path of motion as though he kept on breaking the sound barrier. It didn't take long. Atticus reached the wall of the city where a golden dome was standing in the way of his freedom. The tension in the air was palpable as individuals from different areas gazed at Atticus's blazing figure with a multitude of expressions. The people of the bone race watched with rapt attention, many of them clenching their hands. They all knew that the blazing figure was a fugitive and wanted him caught. The millions of students of the academy watched their screens with bated breaths, the Ravensteins having already held hands once again. Gon constantly bit his fingers nervously, the entire Colosseum enveloped in utter silence. Spinius's gaze narrowed as he watched Atticus speed up as he neared the shield. Was he stupid? Not even he would be able to brute force his way out. Just what was he thinking? That same question rang in each of the observers' heads, and Isabella, Jared, and the other instructors weren't an exception to this. They each got their question answered in the next second. Atticus's blazing figure appeared inches away from the shield, and then, he disappeared. Before each of the observers could question their sanity, Atticus and Aurora's figure suddenly appeared just outside the shield, their momentum uninterrupted as they continued streaking through the air, away from the city. Each of the hover cars whizzing behind them immediately veered to the left and right, stopping themselves from colliding with the shield. The world seemed to pause for a few seconds before a wave of different reactions erupted from each crowd watching the scene. The citizens of the bone race flung whatever they could, each of them raging, while the students watching the scene underwent a different reaction. The students erupted into deafening cheers, drowned by the exhilarated screams of Gon, who had the luxury of having a mic. A smile found itself on Isabella's lips, the intense laughter of Jared resounding throughout the booth. The enigmal third-year instructor who had been the reason for them to change the rules of the Leaders' Summit gazed at the scene in disbelief. How is it possible for one child to be this talented? He pondered hard before sighing. I'm sure he'll be pissed. Suddenly, a weird feeling engulfed him, and he immediately stood up from his seat and walked out of the booth. But he wasn't the only one. Harrison, who had been completely silent throughout the competition, suddenly stood up and also left the booth without uttering a word. After a few seconds, both Harrison and the Enigmom instructors simultaneously appeared in the skies above the Colosseum, both of them touching a large door and disappearing inside the massive structure suspended above the Colosseum. Immediately they appeared in the middle of a large and circular hall. They both sunk onto one knee in unison, both of them greeting. "We greet the esteemed paragons." Both the voices of Harrison and the Enigmom instructors resounded across the entire hall, their collective voices filled with reverence as they greeted. It didn't matter that Harrison's standing was way more than that of the instructors. In the face of overwhelming power, none of that mattered. Despite their grandiose display, there were only two individuals in the hall aside from them, both men. They both radiated an otherworldly aura and were seated only a few meters away from each other, each on one of the grand thrones that were arranged in a circular manner all around the hall. None of these beings were actively releasing their aura, but the fact that people of their strength were both gathered in a single room made the atmosphere try hard to withstand their power. The air cracked with intense energy. They were both seated at the same elevation, and it was clear to anyone watching that both of them were of the same status as one another. As their greeting echoed across the circular hall, they were met with utter silence. Of the two men to whom the greeting was directed, only one of them responded, with a nod at that. This man sat in a noble position, his every presence exuding an air of effortless confidence. His hair white as freshly fallen snow and a bushy beard that added to his overall imposing demeanor. This man was none other than Magnus Ravenstein. "I would have never imagined in my life that I would stoop to such banal emotions, Magnus, but damn it, I'm consumed by jealousy, insanely." A voice suddenly sounded across the whole hall. The voice sounded deliberate. It might have felt like and sounded like normal words to many people, but every single word was articulate and precise, as though the one who had spoken was carefully choosing each word to convey exactly what he meant. The individual who had spoken was the second man sitting on one of the grand thrones just beside Magnus. This man had a slender figure, with sapphire eyes like daggers that could pierce through any veil of deception. His blue hair was styled neatly and trimmed to perfection. Despite the fact that there was not a single shred of muscle on him, his demeanor not even imposing, the atmosphere around him seemed to tremble in submission. This man was none other than Oberon Enigmom, the paragon of the Enigmom family, a powerhouse of humanity. Even though he was an Enigmom, there was not a single shred of demotion on Oberon. This was Oberon's first time in the academy in a few years. Unlike the other paragons who had attended the entrance test of the first years, Oberon didn't have any grandchild entering during that year, so he hadn't bothered attending. Seated upon his throne, his fingers tapped a steady rhythm on the armrest of the throne as he gazed at the large screen showing Atticus's live stream in the middle of the room. A small smile graced Oberon's features as he continued speaking. "I've never been one to believe in luck, but if it does exist, you might have just used up all yours for this generation and the next." Oberon suddenly turned and fixed his gaze on Magnus, who was simply quietly staring at Atticus' screen. "You've got a good one, Magnus. I can see the reason and need for your request now," he added. Magnus suddenly turned and met Oberon's stare, his expression the epitome of neutrality. Even he had to be careful about what he showed or said to Oberon. Every one of the paragons was dangerous in their own way, but each of them knew well enough to be careful about what they said or did in the presence of Oberon. Oberon sees all. Every single one of them knew this fact very well. As long as the man was present, there was not a single thing that would happen without his knowledge. He was the brains of the human domain, the peak of humanity's intellect. His deduction and analytical mind had no competitors. "The deal still stands. Should he defeat your grandson, you shall agree to my request." Magnus's words made Oberon burst into uproarious laughter that lasted a few seconds. Some of them were shocked. Oberon wasn't the type of individual to do something as time-consuming or mundane as laughing. But it seemed as though what Magnus had just said was far too funny that even he couldn't resist. After a few seconds, he finally stopped and spoke. "Come on, Magnus. Even a person with a single-digit IQ should be able to predict the outcome of the competition. Do not insult my intelligence." Tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of the throne once more, he continued. "I shall hold my end of the bargain. His talents are truly being wasted here. You have my vote." Hearing this, Magnus nodded without any change in expression and turned his gaze back towards Atticus' screen. Although his face appeared impassive, as though he didn't care, only the most observant would notice the subtle smile on the corner of his lips. It was very obvious that he felt incredibly good about Atticus getting praised so much. He had never been more proud. He really took make the Ravenstein #1 to the next level. He knew well enough that Oberon would notice something as obvious as this, but he didn't care. He was far too elated. A smile graced Oberon's features again, seeing Magnus's reaction. It was then that he decided to respond to the duo's greeting. "Ah, Harrison, Rhiannon. You've both served humanity well. Good job. It's our honor to serve Lord Paragon." As though it were a routine answer, they both responded in unison. The sound of Oberon's index finger tapping the armrest suddenly sounded once again before he turned towards Magnus and suddenly spoke. "I do have a question though." Seeing as Magnus turned to look at him, he continued speaking. "Why the optional objective?" Although it had remained unsaid, each person in the room knew exactly how the unfolding events had come to be. The entirety of the rules of the current ongoing Leaders' Summit had been set by Oberon. Sure, the instructors were in charge of choosing the theme during every summit, this didn't change. The only difference here was Oberon. He had set the rules, told the Enigmalm instructor exactly what to do and say, manipulating them to believe that they had been the one to choose the theme of the summit. And among those rules that he had set, Magnus had added something, the optional objective that Atticus had seen among the rules. Any sane person who saw that rule would instantly believe it to be impossible. Which was why it shouldn't be too much of a surprise for Oberon to ask this. However, Magnus turned his gaze away before answering succinctly, "You already know the reason." Oberon gazed at Magnus for a few seconds without saying anything. Having someone with a gaze like Oberon's on you would at the very least make many nervous, but Magnus remained completely undaunted. Oberon smiled. "I see. You're using their Osark to expose him to the power of a Grandmaster. Mortrex would truly have to be a fool to miss this opportunity." His words were like arrows, hitting their mark with unerring accuracy. No one in the room had even comprehended or tried to comprehend Magnus's actions. Anyone who saw this would assume a grandfather was trying to teach his grandson a lesson, giving him an impossible task, but Oberon had thought about the underlying meaning in his actions in just a second. Oberon didn't have to turn to observe Magnus, he knew he got it right. He was just that confident. After this, Oberon simply turned to look at the screen displaying Atticus, his index finger tapping the armrest of the throne he was on, muttering under his breath. "I actually did like Ziza, such a shame." His mutter was completely covered by the sounds of the deafening cheers that suddenly sounded from the Colosseum. The whole city of the Bone Race was raging, many fuming. They had just recently found out about what the human, Atticus, did and why they were chasing him. Apart from the fact that he had brutally killed one of their princes, he had actually dared to sneak into their city and commit another massacre. The city's outrage was palpable. The members of the Bone Race had always been warriors from their roots. It was the advent of technological advancement that dulled their spirit. It was in their blood, their hearts, and their minds, from children to old and worn-out elderly men and women. They each wanted nothing more than to storm the forest and search for Atticus themselves, the gates of the city getting flooded with people of the Bone Race in an instant. To add fuel to the flames, no one knew where it came from nor who started it, but the image of Atticus, his real face, found itself on top of every single citizen's and soldier's communication artifacts, along with much other information about him. Now that they knew what he looked like, it didn't take long for the raging people to reach the gates and instantly storm into the forest. No one knew where they were going or where Atticus was, but it was as though they didn't care. Each of them held any weapon they could find in their hands, each as pathetic as the last. At the top of a very large and imposing skyscraper, the figure of Vertebrae Osera stood with hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the citizens raging below. The figure of a man donned in the same white suit and cloak as the warriors of the Osera family, knelt down in respect and reverence behind him. "It has been done, my lord. I've spread the image and details of the human to the masses," the man on his knees suddenly spoke up, causing Vertebrae's lips to curl up into a small smile. "Where is Phineas? He's currently hot on the human's trail, my lord, closing in fast." Despite the fact that Atticus had been able to pull one over them, using his space element to get past the shield, thereby delaying them for a bit, they had immediately deactivated the shield and continued the chase immediately. Good. Now Spinius would have the perfect stage. All he has to do now is finish this. Vertebrae's plan was quite simple. Fan the flames and let the masses completely hate Atticus, turning him into public enemy number one. Then, should someone, like Spinius, defeat him in front of all of them, they would all jubilate. Many other city officials and guards had, of course, gone after him too, but Spinius was the closest. In the middle of the city and at the very top of the large and massive form of the skull, two figures could be seen standing just a few meters away from each other. The first figure was that of a man who was completely shirtless, wearing only long pants. With a perfectly trimmed golden beard, his body was compact, and every single inch of him seemed to brim with power. He was none other than Mortrex the Indomitable, the Osark of the Bone race. And standing just beside him was the beautiful figure of Viviana, who currently had a cold look on her face as she stared at the raging crowd down below. This is just going to cause more bloodshed, Vivi. Did you really have to go this far? Mortrex gazed at the terrible scene with a frown on his face. The silence lasted for a few seconds before Viviana suddenly responded. You know I didn't do this, more. If anyone who knew Viviana heard how she had just spoken, they would question their hearing. Not only had she used a nickname, but she had also spoken softly. One couldn't blame the people too much, they were all simply far too used to the cold and detached Viviana Osera. From the way Illa had behaved just before his death, it was very obvious that Vivian was feared even more than Mortrex himself. Mortrex turned his gaze towards his wife, Viviana, his expression turning soft. You really have to find a way to curb your violent tendencies, Vivi. You're being seen as a psychopath by everyone, he remarked. Even you. Viviana turned and met Mortrex's gaze. Her expression didn't change at Mortrex's words, but instead, she locked her intense gaze as she asked. Mortrex shook his head. You are a psychopath. There's no lie there, he said, turning and closing the little distance between them. He placed his hands around her waist, bringing her petite figure closer to him. Viviana didn't resist, but she didn't react either. Her hands were still placed firmly by her sides, her intense gaze looking up at Mortrex. Mortrex suddenly gave out a charming smile. But you're my psychopath, he added. Viviana's expression still remained impassive, not a single ripple. But the red tint on her cheeks was evident. Many would be baffled. The great Osark of the Bone race, one in which many respected and feared, along with the ice-cold queen, was currently acting like a normal husband and wife, which was a stark contrast to how they usually acted while in public. Try to tone it down a little bit. A woman as beautiful as you shouldn't be this brutal. Mortrex traced his fingers through Viviana's white hair, causing her to audibly clear her throat, her cold ice facade crumbling. He killed our son, she muttered. Yes, but he did so fairly. No, it wasn't fair. If anything, Zekern was cheating, and he still lost, Mortrex replied. Viviana released a deep sigh as she heard her husband's cold words. The two of them were far too different, she couldn't help but wonder how she fell for him. Her falling for Mortrex was the real reason why Viviana had abandoned her father's cause. She had never cared for it in the first place and had only been going with the flow. The world might deem her as cold and psychotic, but she knew herself well. She loves what she loves and kills what she hates. She was simple, and so was Mortrex. Mortrex followed a set of ideals to the last detail. And he imposed these ideals on his kin the most. Even if his whole children were killed, he wouldn't seek revenge as long as it was done fairly and by someone in their generation. Mortrex sighed seeing the look on his wife's face. He had no idea what was going on through her head, she couldn't even kill Atticus. With a soft kiss, he turned away from her, returning his gaze back towards the unfolding scene. The students' screams were deafening and intense, suddenly increasing in intensity as they watched the screen. Something that was once two large screens had suddenly merged into one. This was a confrontation that every single one of them had been anticipating for a very long time, ever since the competition began. The crowd had seen what the students had been planning behind the scenes, they had seen everything they had done. They had even gone as far as hearing all their important talks and plans. And now, it was finally time for the big confrontation. Their blood was pumping. Finally, Gon screamed at the top of his lungs. It's time for the big showdown. The students cheered loudly as the Colosseum quaked. Kick those cowards, asses. Nate screamed at the top of his lungs, earning a smack on the back of his head from Lucas, who heard his bad language. Not only Nate, but the rest of the Ravensteins youths from first to the third years screamed at the top of their lungs. Get them. Show them who the Ravensteins are. Kill them. The screaming Ravensteins couldn't help but pause, their baffled gazes turning towards the one who had spoken the last words, Chubby. But he didn't seem to care that he was being looked at by the others. The only one who could make Chubby scared was currently participating in the competition. He was free to do whatever he wanted. Murder them. He continued screaming whatever he wanted. But amongst the screaming crowds, the location where the loudest cheers were coming from was where the members of the White Omen division were seated. Their leader was dominating the leaders' summit. How wouldn't they be insanely proud? The more than 1,000 students screamed. A slight tension engulfed the entire booth where the instructors were watching the competition. Unlike the Enigmom instructor, who didn't actually care about the results and were only following instructions, the rest of them were feeling nervous about the outcome of this confrontation. They actually wanted a higher year to win. To this effect, none of them even cared about how cowardly the students were to be doing what they were currently doing. Atticus and Aurora streaked through the air at blazing speed. He had been able to put a lot of distance between himself and the hover cars hot on his trail, but he could feel them closing in fast. Of course, as soon as he left the city, Atticus had tossed away the sigil he suspected they were using to track him, along with a dead body, before changing directions, hoping to lose them. But he could see that it didn't work. This fire is a dead giveaway. I have to change the way I'm moving. Atticus had always made it a necessity to remain calm in any situation, especially in dangerous situations. With a calm expression on his face, his thoughts spun, multitudes of scenarios appearing in his head as he pondered on the different ways he could escape this situation. Should I unlock Earth and go underground? Before Atticus could continue this thought, he suddenly noticed something up ahead. It was the same thing the millions of students watching the screen had noticed a while ago. On the path at which Atticus was flying, just a few hundred meters away from him, suspended high above the air, were multiple individuals. These were individuals each of the students watching the screens knew all too well and had been following their movements since the beginning of the competition. Zezizius Enigmom, Gerald and Seraphine Stellaris, Sonorous and Harmonic Resonera, and lastly, the first ranker of the third year, the Starhaven youth that Atticus had seen before the start of the competition, Dante Starhaven. Each of them stood at the front lines, and just directly behind them were the figures of each of their respective subordinates. Zezizius' eyes were glowing, the air around him and the rest of the students appearing weightless. The Enigmom had a bloodline related to intellectual prowess. And amongst their abilities was what he was currently using, telekinesis. His two hands gripped the handles of his chakrams tightly, his demeanor firm and his expression the personification of focus as he fixed his gaze on the incoming Atticus. He was ready for battle. Finally. I've been waiting for 9 months already. The excited exclamation of Seraphine sounded, followed by him pumping his fist together with an excited grin on his face. Easy, little bro. Stick to the plan. A large hand suddenly ruffled Seraphine's hair, prompting him to turn his gaze to his side to see Gerald looking at him with a small smile. I know, big bro. I'll follow the plan, but I'm going to make sure I pummel the hell out of his stupid face. Gerald simply shook his head and turned towards Atticus' approaching figure, his gaze turning serious. Sonorous, who was beside him, seemed to notice his serious gaze but said nothing to calm him down. They had each seen the video clips of Atticus' rampage in the academy. Many would deem it incredibly cowardly that they had banded together to face off against one first year, but at this point, none of them cared anymore. They weren't willing to take any chances and had decided to join their forces together. The number of insults they would receive from doing this wouldn't be small, but regardless, they were doing it. Only the victors had the authority and privilege of writing history. Sonorous had been fascinated ever since the first time he watched Atticus battle with Gerald, and that fascination turned into slight fear when he saw what he did to the second years. None of the third years could follow his movements. It had been that mind-blowing. But now, gazing at his restricted and weakened figure, he couldn't help but feel a slight excitement. Don't forget your side of the deal. Dante Starhaven turned towards Zezizius and spoke, but the latter didn't even bother to turn towards him or offer a response. His thoughts were racing fast, thinking about everything that had happened so far. Before, it had been just a small grudge. He had simply wanted to put Atticus in his place, but now it had spiraled into something more. He's watching, the grip on his weapon's handle tightened. He couldn't afford to lose. Words could not begin to describe the current tension of the situation. More than half of the third-year students gathered had seen with their naked eyes the brutality that was Atticus. Now they were standing as the enemies of this same monster. It couldn't be helped. A few of them, especially the subordinates, had their hearts beating fast. Atticus' figure neared, and they each brought out their weapons, their aura exploding. The sun shone brightly as Seraphine, Gerald, and other Stellaris students suddenly erupted in a blinding radiance, a bright golden light engulfing their bodies in an instant. Zezizius' gaze narrowed, his mind the epitome of clarity. But unlike what they were each expecting, there was not a single shred of panic in Atticus' gaze. The one against whom each of their enmity was directed had his lips curled up into a huge grin as his gaze landed on each of them. Atticus' speed exploded, his perception ramped up to full throttle. Happiness. It was an awesome feeling. A feeling of inner peace and harmony that washed over an individual when they were surrounded by positivity. But from their demeanor and the staggering amount of killing intent that filled the air, even the most naive person in Eldorf would know that what Atticus was currently surrounded by was far from positivity. One glance at each one of them was enough to tell that they had come well prepared. Every one of them had been able to remove a significant amount of restrictions from themselves, most of them radiating the aura of an advanced rank, with the leading party Zezizius, Gerald, Sonris, and Dante Starhavena radiating the aura of an advanced plus rank. Unlike Atticus, who had decided to avoid the Bone Race warriors during the first days just because he had killed Zekern, they did the opposite. They must have had to kill a significant number of Bone Race warriors in order to advance this far, or as Atticus could notice, themselves. The number of third years alone participating in the competition was 20 individuals, and Atticus had only killed 4 of them as far as he could remember. But only 8 appeared here. Ganging up and killing the rest would be easy considering their might. And yet, all of this display didn't seem to shake Atticus one bit. He didn't care about their mighty lineup. He didn't care about the fact that they had come well prepared. From the very first day he had entered the academy, Atticus had never considered them worthy of his time. This might sound proud, insanely so, but this was the complete and total truth of the matter. Atticus had never considered himself proud, neither was he an attention seeker. He wouldn't go out of his way to show off to people, nor would he actively seek trouble. 99% of the time, Atticus would always choose to mind his business. But when threatened, when messed with, Atticus would always choose to nip the bud. He would always choose to go out of his way to show his enemies, and those that had the potential to be enemies, that they had made a grave mistake. A mistake that must be accounted for, a mistake that they must take responsibility for. He would not give them a chance to think and regret their decision, he would not give them a chance to back up. Once they decided to be stupid, they must see it through. He had seen this coming from a mile away, and he was glad that they had packed themselves together and delivered themselves on a silver platter. And what was even more awesome was the fact that they had done this when he was looking for a way out of his current situation. How did they know? He had been looking for free points. Happiness. This was the feeling that engulfed Atticus' entire body as soon as he laid his eyes on the small army of youths up ahead. The millions of students watching the screen were all expecting an intense and mind-blowing fight to ensue, a close fight between two parties, an exchange of blows and might. They were all silent, the whole Colosseum enveloped in palpable silence. Magnus and Oberon's gaze were focused on the screen, a small smile marring Magnus's face. But unfortunately, none of that would happen. Only one thing was going to happen here today. A massacre. An intense grin spread across Atticus' face, his hands moving with practiced ease, throwing Aurora behind his back, a simple and succinct sentence leaving his mouth. "I'll be quick." Atticus hardly felt Aurora's nod before he flashed forward, leaving a streak of crimson flames in his wake. The eyes of Gerald, Seraphine, and the other Stellaris family members flashed all at once. The Stellaris family had always been hyper and proud. It wasn't in their nature to band together to face a single boy, but they had done exactly that despite their reservations. And yet, the boy they had gone through all this effort to match was smiling. The Stellaris family members erupted in unison, a blanket of shimmering golden light engulfing their whole bodies. A frown appeared on Zezizius's face, but before he could utter a word to stop them, they all burst forth, leaving a multitude of golden streaks in their wake. The distance between them and Atticus was shortened in an instant, the temperature of the area increasing by staggering levels. Fire. Atticus hadn't only made progress with the water element. It was the beauty of his bloodline and his high intellect. As soon as he had opened his mind to the possibilities of the water element, he had done the same for the other elements too. Fire was unpredictable yet predictable. It could spread out and consume everything in its path like a wave, and it could flicker and dance, constantly shifting in shape and intensity. And that was exactly what Atticus did. The nature of Atticus' movement shifted. His once surging figure, covered in searing flames, suddenly began to flicker. Like a small lit candle flame, he appeared to flicker on and off, moving rapidly through the air with mind-numbing agility. Atticus crossed the distance between him and the approaching Stellaris youths in an instant, appearing in front of the one person he could say was 50% of the reason all of this was happening, Seraphine Stellaris. What was about to happen was what many, including Atticus, would say was a long time coming. Immediately, Atticus had felt the hostility. He had immediately tried to nip the bud. He didn't give a crap that the latter was a tier 1. Unfortunately, he had been interrupted. But now, none of that would happen. An intense grin spread across Seraphine's face as he blazed through the air. He was far too excited to finally enact his revenge on Atticus. The reason for Seraphine's hate was what many, even Gerald, were clueless about. It was a very simple reason, a reason many kingdoms in history would go to war for: a woman. Immediately, Seraphine set eyes on Zoe Starhaven. It was as though he had found the one. He had heard rumors of her beauty, even going as far as seeing pictures and videos of her, but meeting her had been electric. It was instant love at first sight. Seraphine had racked his brain, thinking of every possible way to approach her. He had seen how many admirers she had, and how she treated them when they approached her. He didn't want to be treated that way, it would have been devastating. But in the process of this, she had gotten closer to Atticus. So close that the usual Ice Queen could be seen laughing and joking. So close that she could be seen blushing. His angel, the girl that made his heart skip several beats as soon as he saw her, the one he was trying so hard to get, was blushing for another man. He couldn't have that, but unfortunately for Seraphine, he had bitten off more than he could chew. Atticus didn't care about his sob story. He wouldn't care even if he was crying in front of him. What mattered was that he had messed with him, and he would, nay, he must face the consequences. Atticus's movements were swift like flickering flames, appearing in front of Seraphine. His right hand drew downwards, erupting upwards in a raging fire. Seraphine didn't seem to notice Atticus's appearance. In fact, his gaze was still focused ahead, already anticipating the event that was about to ensue. The intense grin on his face remained undisturbed, that is, until Atticus's searing uppercut landed. The intense grin on Seraphine's face remained for a second, his whole body abruptly coming to a stop in the air. Then, his body seemed to register the punch. It was nothing other than cataclysmic. Seraphine's jaw shattered, his shining white teeth bursting into millions of tiny pieces. The force of the punch traveled upwards to his skull, his cheeks and flesh trembling, reaching his head in an instant. His brain shook, his eyes becoming fizzy and unfocused before he shot upwards at dizzying speeds. He appeared like a golden comet shooting up into the skies. Seraphine's figure shooting upwards brought the rest of the Stellaris youths back to reality. Gerald's blazing figure came to an abrupt stop in the air, his gaze drawn upward to the soaring golden figure behind him. He had been at the forefront of the group, leaving Seraphine at the back lines in order to protect him. But Atticus didn't seem to care about this fact. In fact, his actions were far from over. Seraphine had hardly traveled upwards before Atticus flickered above him, a round kick hammering his left cheek. The force of the kick had barely acted before Atticus's figure flicked to the side, a blurring punch bashing Seraphine's right cheek. Atticus flickered with rapidity, unleashing a barrage of brutal punches and kicks from every conceivable angle. The force of each attack would have hardly acted before another would land, each one more brutal than the last. Seraphine's momentum had completely stopped, remaining fixed in one position, a barrage of punches landing on every inch of his body. His form convulsed violently with each strike, the relentless bombardment leaving him defenseless and utterly battered. Atticus! Gerald roared into the skies, his figure bursting out in a radiant crimson glow that tripled the temperature in the air. He exploded forward, leaving a streak of crimson glow in his wake. Words could not begin to describe the intensity of Gerald's anger. He wanted nothing more than to rip Atticus to shreds, he just wanted to protect his little brother. Gerald knew his brother was far from perfect, he knew he was filled with issues. Gerald had lost count of the number of times he had seen the small boy torture guards and maids back in their sector. He was a psycho and had gotten him out of many troublesome situations. But despite this, it didn't diminish his love for his little brother. He was family. Gerald had never cared about fighting for the position of the family head or becoming the heir. Despite the fact that many elders of the family were trying to create a divide and induce a fight between them, he had always ignored them, just wanting to enjoy his relaxed life with family, especially his brother. However, now, that same brother was brutally getting pummeled from every direction. He couldn't have that. Gerald surged forward, his entire being bathed in a radiant crimson glow as he unleashed the secret art of Stellaris, Red Sun. Like a shooting star streaking through the heavens, he tore through the ranks of bewildered Stellaris youths, bridging the distance between them in an instant. Atticus! Gerald bellowed, his seething voice cutting through the battlefield with intensity. However, the one who the entirety of his rage was directed at didn't seem to register his existence. It was as though Gerald was a madman, screaming at no one in particular. The rain of brutal punches and devastating kicks didn't stop for even 1 second, a macabre shower of crimson blood painting the sky. Ah! With a deafening roar, Gerald's cry pierced the skies, the red glow enveloping his form pulsating with newfound intensity. As the glow intensified, the sun's rays seemed to dance with renewed vigor, casting a scorching radiance upon the battlefield. His body surged with power, a burst of searing air emanating outward as he prepared to unleash his attack. Yet, before he could act, the frenzied striking that filled the air ceased abruptly. There was no pause. Gerald hardly had the time to register the sounds of 3 thunderous booms before a bent knee obscured his entire field of vision. The brutal cacophony of bone cracking echoed like a war drum, its resounding beat reaching every soul in the vicinity. As quickly as he had surged forward, Gerald was propelled backward through the ranks of youths, hurtling at supersonic speeds with a force akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. The squelching sound of a spear being pulled from a neck sounded, followed by the brutal thud of a lifeless body landing on the floor. The head of a girl with snow-white hair suddenly snapped towards the north, her gaze narrowing. The earth was littered with the frozen bodies of the fallen warriors of the bone race, each of their necks pierced. An intense chillingness seemed to settle in the area as though it were a deep freezer. The sound of a boy with equally white hair approaching the girl, his gaze also focused on the north. "Do you think it's him?" The boy spoke, the girl responding with a simple nod after a second. A small smile spread across the boy's face. "Only he can be that extreme. My bet, if he isn't the one exactly, he'll have something to do with it. Should we check it out?" The boy turned towards the girl and asked. They were none other than Ember and Orion. Ember didn't utter anything for a few moments, her gaze focused towards the north. With a simple nod, she suddenly flicked her spear to the side and dashed into the forest at fast speed. "Let's go see what that troublesome cousin of ours is up to." Seeing as Ember had no intention of stopping, a wave of air enveloped Orion's body, his figure zooming into the forest. In another location, deep within the forest, the rapid steps of a brown-haired boy suddenly came to an abrupt stop on a tree branch, his gaze turning towards the north. This boy had a massive broadsword on his back and 3 sheathed swords around his waist. It was none other than Kale. He had long since escaped the Bone City and was making his way through the forest. Kale didn't waste time like Ember and Orion. As soon as he felt the staggering amount of battle intent coming from that direction, his figure blurred as he moved towards the north. In another location, the bored look on a flawless beauty's face suddenly changed, her head snapping towards the north. She had purple hair, and words wouldn't do justice to describing her beauty. She was none other than Zoe, who was currently sitting on top of a massive luminous purple dragon. "Are you sure, Lumi?" she inwardly asked. 100%. Receiving her answer, Zoe manipulated the dragon avatar and instantly shot towards the north. The battlefield seemed to grow quiet, the Colosseum where millions of people watched the screen growing even quieter. The gazes of the remaining Stellaris family youths landed on Atticus, each of their hearts skipping a beat. Gerald had been in the advanced plus rank, and aside from that, he had used their family's secret art. There was no one amongst them who didn't know how powerful that art was, it was being guarded closely for a reason. And yet, all it took was one blow in less than a second. BBR Rother. The desperate cries of Seraphim sounded, followed by the sound of him gasping for breath. Both his arms reached upward to his neck, struggling and trying to get out of the vice grip he was in. Seraphim could hardly see his tormentor, the cause of everything, but many would claim he was lucky. Unfortunately for the rest of the students in the area, especially the Stellaris family youths, they could see him clearly. Atticus appeared suspended in the air, floating upwards by some invisible force that none of them seemed to be able to see. His left hand held Seraphim on the neck tightly as though he were nothing more than a rag doll. There was not a single speck of fire that enveloped him, but many would claim that he felt even more searing. Atticus's right hand flickered to the side, a gleaming sword appearing in his hand. There were only 4 people Atticus wanted to give a brutal beating to, and this was because he knew that they were the ones responsible for the formation of this pathetic excuse for an army. What were they expecting? That ganging up against him would make any difference? An army of ants is still exactly that, ants. 1 large foot is all I need. Turning towards Seraphim's battered figure, he continued, "You're lucky I don't have the time to waste." Atticus's icy words traveled far, it was as though they didn't follow the conventional rules that sound usually obeyed. Everyone heard it, from Zezizius, who was moving towards them at fast speed, to the millions of youths watching the battle unfold. And as they did, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Atticus suddenly tightened his grip, the sound of Seraphim choking and gasping for breath permeating the area. Seraphim's face underwent a change in different spectrums of colors until it settled on pale bluish. Before his whole body could go limp, a golden light enveloped him, and he disappeared. The Stellaris family youths in the area gulped audibly as Atticus's gaze suddenly landed on them. Their bodies were still enveloped in blinding golden radiance, but their current morale was anything but golden. Their leader and the strongest one among them had just been taken down with a single attack. What could they possibly do? With Gerald and Seraphim taken care of, the Stellaris only numbered 4. Neither dared to move, but they didn't have to. The blade in Atticus's grasp erupted into flames, a tempest of fiery rage swirling around it. The gazes of the Stellaris youths quivered in unison, but that was all they had time to do. Akin to the sudden burst of heat from a raging inferno, Atticus burst forward with explosive speed, appearing behind the youths in a flash. A trail of fire suddenly materialized in each of the Stellaris youths' joints, their forms separating in the next second. From the first year to the 3rd year, it didn't matter. Multiple golden lights ignited, enveloping each of their forms before they vanished from the area. A weird silence suddenly ensued, one that lasted for less than a second. The golden lights in the vicinity had scarcely dimmed when 2 cleaving blades materialized mere inches from Atticus's head. Atticus's body flickered, a movement that shifted him out of the trajectory of the attack. But it was as though his attacker had already expected this to happen, his already leaning forward, using the momentum of the attack to unleash a sweeping kick in the next instant. Atticus's eyes flashed. He had just tried to move, but somehow, something was restricting his movements. His gaze turned and landed on his attacker, whose body was enveloped in a pulsating brown glow, his eyes glowing with an intense green hue, fixated directly on Atticus despite his position. But that wasn't all. The figures of the rest of the enigmal youths surrounded him, each of their gazes emitting an intense glow. The speed at which his attacker, Zezizius, was currently moving was fast, incredibly so. It was obvious he was currently using aerokinesis and his bloodline, he wasn't holding anything back. Just as Atticus was about to retaliate, he suddenly felt something in the air, something almost imperceptible, a subtle shift in the vibrations around him. Atticus's eyes flashed once more, landing on the youths who were still at a distance away from them, the Resonera family youths. Sonra stood at the forefront of the group, each of their headsets aglow in radiant green, their hair floating upward as if held by unseen currents. Both arms extended forward, pointing towards their target. Atticus's reaction was instantaneous. He forgot everything relating to fire and focused on only one element, space. The blazing fire surrounding his sword extinguished abruptly, and the brutal kick aimed at his head froze midair. Zezizius's glowing gaze narrowed, his mind racing through a whirlwind of thoughts as his eyes flickered on and off. What was happening? But despite his high intellect and lightning-fast thinking, Zezizius didn't have the chance to draw any conclusions. Atticus's piercing blue eyes suddenly took on a crimson hue, his body enveloped in a raging crimson glow. The shock that washed over Zezizius was so intense that his brain momentarily ceased to function. He could use aerokinesis. It went without saying that even the current third years were struggling with it, but a first year was actually using it so effortlessly. He had done his research about Atticus, trying to plan for everything ahead of time, but not only did he not know what the invisible force that stopped his leg was, he had no idea he could use aerokinesis. Gravity control. Zezizius went through another shock as he and the rest of the Enigmum family youths close to him felt their bodies buckle as gravity suddenly increased in intensity. It would have been different if they had been on the ground, but the fact that they were currently using telekinesis to support themselves in the air made it more intense. But none of them had the time to comprehend the situation as the nature of Atticus's movement suddenly shifted once more. His whole body seemingly defied containment, as though the laws of physics meant nothing to him. His right hand moved like a void, swift and deadly, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zezizius's right leg was the first to go, followed by his left and then his arms. Yet, not a single drop of blood spewed from them. It was as though some unseen force stopped the flow. In the next instant, a kick landed squarely on Zezizius's bewildered face, propelling his deformed visage like a cannon through the skies. And then, Atticus vanished. Sonorus's expression changed. Everything had happened way too fast for him to react. He and the other youths had been preparing to support the Enigmalinks, and then in the next second, Zezizius was shooting through the skies. Sonorus's gaze narrowed as he saw a multitude of golden lights suddenly appearing in the skies. That was all he had time to see before his entire vision was suddenly obscured by a palm. It was just a single palm. To an outside observer, it looked every bit like the palm of a white teenager, flawless and a little feminine. But to the one whose entire vision was currently obscured by the same palm, it was as though the palm carried along with it the weight of the world. However, this was far from an illusion because as it suddenly flexed and closed in on his head, Sonorus felt pressure the likes of which he had never experienced before in his life. Atticus's palm gripped Sonorus's head with such force that the hard skull bone underneath each of his fingers caved in considerably. Since his childhood, Sonorus had always had a knack for going after things he found interesting. It could be anything, a person, thing, or artifact. This had been the exact reason he had become friends with Gerald despite both of them being from the Resonera and Stellaris families. A member of the Stellaris family was actually chilled and not a psycho. He had to find out why. This ultimately led to him meeting Atticus and thus, finally, battling with him. If things had been different, if he hadn't been friends with Gerald, Sonorus would have taken a different approach and probably tried to befriend Atticus. But unfortunately, fate had another thing in store for him. He was always so careful and observant, how had he made such a stupid mistake? Fate had done him dirty. It had made him face off against a boy who was nothing more than a monster in human skin. There was just no way a 16-year-old could be so powerful and cruel. In all his life, even when training with his father and other instructors, Sonorus had never once lost his composure. But unfortunately, that pointless streak would end today. Sonorus screamed. It was piercing and deafening at the same time, guttural and primal, as though it came from the depths of his soul. It traveled far and wide, and those who heard it felt an ice-cold shiver down their spines. The pain was immense. Sonorus struggled, his composure nowhere to be found as his hands gripped the arm holding him, pulling with all his might, his legs flailing about. And yet, at that moment, Atticus's arm was the personification of firmness, not budging an inch. Sonorus's artifact lit up, his hair flailing above his head as a multitude of sound waves shot towards Atticus's figure. Simultaneously, Sonorus's screams suddenly shifted in intensity and amplitude, crossing above 300 decibels in an instant. It was obvious to the outside observer that every single one of these attacks was desperate, as though he were on his last ropes, but despite that, their lethality was true. Sonorus's whole body expected Atticus to react to any of the attacks or at the very least flinch at anything. But it was as though his whole heart shattered into millions of pieces as the next event ensued. It wasn't literal, but it might as well have been. Atticus didn't move an inch, his gaze with a hint of crimson fixed directly on Sonorus. The immediate space around Atticus would suddenly take shape as any sound wave reached him, as though there was a powerful invisible force surrounding and protecting him. Sonorus's head turned completely blank. He had never felt so helpless before. All of them, including him, still had some of their powers restricted. They had been able to unlock a significant portion, but this was far from their full power. But only a fool would use that as an excuse for the thorough thrashing Atticus had given them. Sonorus had also awakened his perception, considering he had also been in the expert rank before all the restrictions. Although it wasn't his strongest suit, it was still something. Atticus was still in the intermediate plus rank. It was a fact that would shock every single person watching. Did we even ever have a chance? The speed at which he and Atticus had just exchanged blows had been incredibly fast, so fast that it was only after Sonorus had given up hope that the rest of the Resonera youths were brought back to reality. Each of their gazes turned to see the sorry scene of Atticus gripping Sonorus's head tightly, a scene that shocked each one of them to the core. But no one was as shocked as his brother, Harmonic Resonera. He knew how much of a monster Atticus was and made sure to steer clear of him during their classes. The only reason he was here battling against him was because of his brother, Sonorus. For him to be here facing Atticus despite knowing full well how brutal he was showed just how much trust he had in Sonorus. However, now the same brother was in such a pathetic state. He just couldn't believe his eyes. But before any one of them could even comprehend the situation, Atticus's left hand with a sword suddenly moved. Each of them, despite being at different power levels, only saw one movement, a downward swing. Apart from that, none of them saw Atticus's figure move an inch from his position, and yet, each of the Resonera youths felt a connection to their limbs deadening one after the other. The glowing lights in their headsets dimmed as a multitude of arms and legs plummeted from the skies followed by the figures of their owners. But unlike Zezizius, golden lights suddenly ignited, illuminating the area and encompassing each one of the group, their figures disappearing. During this brief moment, Atticus' gaze never once left Sonorus's. He gazed at him with a neutral expression, but to Sonorus, it was far from neutral. It was as if he knew that his torment was far from over. The sword in Atticus's left hand suddenly disappeared, his hand pulled backward. Sonorus's gaze widened, but before he could even utter a word, Atticus's fists rained forward, each pounding leaving a noticeable dent on Sonorus's body. Atticus' fists moved in an unending torrent. He seemed frenzied, yet his actions were incredibly controlled. If not, considering the brutality of each punch, how could Sonorus survive for so long? Sonorus was amongst the 4 people Atticus planned on teaching a lesson to today. Atticus had never been one to care about the reasons for people's actions, especially when it was against him. But he had never once felt any hostility from Sonorus, even today when they faced each other. He wasn't going to lie, it got him thinking a bit. He just couldn't understand why Sonorus had decided to fight him. Was it really about his friendship with Gerald? He didn't think so. This thought only lasted for half a second before Atticus deadened the thought. At the end of the day, it didn't matter. Actions beget consequences, and that small fact wasn't going to change. Sonorous cries of pain and horror were unceasing. Seconds ticked by continuously without Atticus showing any signs of letting up. Even as crimson blood began to rain from the skies, his fists continued to fly forward. As the seconds passed, Atticus's assault finally slowed. He was still gripping Sonorus's head tightly, having pummeled him with such intensity that his battered body lay limp. The entire students and instructors alike watching this unfolding scene felt their scalps go numb, the hairs on their backs rising. In many locations, there was only utter silence. Atticus's grip suddenly tightened, a resounding crack echoing across the space, reaching the ears of the audiences watching. Sonorus was still able to let out a pained sound before a golden light encompassed him, and he disappeared. For the briefest of moments, the world turned silent. The gazes of those watching subtly cleaned their eyes, wondering if what they had just watched was real. In the Colosseum, the sounds of cheers sounded, but only in 2 areas. The Ravenstein cheered loudly, their voices booming and their mirth resounding. They each stood up from their seats, cheering at the top of their lungs. The same could be said for the area where the members of the White Omen Division were seated. The screams and cheers of more than 1,000 students echoed along with the Ravensteins. Both groups had one thing in common apart from the current cheering: they had witnessed Atticus's mind-boggling display of power. This much was truly nothing. Apart from these 2 areas, the remaining students, numbering in the millions, were utterly quiet. Many leaned back in their seats, trying to comprehend the events that just occurred. He had defeated them in seconds. No one could truly explain how they were currently feeling, it was completely surreal. Each student had myriad thoughts running through their heads, but if one should listen to them, they would note that they were all boiling down to one question: what the heck just happened? Aside from them, only the expression of one particular commentator was completely different from the students, gone. He held the mic so tightly that the whites of his hands were visible. If not for the fact that the mic itself was an artifact designed to withstand the might of a master rank, considering the fact that the commentators might have to maintain a vibrant atmosphere which would require them to be jubilant, it would have already been crushed into oblivion already. I'm rich, those words resounded in Gon's head constantly, his gaze fixed on the screen. A myriad of bets had been placed by the operators, some more or less favoring Atticus, others the rest of the third years. Gon had made a very simple bet, one that no one amongst the other operators dared and attempted to make. The battle between Atticus and the third years would end in at most 20 seconds. The instructors were already well aware of the rules of the Leaders' Summit and knew that they would each be restricted. They even somewhat knew about the alliance that had formed between them. Considering all of this, many had seen Gon as a fool for making such a bet. But now, he was the one with a wide, excited grin and the rest of the instructors had darkened expressions. He was rich. The booth where the instructors were gathered was utterly silent, an awkward tension enveloping the room. However, this was abruptly broken by the crazy loud sound of Jared laughing at the top of his lungs while hitting his fist on his chest. He had long since finished his cart of food, the events had been far too interesting for him not to. Jared suddenly stood up from his seat. Gerald and the other Stellaris family youths might have been defeated, but he didn't seem to care about that fact. So what if they were the young masters of the Stellaris family? He was far too excited about the presence of this monster in the human domain to care about such trivialities. He walked towards the front where the large screen was being displayed as though he wanted to enter the screen, his laughter showing no signs of stopping. The other instructors were silent, their disbelieving gazes fixed on the screen. Many of them had somehow stood up from their seats in shock during the battle. Despite Atticus's rampage, one third-year student still remained unscathed. It was none other than Dante Starhaven, the first rank of the third years. However, there was no single hint of hope in their gazes. Considering everything Atticus had done, wouldn't they have to be insanely brainless to believe any sort of miracle would happen? A small smile spread on Isabella's face, her left leg crossed over her right. Compared to Jared, her reaction was a bit more subtle. She was happy about the development, but she knew well enough that it wasn't over. Isabella turned her gaze backward, her eyes narrowing as she saw her father's empty seat. Is he planning something? She thought worriedly. The entire area was silent. Every single one of the third-year students that came to attack Atticus defeated Wella except one. Atticus suddenly turned, his cold gaze landing on the figure of Dante. Dante Starhaven was handsome, incredibly so. The Starhaven family members were the most connected people to the planet Eldoralf, the only lineage blessed with the ability to bond and interact with the most native species in Eldoralf, spirits. Their auras were as peaceful as they were comforting, their bodies flawless in the personification of healthy. They didn't have the usual pressure or resistance to the mana and air in the atmosphere. It was as though they were its prodigal kin, no, as though they were part of it. Every breath they took from the atmosphere seemed to reinvigorate their bodies, filling them with incredible energy. If not for the presence of Atticus, Dante could have easily been the most handsome in the academy. The number of admirers he received was endless. If not for Atticus, infamous brutality and the fact that he had the most beautiful girl in the academy by his side, he would have been in those shoes too. Despite witnessing every single moment of Atticus's brutality, Dante maintained his determined gaze as he met Atticus' icy stare with his own cold gaze. The silence lasted for 3 seconds before Dante finally decided to speak, seeing as Atticus had no intention to. My name is Dante Starhaven. Atticus Ravenstein, I'm glad I finally met you. Silence ensued once more, causing the atmosphere to turn awkward. The watching students had suspended their shock in order to watch the last showdown, if they could call it that. No one understood what was going on in Atticus's mind, Dante included. The former would have usually attacked by now. No one had actually ever seen Atticus speaking before battle. In all the videos that had gone around the school, It was attack first and ask questions later, with him not even bothering to ask any questions most of the time. Thinking about it, the situation was quite baffling. None of them had seen Atticus and the third years getting into any sort of confrontation before, and yet they had battled as though it was the most natural thing to do. For the latter, none of them could comprehend why Dante wasn't running away. Dante frowned slightly, seeing Atticus's silence. Many would find it hard to understand his actions, but only Dante himself knew why he was standing in front of Atticus. Matriarch Ocean, Lady Zoe's mother, would never approve of the both of you. Dante's words made Atticus's head tilt slightly to the right, his expression turning confused. His interest had just been piqued. Lady Zoe is the greatest talent to ever appear in the family. There is no way the matriarch would allow her kin to be diluted with the blood of another lineage. Her match would come from the family, and the search for someone worthy had already commenced. Dante spoke calmly, each word spoken succinctly as though he were simply stating fact. Leave her. That is the reason I'm standing before you today. The air around Dante suddenly changed as he uttered those last words. It was as though the mana in a very large radius around him suddenly intensified, coming under his immediate control. I have no interest in the petty squabbles between you and the others. I have only come here today to fight you one-on-one. I will give you only one chance. After a while of not saying anything, Atticus finally spoke. His voice sounded calm, but the weight in his words was nothing short of heavy. The only reason you are still standing here before me, your limbs intact, able to speak, is because you're a member of her family. My patience is non-existent when it comes to bullshit. Do not test me. Turn back and leave. Dante's expression darkened considerably. Yes, he was well aware of how much of a monster Atticus was. He had watched the entire massacre as though it were a movie. But despite this fact, he still felt slight confidence. He had taken note of everything. Atticus had only been able to overpower and brutally beat up Zezizius and the others because of his space element. Dante had no idea how Atticus had gotten it nor when, but what he did know was that he had the perfect counter for it. Although it wasn't its forte, Dante had bonded with a Tier 5 spirit that had the power to control some aspects of time, Aeonis the ephemeral. Dante's purple hair suddenly whipped about over his head, his amethyst eyes igniting in a blinding light. A large shadow stretched out from behind him, easily reaching 15 meters in height. The weight of the surrounding area suddenly intensified, the shape of a ginormous beast forming. However, the shape of the host beast had hardly formed before Atticus disappeared from Dante's vision. Atticus's movement hadn't made a single sound in reality, and yet, it sounded akin to rumbling thunder in Dante's ears. Dante reacted instinctively, the shadow behind him suddenly erupting into a blinding light, invisible ripples appearing around his figure in the next second. Time appeared to be a confusing concept inside this space, with even air molecules moving at a snail's pace. Dante's plan was simple: cripple Atticus' space element. Time and space were intricately linked. The slowed time in the area around him affected not only the temporal aspect but also distorted the spatial dimensions within the affected area. Atticus's ability to manipulate space had always relied on stable spatial conditions. He hadn't yet reached a level where he would be able to manipulate an unstable space. But Dante had made a grave mistake. He had assumed that Atticus was nothing without his space element. That was nothing more than foolish. Atticus had only used the space element for one reason: he had wanted to get the battle over with as fast as possible because of his limited time. Even without his space element, none of them were his match. The crimson glow engulfing Atticus' figure exploded, the sound of 3 dull booms echoing like a war drum as Atticus used aerokinesis and burst in unison. Atticus moved with the momentum of a nuclear explosion, moving so fast that the temporal area meant absolutely nothing to him. His fist flew forward, carrying the weight of the world. Atticus' fist flew forward with the speed of a meteor, its velocity so intense that multiple concentric circles appeared around it as it tore through the temporal zone. As fast as the human brain's thinking speed was, Dante wasn't even able to formulate a single thought. It sounded like a cannon blast, as though a metal train moving at supersonic speed collided with a watermelon. The force of the punch had barely been distributed before Dante's face caved in, his body from below his neck suddenly jerking forward as his head moved backward ever so slowly. In the next second, the full force of the punch acted, the multitude of concentric circles around his arm seemingly shooting forward, causing another brutal impact. However, before it could finish spreading, a golden light suddenly ignited, engulfing and swiftly taking Dante out of the area. The large shadowy construct immediately started fading into nothingness as soon as its owner was transported away. Atticus raised his right hand, swirls of water enveloping it, washing away the blood as his body started descending downwards. The reactions of the onlookers were not as intense as the other times, practically everyone watching had already expected this outcome. Just what was Dante thinking? That he could be different. A weird silence settled over the entirety of the Colosseum, even extending to the academy as reality hit every single student, operator, and instructor alike. Atticus had just defeated the top rankers of the third year, even going as far as defeating the first ranked with just one punch. He was currently the strongest student in the academy. It had to be said, deep down many of them already knew this fact. How would a student who could easily defeat 100 other students not be the strongest? But it wasn't until he had physically proven it in front of them that they accepted it. The fact that it wasn't even a close matchup was mind-blowing. It was obvious to everyone watching, the gap between them was immense. But regardless, the Ravensteins and White Omen Division members still cheered loudly. Atticus reached the earth after a few seconds, his figure landing gently. The earth below where they had battled happened to be a large circular clearing, surrounded by trees. Aurora landed just beside Atticus, her gaze fixed on him. "Aren't we running away?" Atticus shook his head, responding succinctly, "There's no need to." His gaze swept around the area, spotting what he was searching for. The first was the figure of Gerald lodged in the earth 50 meters away from his location, and the second was that of the limbless figure of Zezizius lying all bloodied in a small crater. Atticus had incapacitated both of them because he felt like he didn't have the time to thoroughly teach them a lesson. That had been a very accurate assessment, as in the next instant, the arrival of a large dragon construct with a beautiful girl on top, Zoe, along with two white-haired students, Ember and Orion, and lastly, the brown-haired figure of a boy, Kale, was marked with the bright light of the sun illuminating the clearing suddenly getting eclipsed. They each instinctively turned their gazes upwards to witness the sight of hundreds of large pristine white hover cars hovering high above the skies, surrounding the entirety of the expanse. They were everywhere, below at the boundary between the forest and the expanse, covering every space towards the top. They were surrounded. A few seconds passed, and it was as though the sight of the army of hover cars brought back the sound in the area. The rumbling of the car engines reverberated in the ears of everyone present in a cacophony of vibrations, the doors of each of the cars sliding open in a myriad of soft hums. From each door, the figures of a multitude of completely white individuals donned in tight and fitted white suits streamed out, their bodies firm and their every movement calculating. A small platform made of bones suddenly materialized beneath their feet, each of them standing suspended in the air. Their gazes landed on Atticus in the middle of the clearing in unison, the form of a sword taking shape slowly in their hands. The brows of Zoe, Ember, Kale, and Orion shot up as though trying to reach the heavens. They sent this army out just for Atticus. The intense and dangerous auras each of the warriors were emitting couldn't lie. It was obvious they were somehow here for Atticus and were definitely not up to any good. Two figures moved in unison. The ginormous form of the purple dragon construct faded into motes of light as giant wings suddenly sprouted from Zoe's back. Despite the brutal sounds it made as it came out, there was not a single ripple of pain on Zoe's face. With an intense flap of her fully stretched wings, she shot towards the sky and towards Atticus in the middle. The second figure that moved was Ember. Ember didn't care about the magnitude of the army, nor did she care to wonder why this was happening. As soon as she saw that they were showing hostility towards Atticus, the spear in Ember's right hand spun, her figure shooting forward and reaching Atticus just in time for Zoe to land. Seeing Ember move, Orion stared at the army in slight disbelief before shaking his head and also shooting forward. Kale's expression was hard to read. He didn't seem able to see any of the bone race warriors spread out. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the figures of Gerald and Zezizius on the ground. He had missed the battle. Kale frowned. Just how could he be so unlucky? But it was as though his body knew that it wasn't the time to brood about the situation. There was still a battle he could participate in. Kale's fighting intent ignited, the ground on which he previously stood cratering as he shot forward with fast speed. Kale landed with a thunderous crash just beside Atticus, his crimson aura reaching into the skies. His right hand gripped the broad sword behind his back, sweeping it in a blur to his side. The entire scene could be called comical, and at the same time, it was incredibly funny to some students watching. The same boy these people had just run to stand with, protecting him as though he were a fragile egg, was the exact same boy who had just unleashed a massacre. He had cut down limbs, brutally unleashed barrages of punches, and had almost burst open the head of the supposed strongest in the academy. Who needed protection exactly? Zoe and Ember both turned their gazes back to meet Atticus' gaze, the both of them offering a nod before their heads turned back towards their fronts, their expressions turning serious. Why can't you ever get into normal troubles? Orion muttered under his breath, two curved swords appearing in his hands as he got into a stance, his demeanor changing. Cale didn't even turn to look at Atticus, he felt as though there was no need to acknowledge the fact that he was with him. Action speaks louder than anything. The palpable aura enveloping his body remained undisturbed as he stared at the army of warriors standing in front of him with an intense gaze. Atticus smiled slightly as he gazed at everyone standing in front of him. If he had to be honest, he felt a mixture of warmth and amusement at the same time. Ember, Zoe, and Cale had been able to lift the restrictions on their powers considerably, reaching the advanced rank. To him, all of this wasn't needed. Atticus and the rest turned their gazes upwards to see the figure of a hover car lowering downwards. It was larger compared to the rest, and although it was pristine white like the others, it looked more luxurious. As it reached a few meters away from the earth, it abruptly stopped. The figures of a few warriors followed closely around it as though they were ready to guard with their bodies should anything attack. The door of the hover car suddenly slid open, the figure of a young boy stepping out from it. As his leg descended, a perfect foot-sized bone suddenly appeared, stopping its descent. Everywhere he stepped, this same action would repeat itself constantly until he was a few meters away from his car. The boy turned his gaze downwards, his eyes landing on the figure of the white-haired boy they had come here for, Atticus. The area suddenly turned silent, the rumbling of the engine seemingly coming to a stop despite the hover cars still being suspended in the air. It was as though everything, living or not, understood the significance of this moment. The boy suddenly raised his right hand and simultaneously, different hatches opened from each of the hover cars, small like artifacts streaming out of them. They each flew high up, filling the space, and then suddenly lit up with a low glow. Instantaneously, the civilians of the bone race who had raged and left the city to the forest in search of Atticus suddenly came to an abrupt stop from every corner of the forest. The reason was simple. Incredibly large screens had suddenly appeared high up in front of all of them in different locations. Not only that, even in the city of the bone race, multiple screens appeared all over the city. The rest of the civilians who had chosen to stay behind flooded the streets, each of them gazing intently at the screens that had appeared. Displayed on them was the current unfolding scene. Because of the intense way he had used the fire element when he was escaping from the Bone City, Atticus had long since lost his latex suit along with his sleek purple suit. He had subconsciously only been protecting the closest attire to his body from the fire, his simple black robe. This meant that his face was laid bare for all to see. With the image of Atticus having already been passed around the city, he was recognized immediately by everyone. The fire in their hearts ignited as they saw his current situation. He was surrounded on all sides by warriors of the bone race, the Osera family. An intense amount of pride couldn't help but set in as they watched the imposing forms of the warriors. Did he think he could escape after killing their prince? Atticus turned his amused gaze away from his allies, his eyes facing upwards and landing on the boy. There was no way Atticus could forget a face, especially when he had seen him clearly. He could see it was that same youth he had seen as soon as he burst out of that building. But there was something different about him this time around. His look has changed, Atticus noted. He had this bored demeanor the last time he had seen him, but now it was as though his personality had undergone a major change. His current demeanor was akin to that of a battle-hardened warrior who had experienced many battles. It was as though someone had been forcing him before, but now, he had suddenly become invested in everything. Regardless, Atticus remained oddly silent. He was curious about where this was heading. The boy's aura suddenly exploded, the cloak behind him billowing as he spoke. My name is Spinius Osark, the one who will receive the title Apex of the Bone Race. Spinus' voice boomed, his declaration reaching the ears of every single individual watching the scene unfold. The warriors of the Osera felt their blood boil, their hearts trembling as they all instinctively moved without being told. Ha! Their legs stomped the bone-made platform they were each suspended on in unison, the result echoing with a resounding bam. Spino's declaration went far and wide, eliciting different reactions from the watching masses. The civilians of the bone race watching through the screens cheered loudly, their cheers resounding across the forest. Many of them were well aware that their race had been practically enslaved by the humans, but their spirits were still strong, their pride firm. None would back down from a fight, and seeing a young boy like this standing up to the human who had killed their prince was enough to make their blood boil. Spinius had spoken in perfect human language without any ripples or weird accents in his voice. One would think he was human if not for his distinct features. Vertebrae had made sure to train Spinius in every single aspect from his childhood. Despite speaking in the human language, it was an entirely different sound that reached the ears of the civilians. It was as though the artifacts were automatically translating every single word he said into the bone race's language, which the majority of the civilians would understand. It was very clear that Vertebrae had thoroughly prepared for this event. Human, the fronts of each hover car suddenly ignited in unison, their lights shining directly on Atticus. Despite the sun's intense light, the golden lights were still very visible. If it hadn't been clear before, it was now evident that they were here for Atticus. You killed our third prince, Zekern the Unyielding. That affront will not go unpunished. I stand before you as a warrior. You have killed an important member of our race, you must face the consequences. None of these able warriors will interfere. Fight me, and the winner will take the loser's head. Spinius suddenly stretched out his right hand, a golden folded paper appearing in it. Atticus' gaze narrowed slightly as soon as he saw the item that had just appeared, but he wasn't the only one. The gazes of the students watching, especially the tiered, also narrowed in shock. That paper, it was a mana contract. A wide smile marred Vertebrae's face as he fixated his eyes on the screen in front of him. He was still at the top of a high and imposing skyscraper, hands still clasped behind his back. Words could not begin to express how happy and proud Vertebrae was of Spinius. His words, his actions, his demeanor, the intensity in his voice, it was all perfect. What made him even more excited was his declaration at the beginning. It's a good thing he declared it now. The masses, whether willingly or unwillingly, will have the subconscious notion that he is the apex of our race. It's perfect. This was exactly what they needed to kickstart their takeover. Vertebrae had made sure to keep Spinius away from Mortrex's eyes over the years, but it was very obvious that this would reveal practically everything to him, including Spinius. However, after this, Spinius would become far too loved by the masses for Mortrex to do anything. This wasn't the human domain where anyone with power could just do whatever they wanted. For the bone race, the majority of them would rather die than be forced to serve a person they didn't want to serve. This had been one of the reasons for their numbers being whittled down to this extent. If not for the emergence of higher-ups who chose to accept the humans' terms, they would have gone extinct already. So this is your replacement, huh? Mortrex said, drawing Viviana closer and planting a kiss on her cheek. Both of them were still at the top of the massive skull, a large screen showing Spinius and Atticus facing off. However, Viviana's expression remained impassive, not even responding to the kiss. Her eyes were fixed directly on Spinius on the screen, her expression unreadable. Mortrex sighed. Why don't you just go introduce yourself to him? Seeing no response, Mortrex shook his head. I really fell for a weird one. The eyes of the Academy's instructors shot up, many of them immediately standing in protest. This is outrageous. How dare mere slaves try to use a mana contract on our youths? The majority of the protesters were first-year instructors, who were the most supportive of Atticus. The other years were also enraged but eventually decided to keep quiet. They each turned their gazes towards Isabella, expecting her to be even more incensed by the unfolding situation, but were immediately shocked to see her looking at the screen calmly instead. Many were baffled but didn't ponder on it for too long. They turned towards the second person they felt would be in support of them and instantly regretted it. Jared had already sat back down. He had somehow found another cart of food, a wide grin on his face as he started munching. His gaze was fixated on the screen, and it was clear to everyone watching that he had absolutely no intention of interfering. Many turned away from the lost cause, focusing on Isabella once again, but as they were about to speak, they discovered the reason for her silence. Stand down. No one is allowed to interfere. A voice suddenly resounded across the room, causing the instructors to pause. The voice left no room for argument, it was straightforward and succinct. Hearing Harrison's command, despite feeling reluctant, they settled into their seats. Isabella remained unfazed throughout the scene as though she had already expected this to happen. Of course he was planning something, she pondered. The entire space was enveloped in another palpable silence after Spinius's declaration, broken once again by him continuing to speak. Yes, your lives aren't actually in danger, so why should you sign this? Spinius unfolded the paper, swiftly biting his finger and drafting a contract. It's admirable, having people that would stand by you even during the worst of situations. As he finished, he folded it back and created a small platform made of bones beneath it. With a thought, it started moving slowly toward Atticus. Spinius's voice suddenly took on an icy tone. You have two options. Sign this and fight me one-on-one, or watch as I torture each one of your companions until they beg me for mercy. Spinius's words were followed by the warriors of the Osera family, each unleashing their thick auras in a collective and resounding show of force. The message was clear: sign or face the consequences. Ember held her spear tightly, the temperature of the surrounding area decreasing rapidly. She stood in front of the group like a silent goddess of ice. Zoe instead wore a baffled expression as the sound of Lumindra's laughter echoed in her head. Ha 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 ha. What the hell? She just couldn't understand why her petite spirit was laughing during this situation. Aurora had long since joined in, her whole body enveloped in searing flames, with Orion standing just beside her, gripping his two swords tightly. Kale's clothes tore as he suddenly grew in mass and height, the red aura enveloping his figure exploding. Everyone was watching, from Magnus and Oberon, with the latter sipping a small cup of tea ever so slowly, to Mortrex and Viviana, to the civilians of the bone race, to vertebrae. They were all focused on one individual, Atticus, each of them curious to see what he would do next. Everyone watching expected him to react in a multitude of different ways. Explode in anger. Immediately attack without even caring to speak. Try to escape or talk his way out of the situation. Some even assumed he might commit suicide so he would get teleported away. However, Atticus did none of these. Instead, everyone watching the screen couldn't help but be baffled as Atticus simply raised his arm and tapped his artifact, not uttering a word. The area was eerily quiet, with only the sound of a finger tapping the screen permeating the space. The tension was so intense that it was hard to describe in words. Spinius had already unleashed his aura, his thick expert aura descending on Atticus and the others. The others showed visible reactions, tightening their hold on their weapons, their auras exploding in an attempt to mitigate the weight. But Atticus showed nothing. Spinius had just spoken, making multiple declarations that should have deserved an appropriate answer. However, all he got was the scene of Atticus raising his hand and tapping his artifact. The small bone-made platform carrying the mana contract had gotten close enough to the group, but Spinius was so baffled that he unknowingly made it stop. But it wasn't only Spinius who was baffled, the different crowds watching the scene showed confused expressions on their faces. One couldn't blame them too much. Many of them didn't bother with learning the rules of the summit, choosing instead to enjoy the battles. To them, Atticus's actions appeared like those of a madman. But for his companions and the students who had actually bothered to read the Rulesa, a small smile appeared on Hela's and Lucas's faces as they watched the scene. Finally, Nate screamed a second later. One could only imagine what had happened that made Nate read the rules. Zoe, Ember, Aurora, and Sirius shook their heads with small smiles, and Kale's aura dimmed ever so slightly. Zoe had been baffled at why her petite spirit was laughing, but now she understood why very well. There was only one reason any one of them would be tapping their devices during this situation. Yet, despite all these baffled reactions, Atticus still kept on tapping on his artifact silently, his face expressionless. Did he just threaten his loved ones? Atticus was finding it hard to come to grips with this fact. It was so baffling that he wanted to laugh, but not a single chuckle escaped his mouth. Because of the massacres he had just committed, plus the one from earlier, Atticus had been able to gather a significant amount of points. He was glad to find out that regardless of whether it was a target or not, the 500 points gain remained unchanged. Before he had unleashed both massacres, his points had been a measly 35 SP, but now. Summit points. 14,535 SP. Many would be envious or at the very least show a shocked expression. But instead, Atticus calmly navigated out of that section and straight to his locked abilities section. Then, Atticus only unlocked two things. The first was his rank. According to the pricing, it would take 3,000 summit points to rank up to the next rank, with an addition of N2000 plus 3,000 for any subsequent rank up. This meant that Atticus would have to pay 3,000, then 4,000 for the next rank, and 5,000 for the next. Atticus tapped on this twice, advancing to the advanced rank, feeling an overwhelming amount of mana coursing through his veins. Atticus simultaneously unlocked the next item, an ordinary-looking sheathed katana appearing in the air in front of him in the next instant. Spinius's gaze narrowed, his heart beating oddly fast. What is that feeling? He suddenly felt a slight chill engulfing his whole body, with no idea of the source. But it wasn't only him. Sweeping his gaze around the area, he couldn't help but notice many of the warriors of the Asera family turning their heads left and right as though searching for something. Am I missing something? Spinius's perception wasn't at the level where he could perceive the strength of an individual at just a glance. At most, he could only perceive the aura a person was emitting, and with Atticus's innate ability to conceal, he couldn't tell his actual current rank nor did he know that he had just broken through. He had a bad feeling about this. But despite the feeling, Spinius didn't act on it. He couldn't show any form of weakness here. Millions of the people of the bone race were watching. Instead, Spinius's aura exploded, the weight engulfing Atticus and his group intensifying. They had each only unlocked their ranks to the advanced rank, an expert rank was far too strong. They felt their legs buckling, their figures trying hard to withstand the pressure. But regardless, it was as though Atticus wasn't even affected at all, despite most of the aura being focused on him. Spinius's gaze narrowed even more as his aura exploded once more. He needed Atticus to sign that mana contract before the battle, or else he wouldn't be able to get the finishing that would satisfy the people of the bone race watching. The increase in aura made standing harder for the group, but it didn't stop Atticus's actions for even a second. The katana landed soundlessly in Atticus's outstretched palm, and despite the intense situation, Atticus still chose to fix it slowly to his waist. His whole demeanor was the personification of calm and serenity, akin to a tranquil lake. It was as though he was currently in the middle of a peaceful and beautiful body of water. Nothing could rush or break his calm. Atticus suddenly lowered his arm and raised his head upward, gazing at the figures of the warriors that surrounded the area. The chilliness they felt intensified. And then, Atticus slowly took a step forward. Oh Magnus, you're not even trying to mask your excitement. Just what are you anticipating? With a small sip, Oberon turned towards Magnus and remarked with a small smile. The latter currently had his hands gripping the armrest of his chair tightly, eyes focused on Atticus on the screen. Magnus cleared his throat awkwardly, he had lost himself for a second there. Seeing as Magnus had no intention of responding, Oberon shook his head and took another sip of his tea, turning back to the screen.